Hey, everybody. Today we're debating Christianity versus humanism and which is better for society. And we're starting right now with Mark Reid's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Mark, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James. And I'll just share my screen. I'll just get it up in Zoom. So my apologies. I'm kind of a bit all over the place. I'm just using a new program. So bear with me while I get sorted. Share. And I just have to find the right window or else I'm going to be sad. Let's have a look. No, that's not it. Yeah, my apologies. I just haven't used this setup before. So I'm just a little behind the ball. But if you bear with me,
No
I
problemo. Folks,
can,
want to let you
yeah,
know if you
sorry.
saw in the pre stream screen, we have an upcoming in person debate. You could say our outnumbered series, 5-on-5, Destiny versus five folks from Los Angeles. If you happen to be in Los Angeles, shoot us an email. More to come on that. With that, Mark, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. So my name's Mark Reid, and I'm a secular humanist. I'm here to talk about secular humanism, why it's superior to Christianity or any theistic morality system. I would like to thank James and Modern Day Debate for having me on, and Andrew for being here to debate. I'm so glad he managed to work up the fortitude to make it today. So first off, I want to really talk about what secular humanism actually is. Secular humanism is quite often misrepresented as just being secularism or atheism. And while I'm an atheist, and atheists simply, oh, sorry, I didn't do the slide. Yeah, there we go. Simply believes that no gods exist, which is not really any kind of philosophy or worldview. It's simply a belief position, and that's atheism. Secularism can be almost any worldview that is religion neutral. So it would be a mistake to lump a humanistic philosophy like secular humanism under a broad category such as secular, as it doesn't tell you anything about what the beliefs are. I do also want to point out that secular humanism is not against religion or anti Christianity, it's simply religion neutral, relying on shared evaluation of the world in order to chart a path towards a goal of human well-being. Now, for most of it, it uses. Sorry, just one second. I just got to. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Secular humanism uses a philosophical school called utilitarianism to evaluate our choices, which looks at the reasonable consequences of an action and evaluates whether it will lead to human well-being or towards human suffering. We can evaluate any act in what outcome it would reasonably lead to while preserving human dignity and worth to the benefit of all humans. Now, secular humanists recognize that humans are by nature social and find meanings in relationships and humane treatment of people. This is not nihilism, which is a belief in nothing, or hedonism, which is concerned only with personal pleasure, but rather a way to work towards overall life, health, and satisfaction. Although it is healthy to seek happiness and pleasure in our lives, there must be some responsibility to the society in which one lives. It's hard to be well in a completely sick society, and conversely, it's impossible for the society to be healthy if the people in the society are oppressed and have no freedom to express themselves and live according to their beliefs. Um, Secular humanists believe that a person's religious beliefs do not give them the authority to oppress anyone else, just as someone else's religious beliefs give them no authority to oppress yours. So, how do we tell if something is doing harm? Well, secular humanists evaluate it in the same way we can observe stars or perform studies on the ocean. Science for the last few hundred years has been the best methodology for discovering of what is fact and fiction. We know science is capable of this as it produced the most accurate representation of the world around us that we can use to do everything from make planes fly to allow people like Andrew and I on the other side of the world to communicate. Now, you may think that a God created science or that's the only way to science, and we can't agree on that. However, everyone uses the products of science in their lives daily, so I hope we can agree on its effectiveness and consistency. Now, the problem with science is it doesn't tell us how to use it or which is the right or wrong way to use it. That's what moral systems are for. There's a wide array of needs that humans have that we have to address in order to be well. Of course, there's physical health alongside food, water, shelter. There's a need for safety and security. A human in constant abject fear or threat is rarely well and can lead to things like PSD, like veterans can attest to. As I mentioned earlier, humans are social animals, meaning we do need connection and community in order to be well. Physicians, psychiatrists, psychologists can evaluate and study what makes a human both physically and mentally healthy. We can also analyze human well-being with sociology, making statistical analysis and giving a large enough sampling size accurately model happiness on a country or even a global scale. Do note that greatest happiness, or the happiness used in this context, is not just about fleeting joy or pleasure. It's not like what you get happy when you won something or you're happy. That's a fleeting emotion. It's talking about overall life contentment or satisfaction rather than temporary happiness. Now that we've covered secular humanism, I want to talk about why it's better than Christianity for society. And is this an ethical system that is subjective? It's not. So this system is not really a subjective moral system, and rather it's an intersubjective ethical system. Now, what does that mean? So when we choose that we care about human well-being, there's nothing objective to say that you have to care about humans or even your own well-being. But if you do care about your friends, family, people in your country, or people generally, we can make up some objective statements, kind of objective statements about what will lead us towards that human well-being and what will lead us away. For instance, cutting off someone's head will lead them away from human well-being, while providing them with healthcare will help their human well-being. And that's not really a subjective perspective, only the stance that human well-being is important is. Secular humanism promotes, if you do care about other people, then secular humanism is a way to live a happy and healthy life with no gods, no prayer, no belief, and no dogma. So here are briefly some problems with Christianity. I should point out that these are not exhaustive, and the problems with Christianity are varied and massive. Crusades, inquisitions, the genocide of the Cathars in 1209, the recent and disgusting sexual misconduct by not only the Roman Catholic Church, but many other denominations, witch hunts, not only in the past, but including the killing and torture of women that has happened in Africa recently due to evangelical promotion of witch hunting, places like Kenya and Nigeria. Doctrine of discovery and the forced abduction and conversion of native peoples. I could go on and on and on, but the transgressions of Christianity are too numerous to list in full. Instead, I'll stick to a few things that make secular humanism superior to Christianity, apart from the insane amount of atrocities that have happened throughout the years. Christianity has no way to evaluate the future of human technology and development. It is stuck in the past, and anyone wanting to evaluate something like automation or AI must go through the Bible and find something vague that may or may not support or condemn the thing that they're talking about. This leads to vast disagreements on this verse or that verse, how interpretation can be jammed into whatever situation you were trying to decide. Since secular humanism does not rely on millenniums old texts, we can just evaluate whether it is good for human well-being or bad for human well-being. As we learn more and find out if something is not good for human well-being, then secular humanists can change position in alignment with what we discover about it, making it responsible for any future needs, which is something that religious fundamentalists have a very hard time doing. Once they've decided something is good and bad, it rarely changes. So I want to focus on this problem with Christianity. Dogma is a claim that your beliefs are true and not able to be challenged or questioned in any way. As we have seen throughout the history of Christianity, this leads to Christians crying heresy and attempting to force their set of dogmatic beliefs on other denominations, religions, and other members of society. The problem is that the other religions and members of society will not accept their claim of authority. Take, for example, the Great Schism of 1054 between the East and West churches, nearly 1,000 years later, and they only just lift the formal excommunication of each other in 1965. Now, even now, full communion and reconciliation has not been restored almost a millennium later and still ongoing. So I know this title is contentious and it is a bit of a jab, but Christianity does preach and tell people to prepare for and embrace a doomsday scenario. This is a problem because there's little motivation to address society's ills if one does not think there'll be a society to fix. As an atheist, I don't think there is any doomsday coming, and it horrifies me that some would look forward to the destruction of our world. Why preserve the environment? Why make society better? Why work towards a better future if you don't think there's a future? So this is a real problem, that the apocalypse is coming. Prepare yourselves instead of making the world a better place. And another question that I really want to ask, and I really want an answer to, is where does the morality come from with a theist? Does it come from the Bible? Does it come directly from God? Does it come from somewhere else? Does God just decide what morality is? If so, it's still an objective morality. It depends on a subjective morality. It depends on the stance of God. And what would change a God from just changing their mind? And if it doesn't, you're kicking the can down the road. If it doesn't, where does morality come from? Does God source it from somewhere? Does it come from some other place? This is sort of a question that's known as the Euthyphro dilemma. And it's a very pertinent question to this debate. Where is this actually coming from? So why humanism? So I really want to talk about why humans have to cooperate and exercise what's called pro-social behavior, basically social productive behavior between people. The more we learn about where we are, the more obvious it seems that we're in a bit of a precarious position. Now, you may or may not agree, but us secular humanists do not believe that any supernatural being is coming to save us. No God is going to take us to anything better. So understand that from my perspective. Secular humanists believe that it's up to humans and humans alone to ensure our survival on this planet, or we can stupidly cause our species to go extinct. We don't know what it will take to nurture humanity on this, what I believe is an incredibly important journey, but it is possible that we may need every one of us working together for the benefit of all in order to survive. The simple fact is that a secular humanism seeks to have a flourishing, happy societies where all people are treated well, while Christianity wants to force society to benefit its particular dogma while marginalizing, persecuting, and even exterminating those that don't believe the same thing they do, in order to secure their future with their imaginary friend. This should tell you everything you need to know about which system is better for society. Thank you. Oh, just an aside, just quickly at the tail end of this, I do want to say that there was an act repealed that sort of recently in the US that took away the ability for the churches can now donate money to political causes. And you might be happy about that if you're a theist, but keep in mind, the Mormons sort of are the richest denomination or religion by far, with something like 265 billion in wealth. The next, the Catholic Church, for instance, is like about a tenth of that in wealth. So, maybe that isn't as great as it possibly could be, depending on whether you're a Mormon. But I want to thank you for listening. Thank you for your time, and I'll pass it back to James.
Thank you very much for that opening, Mark. And with that, we're going to jump into Andrew's opening statement as well. But first, I want to do a couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We're a fully neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And we have a couple of special events coming up. At the bottom right of your screen, you can see an event. In particular, David Wood and Daniel Haqiqatjou will collide for two debates that are free for the public in Youngstown, Ohio. That's at the Seek and Share Truth Apologetics Conference. They've asked us to collaborate with them, and we gladly are. I'll be there moderating in person, so come on out and meet David and Daniel. Myself would be thrilled to see you there. That's linked in the description box below. RSVP, they just want to have an idea of how many people they can get in before they have to cap it. Also, we've got a lot going on. I want to say thank you guys for your support. We're very excited as our Outnumbered series, first starring Andrew. As you've seen, a lot of our uploads lately have had Andrew in the kind of 5-on-5 format. The next one's going to be with Destiny. If you are in the Los Angeles area, let us know. Email moderndaydebate@gmail.com. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, that's coming up on August 5th. So that's coming quick. Shoot me an email at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. You can debate Destiny in person in that same format that you've seen Andrew in. And with that, we're going to kick it into Andrew's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Andrew. The floor is all yours.
Well, first, I would like to take a second to apologize to my opponent. The last debate, I could not be bothered to get out of bed to debate with somebody of his limited social qualities. With that, I'd like to dive right in to my opening statement. Mark's ideas are actually pretty hilarious, along with the ideas of secular humanism itself. Mark defines secular humanism as a philosophy, a belief system, or a life stance that prioritizes human reason, secular ethics, and philosophical naturalism that explicitly rejects religious dogma. Supernaturalism and these foundations for morality, decision making, instead, morals and ethics are derived from understanding humanity's place within the natural world, guided by the principles which are outlined in the Amsterdam Declaration. An excerpt from the 2022 Amsterdam Declaration. We affirm the worth and dignity of the individual and the right of every human to the greatest possible freedoms and fullest possible development compatible with the rights of others. To these ends, we support peace, democracy, the rule of law, and universal legal human rights. They should just say, a bunch of dumbasses came up with a bunch of made-up stupid nonsense to sound smart, but ended up saying a bunch of retarded shit that makes no sense. To start with, humanism, like most proto-Enlightenment stupidity, isn't saying anything. It literally doesn't tell us anything. Humanist International, where we get the Amsterdam Declaration, has a whole section on the LGBTQIA triple hockey stick ZFBs saying, as we celebrate Pride Month, we underscore the fact that millions of LGBTQ plus IA individuals cannot celebrate their identity this June. In 62 countries, same-sex relationships are illegal, with several regressive recent developments in this domain, including Uganda, Iraq, Indonesia, seeing the outlawing or de facto outlining of same-sex relationships with harsh punishments. Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? You going to whine while the Muslims chuck people off buildings who offend their delicate sensibilities, Mark? You ain't going to do shit. Listen to this nonsense from the 2022 Humanist Declaration. We accept that morality is inherent to the human condition, grounded in the ability of living things to suffer and flourish, motivated by the benefits of helping and not harming, enabled by reason and compassion, and needing no source outside of humanity. Perfect. So as long as we persecute gay people because we decide instead of outsourcing it to this silly God character, what's the objection? Oh, Andrew, that causes suffering. Oh, yeah? Well, not after they're gone. You can't suffer anymore if we don't have to suffer looking at a bunch of tranny-humping humanists like Matt Dillahunty. I say that alleviates suffering. In fact, I'm going to go a step further. You see, Mark, I'm willing to cede this whole God character may have just come out of the minds of men. Of course, since you believe morality is inherent to the human condition, this means that it was actually men's inherent morality which led us to all those Christian sins you loathe so much. Slavery, genocide, oppression of women, the oppression of same-sex love. That all came from humans, Mark, and their inherent morality, which applied to them based on the human condition and their environment. So what can we glean from that? Well, we can glean that humans are dangerous fucking critters, aren't they? If the environment they live in makes for such a wide berth between their ethical systems, then it sounds like we should get this shit under control and quick. I don't want animals who genocide each other and sexually assault each other, enslave each other to vote in a democracy. What are you, fucking crazy? We need to encircle these dangerous beasts with wardens who have high-power weapons and keep their asses under control, not give them a bunch of freedom. Look at what they do with it. Mark will even tell you in his own opening statement, which he did, what they do. They murder and rape and pillage and torture and marry underage children. They burn people alive. They press them to death. But we can't blame God, can we, Mark? After all, he's a pure fantasy. We can only blame the inherent human condition of morality. That's right. The evil god dark creature doesn't even exist, Mark. Humans made him up to reflect their own morality inherent to them according to you. Whew. And Mark wants to suddenly trust these crazy fuckers to run shit in society collectively? Brilliant plan, Mark. I've heard some irrational, crazy shit before, but that really takes the cake. Insert Christians and Christian ethics, limiting autonomy for duty and self-sacrifice as opposed to do whatever makes you feel good and democracy is based. Yuck, yuck. What's hilarious about his system is all Christians actually need to do is just give a simple harm to good ratio and the humanist scum will have to bow their heads to our authority for the purpose of human flourishing. Well, I'm prepared to do that in this debate, especially since I'll show you there isn't a single accusation Mark can accuse my system of that his isn't guilty of. Not one. Oh, says Mark, which denomination's going to run things? Well, gee, Mark, glad the framers thought of that. But on top of that, the same question applies to you. Which denomination of humanists gets to run things, as their beliefs aren't uniform either? Christians can't prove their God is real. So what? Mark can't prove humanism is real or its principles. Christians will use force. Well, what the fuck do you think humanists are going to enforce their will in society with, Mark? Rainbow shooting confetti slingshots or masked men with helmets and guns? What's so great about Mark's society that he wants anyway? It's just some stupid admixture of enlightenment and libertarian values, which gives us some nebulous don't do harm, which is stupid on its face. You can't even run a society without doing harm. Every policy will prioritize one group over another, exploiting one for another. All of them. Mark will say, well, where we can, we should minimize that. Yeah, no shit, Mark. Christians never thought of that. Luckily, we have 1950 homosexual humanists to guide society into our utopia of reasoned values using humans have inherent moral something or another. In short, Mark's system is totally unhelpful. It gives us nebulous guiding principles, says nothing about the justification of particulars, and can't give us any basis to streamline for an ought. It just points out human beings are super dangerous and need to be controlled. And so the best way to do that is making sure we control them the least amount we possibly can. Fucking brilliant. Hey, everybody, did you know that all throughout human history, people have been genociding people and murdering and doing horrible things? Yeah, what should we do about that? Let them vote to legitimize the horrible things they do to each other. And then we'll have consensus that it's okay because they're inherently moral. Mark says Christians can't evaluate the future. And then he says, we can't because we may need to consult the Bible. For what? For moral odd? What do you think? Christians are incapable of using science? Did we suddenly fail at the use of science? We have to consult the Bible for things like robot and AI future? Or would we need to consult the Bible for the moral odds, which revolve around these, which have a little bit more to do than it just makes me feel good? Mark attacks our eschatology. He says, Christians are worried that the apocalypse is coming, so prepare yourself. So do secularists. There's a whole Cold War. What the fuck is he talking about? Does Mark think you shouldn't have emergency supplies and be prepared in case some massive apocalyptic-like event happens? Of course not. Secularists do the exact same thing. Same exact thing. Oh, do we need to be prepared, Mark, for the end times that nobody knows when it's going to come? So we just constantly are keeping ourselves prepared for inevitable disaster, which may come. Same exact thing you would prescribe. There's literally nothing here that you could use, that you could attack the society that I want, that you will not be guilty of. Not a single thing, Mark. Churches, he says, well, they can donate to political causes, and we should be really cautious because Mormons, well, they can now vote too, and they have a lot of money. Well, that's true, Mark. The good news is that they're pretty fucking based. And when they vote, whoo, it's great. They vote against abortion. They vote against female suffrage. They vote for all kinds of awesome stuff that I really like, Mark. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Mormons now having the power to put pressure on politicians to end abortion in Utah, to end LGBTQ marriages. I'm fine with that, Mark. And so are the Catholics, and so are the Orthodox, and so are all of them. All of them are fine with that, Mark. It's okay. We'll be all right. I promise. And with that, I will yield whatever's left of my time so that we can get into the debate proper.
Thank you very much for that opening. We are going to jump into the open dialogue. Folks, want to let you know we have many things we're excited about, as I had mentioned. One in particular, we are 82% of the way for our camera lens fundraiser. So I have just put in the chat, and we'll pin it right now, the link for our GoFundMe. These are going to be used for, as you saw earlier, we are hosting Andrew in Chicago, August 8th, for an in-person 5-on-1 debate like you've seen released here on the channel before. That's why we were getting these lenses, is that we are going to use them so many times. It's like, hey, it just makes more sense to buy them rather than rent them. So join us in our mission to bring more in-person debates back. With that, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. Mark and Andrew, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, I think that sort of trying to use slavery against secular humanism very strange, since your Bible has in it sort of where rules for owning slaves, beating
Yeah,
slaves,
what's wrong with
all
slavery,
that
Mark?
kind of stuff.
What's wrong
So
with
I
it?
think that sort of trying to leverage
Mark, what's wrong with
against it
slavery, Mark?
is a problem.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Can you justify why the Bible has slavery in it?
What does that have to do with the debate? We're talking about whether or not secular ethics or Christian ethics are better for society. Why do I need to
So you
justify
didn't.
anything that the Bible says? All I need to do is give you a metric for good
Okay.
or not good by your standard, and
So
voila,
you
it's
don't
better
think
for
the
society.
you don't think the Bible outlines how people ought to behave?
Oh, sure, I think so. But so
Sure.
what?
Okay.
We're talking
Well,
about
there's
the
slavery
effects
in the
on
Bible.
society. Do you
If
know
it's
what?
how they ought to behave
What
and there
are
is slavery
effects
in the
on
Bible, then
society?
slavery is something that people
Okay.
ought to do.
Then you need to tell me right now
Yeah.
how Christian ethics has affected slavery in society, Mark.
Well, there's been a mixed result. I mean, I can point out that
who polished it first,
the
Mark?
abolitionists, well, a lot of the abolitionists were Christian,
Yeah.
but a lot of the KKK were also Christians, weren't they?
So,
Oh, well, suddenly the KKK,
So wait, so
they
Christians
don't count anymore.
wait,
So
I'm
the
sorry.
crosses they were burning, they weren't Christian crosses, they were non-Christian crosses. I bet they were,
wait.
weren't they?
Oh, that's so crazy. Well, the communists were secularists, Mark. So therefore, you're guilty of everything communists have done, right?
What do you mean? I'm not a communist.
I know, Mark. You're not a communist. You can't lay what the KKK did because they were also Christians or identified as Christians, the feet of Christians. But when it comes
so
to
only
slavery,
the good things count. So this is called
so
the
only the good
Texas
things count for
sharpshooter
you?
fallacy. It's basically when you only count the positives and ignore all the negatives.
Okay, so
I mean,
then
we
you're
can go
counting
into some of the
communism.
atrocities
So you're counting
that
communism.
Christianity has done over the years.
So
Do you want to go into some of the
Sure.
atrocities?
Yes.
Okay,
but here's
doctrine
the
of
thing.
discovery.
I'll make a deal.
Doctrine of discovery. Let's
Yeah,
talk about this.
let's make a
Doctrine
deal.
of discovery.
Okay, but let's
the
make a deal.
invasion of every single
Dude,
new world,
if we
slaughtering
can't-
anybody that
if we
is
can't make a
basically
deal
not
where you
of
get
your
to say and
religion.
then I get to say, we don't get
Gentlemen, I hate to do
anywhere.
this. Just to
Well, you're
okay.
interrupting me as well.
I'm trying to make a deal with you. So
Pardon my interruption. Okay, so I think Andrew says he's willing to humor what you'd like to go into, Mark. But I think he says there's some sort of deal he wants to make. Let's hear him out, and then we'll go forward, Mark, with what exactly you had. So let me just unmute you guys. Okay, Andrew, go ahead. Oh, you have to press on. There you go.
okay. So anyway, so here I'll make a deal with you. We'll go one for one. You can point out whatever Christian atrocity you want, and I'll point out a secular atrocity. I promise I'll take
secular humanist.
No, just secular.
Secular humanist.
Well, I don't understand. So
is this debate Christianity versus secularism?
Oh, you're right. Okay, so all the secularists have to do is believe the same stuff as is in the secular humanist manifesto,
no.
Right?
Secular humanism is what we're talking about.
Well, what is a secular humanist? Presumably somebody who believes in secular humanism, yeah?
Well, I'll happily discuss the things that secularists have done if we also include any theists whatsoever.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. What are your criticisms?
Okay, so the Muslims, they're killing people, 9/11.
Well, no. I thought you were talking about Christians here. Theist Christians, right?
I said
you're just going to put it all at the level. So then any secularist
do you not understand
versus
what
any
a theist is, Andrew? Do you not understand what a theist is?
Tell me, use small words.
It's somebody that believes in a personal God.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Well, now I understand what a theist is, Mark. I didn't know before. Thank you for elucidating me.
So you agree to discuss theists, and now you don't want to discuss theists.
Well, I misheard what you said, Mark. But if it is the case
so we'll stick
that you
to
want to
Christians
dive in,
then. We'll stick to the subject which you're trying to change, which is Christianity versus secular humanism. Are you at the wrong debate, Andrew?
Is every Christian the same, though?
Okay. What was the question, Andrew?
Is every Christian the same, Mark?
They are Christian.
Are they all the same, though? Because you say all secularists are not the same, right?
Are all secular humanists the same?
Yeah, and you would agree that that's not the case. They are?
Do they have a standard set of beliefs?
No, they don't. No, they don't. Secular humanists don't even have a standard set of beliefs, Mark.
So you went through, by the way, the Amsterdam Declaration, which is an old document. We're up to sort of Humanist Manifesto 3, which you probably know. You just had to go way back to an old document to try and get it. So I think it's fair I go back to the old.
No, I used 2022.
But
I'm using 2022 Amsterdam. 2022. That's the most recent one, yeah?
But
is that the most recent one, Mark?
What do you mean?
The 2022 New Amsterdam declaration.
I'm using Humanist Manifesto 3. Okay,
Yeah, but I'm using both.
Yeah, so don't use both. I use the Manifesto 3.
Yeah,
I mean, I
okay.
can go back to the Old
That's
Testament
fine.
if
So
you
you're saying
want,
that
but you're
people
sort of saying we're doing
Yeah.
Christianity versus secular humanism, and now
Mhm.
you're saying, well, I'll go one for one for Christianity versus secularism in general.
Yeah, but do you know
kind of
why?
thing.
Can I
Do you
explain
want
it?
me to stick to your denomination?
Yeah.
Maybe what's your denomination?
Orthodox. Give me all our atrocities.
Orthodox.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how about in 2005 when there was
Mhm.
sex and fraud in Greece in the Orthodox Church with, you know, a 91-year-old bishop doing pedophilia, for
Oh, man.
instance? There was mass corruption. They stole $4 million from the church.
That's
They
crazy.
absolutely corrupt. You know, they were stealing antiquities. Yeah, this is your church.
Okay.
So
Do you
where
want
do
me to
you get your
respond?
authority from again?
Well, can you let me respond at least to the criticism or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's start with this. Can we go through all of the secular run public schools and take a look at all their sex scandals and how they're 100 times greater than that of the Catholic Church and 300 times greater than that of any Orthodox denomination you can point to? Can we do
Secular
that first?
humanism.
Oh, it's secular
Well,
humanist.
just before
Secular
you do,
humanist. None
can I
of those.
respond?
Wait.
Can I respond?
The secular.
Can I respond?
Can I at least can I finish the question?
No, you're just bleating.
I'm not
now.
allowed
You're
to finish
just
the
being
question.
a child. That's
I'm
all
trying
you're
to
doing.
finish the question, Mark.
It's not a question. You asked me the question.
Bro,
you want to
when
go
I'm
through
done
this
asking
comparison.
it, when I'm done asking
Okay, go for it. Finish asking
Okay,
it.
yeah.
I
So,
don't think this
so
is
can
really
you tell me how it is that the secular run schools, and yes, guess what? I could show you all the doctrines which now public schools use, which are adapted from the secular humanist manifesto. Yes, that much of that is informing public school systems who are hiring teachers who are fucking their students, Mark. Secularism has not preventing
Have
that.
you finished your question, or are you just going to keep going?
When I'm done, then you can respond.
The difference,
I wasn't
the
done,
difference
Mark.
between it, the difference
Mark,
between
that wasn't
it,
very nice,
the
Mark.
difference between us, the
Is
difference
what?
between it is that these
Mhm.
organizations, the institutions like the Orthodox Church, covered up and secreted away their bishops and these pedophiles in order to
public
hide
schools.
them. All of these institutions did that, while the public schools turned them into the police, and there was some repercussions.
Nope.
Do you know what the Orthodox Church did when they found this out? They said, "Oh, it's a shame upon the cassock, and we're really, really sorry," but nothing really happened to them. While we're actually doing something about it.
Yeah.
Yes, these problems sort of are over a long, you know, they are everywhere, but at least our institutions don't willingly cover up and persist in aiding these horrible, terrible people in what they're doing and organize for them to continue to do it, because they want to protect their church above all else, above the children, above the people, above the country, above the laws. They just care about their church, because if they lose the trust in God, then what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Is it my turn to respond now?
Sure.
And do you notice I didn't interrupt you? Could you not do that for me?
Well, when you stop interrupting me, I'll stop interrupting you.
I didn't interrupt you even once. I let you go through that whole thing.
You've been interrupting me all debate.
Did I interrupt you that time?
No.
Okay,
Well
so
done.
then don't interrupt me.
I knew there was hope for you. I knew it.
Yeah, I know. There's no hope for your head though. So anyway, what I was getting towards, and this was really simple, right? Very simple. Doesn't matter. The public school system also has covered up many sex scandals. In fact, it's gone to an administration level where administrations have covered them up as well. I can give you literally hundreds of examples of this even from the preschool level up, right? Where these types of cover-ups have happened. Some of these publicly funded, some of these not. Most of them are. Not only that, Mark, but here's something that's really important that you're not touching on, because you guys are such fucking liars. Do you think that it's because that these places are churches, that they just so happen to breed PDFs? Or do you think that it's more likely that PDFs tend to move where they have easy access towards children? So I would never say it's because it's a public school run by secularists. That's why you have so many PDFs, because I'm not retarded. What I would say is, of course, there's tons of children. That's where you're going to find the most amount of predators. They're going to go where the prey is. That's going to happen in churches, just like it happens in all public arenas where there's children. Doesn't matter if it's secular or not secular. Secular humanism would not do anything to solve that problem, Mark. And if it would, tell me what it is.
It's secular humanism, and I must point out
that
even though schools, you know, they do have secular principles, there are also a lot of religious people in them. And there's also a lot of religious people that are actually doing this. It isn't just, hey, all of these schools are all run by secular humanists, so everything they do, no, that's complete bull crap. That's absolute crap. It is these institutions where they, at the very top, have hidden these priests, and that's the problem. I'm not saying that people, yeah, you're interrupting again, that people haven't done things wrong in these institutions, but generally they'll be given to the police and we will prosecute and jail them. And then the churches, though, they actually just move them around so they can abuse more children. This is something that, you know, Andrew wants to put up against secular humanism. Well, what about all of the atrocities, crusades? Didn't the Catholic
Can we do one
Church
point at a time?
Well,
I would like to get through the rest of. I'd like to get through the rest of this point with the supposed sexual abuse.
Well, I know you're obsessed with this kind of thing, with sex and sexuality and stuff. I know you're obsessed with it, but I'm just obsessed with viewing one point at a time.
Can we just finish the point, though?
We can finish the point, sure.
Okay, great.
I just don't want the entire debate to be talking
that's
about
nice. I'm not here to adhere to your preferences, Mark. The thing is, I do have to ask you, though, what would secular humanism do that would correct the problem of PDF files going where children's are so that they can molest them, Mark? What is your great solution to that? What is it?
Yeah, so secular humanism promotes this philosophy that you do not do harm, you do things in the people's best interests. Okay, and it isn't a philosophy like, it isn't a religion like Christianity that says, hey, at the point of a gun, we'll make you do what we want. That's not what it's for.
You don't want us to use a gun to stop PDF files, Mark? Was that too much force for you?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I mean, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like you were doing a little bit of PDF apologia there.
I don't know what you heard, but I said force people to follow Christianity. Are all Christians pedophiles? That would be news to me.
How would that even follow, Mark?
I said force people
files, to just to be clear.
PDF files. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, James. I didn't.
That's all right. No problem.
Okay, so
anyway, so how are you going to solve that problem?
I said, hang on, yeah. If you just let me talk.
Go ahead.
What I said is that it doesn't force people to follow it like Christianity does. Okay, and then you went on to
we're solving the problem, Mark. How does it solve the problem?
Not to be PDF
How does it solve the problem?
Follow?
How does it solve the
yes,
problem?
Yes, it promotes a philosophy of treating people well without forcing them and having sexual repression, so these priests aren't going out and, I believe the Orthodox Church, they're forced to be celibate, correct?
No. We like our priests married, Mark.
You like your priests married?
Yeah, we do.
Well,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Again, Mark, that's always funny. But here's the thing that's so funny about this. You think that it's sexual oppression that causes people to be PDFs? Does the science back that up, Mark?
What about the bishops?
What about them?
Bishop celibate?
What, in orthodoxy? What does that have to do with anything? You said the priest. The priest. Do you know? Do you know what the distinction is between a priest and a bishop? But Mark, you didn't answer the question.
How does secular? You asked me a question. The bishops have a bigger hat. That's the distinction. Yeah.
Okay, but so anyway, Mark, how does secular humanism account or solve the problem of PDF files going where there's children? Mark, how does it do that?
I'm sorry, are you thinking that having a moral system is going to solve a problem rather than laws, legislation? Is that what you're trying to infer?
If you're trying to impose it on society, because you're telling me it's better for society, I assume it has prescriptions for problems, right?
See, this is a fundamental problem.
It doesn't have any prescriptions.
People who are religious, they think that we're imposing it on society, that we're going to push it on society like the Christians do, and that's not what it's for. What it says that if you want to live well, if you want to live a healthy and satisfactory life, it is one philosophy that you can follow that can help guide you to good outcomes for people. That's it.
So it's not going to make any prescriptions for society?
It's not going to make any prescriptions? What are you talking about?
That's what I'm asking you. Is it going to make any prescriptions for society, secular humanists?
Oughts are prescriptions.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah. So secular humanists, if they're in charge and in authority, are going to use secular humanism to make oughts, right?
Right.
Okay, so if they make oughts, what's their particular ought? Remember, I said you guys are really light on particulars. What would you actually do as secular humanists to solve the problem of children going or being prey to predators inside of public schools? Mark, what would you actually do about that?
Yeah, well, we need to address the root cause here, and that is basically why these people have those urges in the first place, and treat them for what is obviously a sick disease.
And Christians don't do that, right?
Do they?
I
thought Christians took them.
Actually, I'm gonna
around the church.
See, I'm gonna help you something.
Molest more children.
I'm gonna help you with
Christians
something.
Do.
I'm gonna help you with something here. So Christians vote overwhelmingly for what's called chemical castration, which 100% solves the problem of recidivism in PDF files. It has a 95% plus success rate in stopping recidivism. It's secularists and leftists, especially leftist secularists, who are always like, "Oh, it's inhumane. How could you? Oh my God, is that?" Yes, Christians actually want to do something about that problem, Mark. And it's Christians inside of these denominations, by the way, when it goes public, who crucify these priests just as much as the rest of the public does. So you just pretending that because you have these widespread organizations, they're massive organizations, Mark, just like public schools are. Of course, if you're going to have children there, you're going to have predators there. That's how that works. And guess what? Predators are going to try to cover that shit up, especially if they're in positions of authority, just like your political elite does in your country, Mark. What is it, Prince Andrew? Didn't Prince Andrew go off to a certain island somewhere? Okay. Didn't he go off to a certain island somewhere and they try to cover it up, Mark?
This is great. You don't know where I'm from, do you?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of geography is just as good as your knowledge.
Well, I just don't know where you're from.
It's hilarious. It's absolutely
hilarious.
Oh,
you think are you going to out-philosophize me, Mark?
Yeah, probably. Okay. I would imagine that.
I can't wait to see when you start to out-philosophize me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Wait with bated breath. But where do your morals come from?
Why would that matter? Why would that matter? We're talking about the effects on society. How?
Where do you look for your morals? Where are you getting them from?
So here's the thing. We're talking about the effects of Christianity on society. Can you tell me, no, even if Christians, I'm ceding, even if Christians are totally wrong and the whole shit is made up and out of their brains, it's still better for society than whatever you have. Yeah, Mark.
Where is your evidence of that?
Yeah, so here's my evidence of this.
Yeah.
Let's start with the secular nations not being able to reproduce themselves, Mark. And the more secularist a nation gets, the less likely they are to be able to reproduce themselves. Let's start with South Korea. Can you yeah, so wait, I'm sorry. How do you have humans flourish if you don't have humans?
You can, like, just because the population isn't exploding doesn't mean people, are not well or happy or living well. What makes you think,
Mark, do you know how to do Mark, do you know how to do math?
Tons and tons of humans is actually somehow people not being well. How did you get there?
Mark, do you need to have humans for the humans to be well?
Do you really think out of 8 billion humans on this planet that suddenly we're just all going to die out? Is that what happens in your fantasy?
Mark, you need to look at the UN projections for the last 60 years. They have not hit any of their marks for the projection of population. They're predicting population collapse. Mark, they're predicting population collapse in almost every single Western nation, which can't reproduce itself. In most of the Asian nations can't reproduce themselves. They're looking at China having half of the population in only 70 years, Mark. How's secularism helping us here? With human flourishing, can't even reproduce your own nations.
Oh, this is hilarious. You think population decline is like civilization collapse? Is that really what you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, it's doom and gloom. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's not like there's any other humans on the planet that could possibly be flourishing at all.
Like the religious ones?
The population of the planet is
You mean like the religious ones who keep on populating, Mark? Like those ones?
Not necessarily.
Oh, necessarily, Mark. I'll tell you what. Show me any secularist society which is their population's increasing domestically. Show me any. All of the populations which increase are religious. You're right, Mark. There are going to be some humans who continue to populate. The religious ones
Yeah, I don't, it's a non sequitur. It's basically.
Oh, what's the
doesn't
non
follow.
sequitur
It's
here?
basically a slippery slope argument to say because there is a
It's
decline
not
in
a slippery
population,
slope. This is empirical data.
then populations have to bottom out and we're all going to go extinct. I mean, will you listen to this nonsense? Even
Mark.
if that is the situation, in a doomsday situation where society collapses because we can't procreate, we can still make people. There's IVF, there's all kinds of things. There's, we can address these issues as we go along.
How?
Not the doom and doom thing.
How do you address them?
What I notice is that you will not answer any of my questions.
Yeah, it's not. This isn't a God not real debate. This is about the effects.
And
why
you
does
just
that matter?
Ignore it altogether.
I seeded
Why
it.
should I answer your questions?
Do you know what seeding the point is? Yeah, I just seeded it.
You are a delusional person.
Sure.
With this fantasy in your head. Doom and gloom. The world is going to collapse into a
Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong, Mark. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Because it's a slippery slope. Even
There's
if
no
the
slippery
population
slope.
goes down, we can address a lack of population. We do not need 8, 9, 10 billion people on this planet in order to keep a stable population.
Okay, Mark, let's find out if this is true. You say that I'm making a slippery slope argument. Are you aware how the slippery slope fallacy works?
Yes, it's when you point out a causal link to something and then project it down on a series of unlikely circumstances that you cannot possibly know in order to reach a conclusion that doesn't actually follow.
Okay, would you say it's a slippery slope argument if I say if people don't have sex, they're not going to have kids?
What?
Is that, do you think that that's a slippery slope?
No.
No, why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, aside from just a slight change I would make to that is people that do IVF can have kids without having sex, by the way. So there is that.
Well, no, not people, women. So I guess I would make a slight caveat to that too, Mark. But anyway, the point is, if people don't have sex, we're not going to have kids. You agree that that's true, right?
Yes.
Do you agree that if we don't have kids, we're not going to have humans?
If I agree don't have kids, we're not going to have humans. Yes.
Okay, great. So then if I point to a country and the country is not having kids, then the human supply is decreasing or increasing, Mark?
Yeah. So
answer the question,
your
please.
idea that I'm doing your argument here is people in that country are still having sex and people in that country are still having kids.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is the population increasing in human supply or decreasing in human supply?
It's decreasing.
It's decreasing. And don't you want, I'm sorry, but the whole point of human flourishing, I would assume, is that you want the humans to flourish, right? Isn't that the whole point?
When did I say human flourishing in that context?
Well, what? So you just wait. I'm super confused. Help me out. Help me out, Mark. How do we have human flourishing if there's not humans?
Well, hang on a second. I'm having problems with my browser.
Yeah, you're having problems. All right.
Yeah, I'm having problems with my. Oh, there we go. Okay, gotcha. All right. So human flourishing, like you're basically saying people will not have kids. But the funny thing is this, that the people that will actually keep going are the people that do have kids because people are having kids in those countries. So your statement that, hey, people aren't having kids in those countries is not actually true.
Is there a threshold?
People will still continue to have kids and then it will reach a stabilizing point because, hey, the descendants of people having kids will have kids of their own. And just because, the population rate is declining, like that means the population growth is declining, doesn't mean it's going to have a collapse. You have not linked that in. You have not tied that knot. And the statement that people in these countries aren't having kids is ridiculous. As there is less people, there will be more opportunities for people to have larger families. It is an ebb and flow.
I see.
Eventually it will reach a stabilizing point. We can have immigration. We can stabilize this. It's not a problem at all. Nobody thinks it's a problem except for these crazy doomsdayers.
Man, that's so true. South Korea has declared a demographic national emergency due to its extreme low birth rate. Those science-denying doomsdayers. The country's fertility rate, which measures the average number of children a woman is expected to have, is the lowest in the world. The crisis has prompted the government to implement various measures aimed at boosting the birth rate and addressing the broader demographic challenge. Why? Because it's at 0.72, Mark, which means there's not going to be a South Korea in 100 years at that rate, Mark. It won't be there mathematically, Mark. They won't exist. Why do you think that
maybe
these
they'll
South
be
Koreans,
raptured? Maybe they'll be raptured.
why do you
Maybe
think that
that's
these
what's gonna
South
happen.
Koreans, Mark, why do you think the South Koreans are such science-denying math haters?
The crisis isn't that they think that the population's suddenly going to vanish into the ether, as Andrew's trying to suggest. The problem is an aging population and taking care of people that are older. If you don't have enough population, it's kind of harder to take care of people that are older. Luckily, we have sort of solutions for this: automation, technology, things that Andrew doesn't
Robots are
going
to take care of you?
Explain how he gets his oughts at all.
Why do I need to, though?
Yeah. Why do you need to?
Yeah,
Because
just get
it's
them
a
from the same place
fundamental
you do, me.
It's a,
I get them from the same place you do, me.
Okay, so you just get it from
Mark,
you.
I, Andrew Wilson, am the arbiter of all things which are moral on planet Earth. Me personally, Mark.
You personally.
Me personally.
So what is your goal that you're working towards then?
The elimination of all secular humanists.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And can you tell me why that's wrong, Mark?
Why is that wrong?
Yeah. Where do you get your odds from?
It's sort of, you know, it goes against what I want, which is human well-being.
It goes against what you want. So what you want goes against what I want. What I want goes against what. I'm glad that we were able to clear that up, Mark.
So you're
philosophical, philosophical juggernaut.
You would like to get rid of me, and I say, hey, I want the best for all humans out there.
So what? Yeah. So what makes you right?
So I think more humans will be on my side.
So it's consensus.
Can't just get rid of me.
So it's consensus, Mark.
You don't think society is run by consensus?
Well, whether it's run by consensus or not, you think you derive your moral oughts from consensus?
No.
Oh, well, then where do you get them from, Mark?
I get them from an empathy and reciprocity, and I get them from deciding that and feeling that humans are important.
And who gets to determine what that is? You?
I do, yeah.
Oh, so then you're the ultimate arbiter of morality, just like me.
So you're basically saying that your morality is trying to eliminate me off the face of the earth.
No, because I said my morality is everything that I want. And one of those things is making sure your ideology is wiped off the face of the earth. Yeah.
You said your goal is to eliminate secular humanists. That's what
you said. Humanism.
Eliminate secular humanism.
Yeah.
And how will you achieve this?
Oh,
if I say, hey, I'm not going to change my beliefs.
Here's what I would do.
How are you going to do
As the unilateral dictator of the world, I would outlaw secular humanism, and if you practiced it, I'd put you right in fucking jail.
Okay, so you would take away my freedom because I disagree with you.
Yeah, why is that wrong, though, Mark?
Christian morals, ladies and gentlemen.
Why is that wrong, though, Mark? Why is that wrong?
Why is that wrong?
Yeah.
Well, how would you like it if I basically said, well, I'm just going to throw all Christians in jail? Wait, don't you guys say this, that atheists just want to destroy Christianity and stuff?
Yeah, but Mark, why is it actually wrong except that you're the arbiter of all that is moral?
You're the arbiter of all that's moral.
I agree. So if I'm the arbiter of all that's moral, then if I'm going to imprison all secular humanists, that's moral, right?
It's moral for you. It's not for me.
Oh, so then who's the ultimate arbiter of morality for you?
Who said there was ultimate arbiters?
Well, so there's just a arbiter? Who's that?
Well, it's intersubjective. We kind of talk among ourselves and sort of say, hey, what do you want? What do you want? And most people do want to have and understand that we live together and have to provide each other with some kind of functioning society. Because if you have a society where you go around throwing in prison just people that you don't like, you will basically have a society that is horrible to live in.
But functions fine.
But is horrible to live in.
But functions fine. Why is that wrong, though? Except that you don't like it.
Fine.
Sure.
There's a whole bunch of secular societies out there that function fine.
They can't even reproduce themselves, Mark. They can't even reproduce themselves.
And,
well, we could put them all on heroin and they would be much happier too, Mark.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I could just like you as the ultimate arbiter of all that is moral. You could just go like inject them with heroin. That would make them happy.
Yeah, so I can tell that you weren't paying attention to my introduction because greatest happiness principle is really talking about life satisfaction. And I don't know how you would be weird enough to argue that a person on heroin would have life satisfaction.
Who gets to determine what's life satisfaction?
Well, there's a number of metrics, as I showed you, that we understand.
Yeah, who determined those metrics? Who determined them?
What do you mean?
Who determined those metrics?
Well, the sciences involved.
Well, science didn't come up with metrics.
Psychiatrists. We went through all of this in the introduction. So it's basically people who studied it and, you know, basically studied it like we study anything and come up with, hey, what do people need to be happy? What do people need to be healthy?
So help me out.
What do people need to
Walk me through this.
Function in society?
If you
what does society overall need to actually function well?
And do you have to make presumptions for that, Mark?
Do I have to make presumptions?
That you could measure with science?
Some of them. What do you mean? It's so
well,
weird
like
that
for
you
instance,
ask that.
Mark, can you put a needle in my arm, take out my blood, and measure my happiness?
No.
No.
Why would you?
So how do you measure Andrew Wilson's happiness?
Can I put a needle in your arm, take out your blood, and measure your cholesterol?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a good place to start, right? That's a measure of healthiness, right?
Yeah, but that's not a measure of well-being. You're just presuming that. You see how that's a supposition?
You don't think being physically healthy is a measure of
that's
well-being?
A supposition, Mark. You're supposing that. You see how you're supposing that?
It.
Yeah. You're supposing it.
So you think that if somebody is incredibly ill, they are well?
Well, what does well mean?
You sound like Jordan Peterson, mate.
What
does well mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
What does mean? What does anything mean?
On,
Who
Mark.
knows?
It's
all up in the air.
Do you know
who knows what anything means?
Mark,
yes, well-being is the physical and psychological health of individuals and society. And that's basically it.
So the physical health.
Yes.
Okay. So this was obviously not physically healthy, right?
Correct.
Okay. You're going to outlaw it?
No, not necessarily. Do you smoke around your kids?
Sometimes when I'm outside.
Okay, so you subject your kids to carcinogens.
Yeah, well, when they're playing in the street, cars just subject them to way more carcinogens. But okay, Mark.
Oh, okay, so lump chemicals on top of that. Yeah, that's great.
I'm sure, Mark, that when they're outside and I'm smoking a cigarette, their health is at risk. But here's the thing: why aren't you going to outlaw this?
Where does it say in Christianity not to smoke around kids?
It doesn't. When are you going to outlaw this?
So where are you getting that from?
Getting what from?
Don't smoke around your kids inside.
I didn't say that. You said that. Mark, can you tell me why you're not going to outlaw this?
You smoke around kids. Should you smoke around your kids inside and subject them to carcinogens?
I don't give a shit if people smoke in their house with their kids. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Now, Mark, why aren't you going to outlaw cigarettes, even though they're obviously not conducive to the well-being of people by your own metric?
Because I don't believe in taking away people's choices if it only affects them.
So it's not just about
choice. They still get the choice whether to, if they want to skydive and it's slightly higher risk than just, driving everywhere, that's fine. As long as they're not harming anybody else, that's okay. But
I understand.
Sort of thing
Actually, I think I understand.
Throw them in prison.
Let me make sure.
Let's throw them in prison. That's obviously harming someone else.
Can I make sure that I got this right? So there's some things which you would not outlaw that you would give people the freedom to do, even though you would consider it harmful.
Well, it's only to you. I mean, if you want to destroy your own health, I don't care.
Got it. And you would make that kind of is that like a universal thing?
What do you mean?
Is that a universal, you're saying? If you want to harm yourself, as long as you're not harming me, it's okay for you to do it?
Well, I think there's sort of more and less harmful things. With cigarettes, some people smoke all their lives and they don't get cancer and they're totally
fine. Most of them don't, Mark. Most of them don't.
Well, sure. Some of them have problems with fitness. Some of them have problems with
and some of them don't.
Emphysema, and some of them don't. Right?
Yeah, some of them don't. Now, Mark, I got to ask you then: if you had two twin brothers and they were in an incestuous relationship, would you stop that?
Okay, there's a pivot to something completely.
No, we're talking about moral odds, Mark. If there was two twin brothers who were in an incestuous relationship, why? Can you demonstrate the harm?
Yeah, because there is a power dynamic in families, and
There's
it's
a
an
power
imbalance of
dynamic
power.
in non-incestuous relationships too, Mark.
Sure. Yeah, like in the workplace. Yeah.
Like everywhere. So I don't understand. How can you outlaw it just
Yeah.
based on a power dynamic? There's a power dynamic between me and my wife. You going to outlaw that too?
What do you mean?
I mean, there's a lopsided power dynamic between me and my wife. Are you going to outlaw us being married, Mark?
Well, maybe I should if you smoke around the kids.
Yeah, but let's assume I didn't smoke around my kids.
So
would you outlaw that, Mark?
If one of your kids got lung cancer from
what? Answer my fucking question, Mark. Stop pivoting, Mark.
I already did. I already did.
You didn't answer it, Mark. You didn't answer it.
Imbalance of power.
Yeah, but there's a power imbalance between me and my wife. Why does that get to be, but an incestuous relationship does not get to be, Mark?
When you're in a previous relationship where there is a power dynamic, like for instance, your boss and you at work, there's already a relationship with a power imbalance there, or between brother and sister.
So if I meet a woman who's less if I meet a woman who's less financially able than me, there's already a power dynamic there, Mark.
No, because do you think you have hang on, do you think you have a previous relationship with every woman?
Only the ones you have previous relationships with.
Yeah, so what you said is completely stupid. Then.
How?
Because I said if you have a previous relationship,
and I said if I had a previous relationship,
power dynamic.
Yeah. So if I had a previous relationship with a woman who had way less financial means than me, right? That would put the power in my corner, right? So you would outlaw those marriages.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No. I don't understand. How is it that you would outlaw an incestuous relationship between two brothers based on power?
You don't think there's a difference in relationship between some girl you've dated and your brother? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that,
I think you need help. I think you need a lot of help.
I'm saying that you need to demonstrate the imbalance and how normal imbalances in relationships somehow supersede that or don't supersede that. Explain it to me. Because it sounds very arbitrary. It sounds like you're just going to outlaw it because you just don't like it, Mark.
Well, it's just that those, like when you're in a family, you have a bonded relationship that is different than, like, do you see your brother as in the same kind of relationship as your wife? Do we need to get you help, Andrew?
All of the posturing isn't answering the question. Answer the question.
We need to get you help because you
so answer the question,
I'm worried
Mark.
about you and your brother. Seriously.
I want you to answer the question, though, Mark.
Do we need to send the police? Is this guy actually...
Yeah, call 1-800. The 911. I couldn't answer a question during a debate, so I called you. Answer the fucking question, Mark.
Yeah, that's not out there. I already have. It's been
What's the answer? Can you tell me what the answer was?
Yeah,
I know, but you haven't demonstrated it. What is it?
You have a previous relationship that is a familial relationship.
Mark,
it is a power dynamic.
Mark, every relationship has power dynamics, all of them.
How many people do you know that are involved in incestuous relationships are well?
Oh, you know what then, Mark? Let's
answer
do it this
the question,
way.
Andrew. Answer the question.
I don't know any people in incestuous relationships. I would assume all of them are unwell. But the thing is
all
like,
of them are unwell.
What's the accounting?
Why should we think that
what's your accounting for it, though, Mark? What's your accounting?
My moral stance, well, I'm trying to answer you. My moral stance is I go towards well-being. So if nobody who has ever had an incestuous relationship is well, and we both know that they're not.
Prove it.
Oh, you think they are?
Yeah, I want you to give me the proof.
Oh, you fucking sicko. What is wrong with you?
Can you prove it, Mark?
Yes, we study these people.
Then show me the proof, Mark.
Oh my God! Do I have to find a paper on the
Here's what you need to do.
Are harmful?
You need to show me the moral objection to, because I can find you a paper on how having a relationship with two HIV people is harmful. You ain't gonna outlaw that. You only arbitrarily want to.
Harmful.
You only, and this is not necessarily harmful. How could you demonstrate the harm? Let's say two brothers met each other. They didn't know each other for 30 years, and then they met each other at work. And they became attracted to each other and they started banging, Mark. Is that okay for you?
Just for your information, I'm going to put in the chat here a paper on why incest is actually harmful for people. So if my moral stance is that I go towards well-being and
smoking's harmful for people.
Harmful for your children, absolutely.
Okay, like, but these people can't have children. They can't have children, Mark. They can't have them.
You're changing the subject.
No, I'm not.
Harm other people,
I'm saying, how can you ban that? How can
harm
you ban
yourself
this?
all you want, but I do not want you harming.
They are only harming themselves, Mark.
You have a right.
Who are they harming except themselves?
Who? What? People
The
that are
incest
smoking?
brothers. Who are they harming except themselves?
They're harming each other and themselves. Yeah.
No, they're only themselves consensually. Same thing as me. And you say when I do this, it's fine, but when they do that, it's not. Why?
Yeah. Yeah, because they are not psychologically well. You do realize that we have exceptions for people who are in no state have a psychological issue, so they can't
There is
choose
no. Listen, you cannot
just
demonstrate
for your
every
information,
incest
I'm
person
going to
is
be putting
psychologically
into the
unwell.
chat a paper on this, so you can read it if you
Great.
want.
Yeah.
You can peruse it at your leisure. You can
Okay,
peruse it at your leisure.
So, Mark, you're still not. Yeah, I want you to understand what you just said. You just said that if Andrew Wilson smokes, that's fine because it's only harming him. And if it harms him, that's his decision. He's a grown up. He can make his own choice. When it comes, on the other hand, to two brothers engaging in incest, they're only harming themselves. They're grown men and can make their own choice. But you somehow say that you would outlaw it because it's harmful for them.
Do you smoke because you're psychologically unwell?
Maybe.
Incapable of making your own choice? Yeah.
I mean, psychologically unwell, maybe by your metrics, probably.
Then maybe we should put you away and get you some help if you can't. If you have psychological disorders that cause you to
like depression,
want to stop smoking, and
like depression.
can't.
Would depression be a psychological order? Should be locked up for, Mark?
What do you mean? No.
No. So, but when you say psychologically unwell, that doesn't really tell me much. It could just be depression, right? Wouldn't that be psychologically unwell?
I don't understand your point.
My point is that it seems, again, that you're making an arbitrary threshold breaker. You say, me smoke cigarette, that's fine. Andrew damage himself, that's fine. If he smokes
I don't think it's fine.
If he smokes because he wants to, yes, it's fine. You're not going to do any move to outlaw it, right? Okay, so
you're
then
getting
fine.
confused between moral oughts and legal systems, and you have been all debate.
You're
because
so
something
right.
is immoral doesn't mean that.
You're so right. Let's move to morality.
As illegal.
Is it immoral for me to smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
Is it immoral for me to eat a cheeseburger?
Is it immoral to eat a cheeseburger? No.
Is it immoral for me to eat a donut?
You might be more morally virtuous if you have a better health and if you're taking care of children. But
how come it's immoral to smoke a cigarette but not eat a donut?
Well, some things are moral necessities and some things are moral virtues. Some things, if you kill somebody, obviously, that's a moral necessity.
Well, I don't know. That doesn't seem that obvious to me.
But on the other hand, there's moral virtues. Like if you give a lot of money to charity, well, that's a virtue. But nobody, it's not like you're immoral if you don't give all your money to charity.
Stuff virtuous,
so we
Mark?
make this. What do you mean? I've been telling you about well-being all this time.
Yeah, I know, but what actually makes it virtuous? That you just think it's like
it's
how
good
come it's
for your well-being.
Yeah. But lots of things
good for others' well-being. Giving to charity is good for others' well-being.
Sure. So but what if I went out and I fried ants with a magnifying glass because I thought it was really funny, right? Is that bad for my well-being?
Well, I'm a secular humanist, not a secular antist.
Is that bad for my well-being, though, Mark?
Is it bad for your well-being?
Yeah.
Not by itself, no. But if you do harm animals,
smoking a cigarette.
I don't know your life. You might be going out there harming animals. It may be a
I think it's fun. I shoot random like bullfrogs and shit. I think it's funny.
Happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So maybe we should have you checked out for psychopathy.
Psychopathy doesn't exist, Mark.
Do you feel a sense of
psychopathy doesn't exist, Mark?
Who told you that?
Show it to me in any DSM ever.
Psychopathy?
Yeah. It does not exist. It's not an actual diagnosis, dummy. Psychopathy doesn't exist. It's not in the DSM anywhere.
It is a
You just made it the fuck up, Mark. You heard it in Hollywood, and so you repeated it because you didn't know. Go ahead, Mark.
It's a symptom.
No, it's not a symptom. There's no such thing as psychopathy. You made it the fuck up. Yeah, Mark, you made it up.
You don't think that?
Oh shit! It just clicked, didn't it? It just clicked, didn't it? Mark.
Sociopathy.
Mark.
What are you talking about?
So wait, I'm sorry. You can diagnose people as sociopaths?
Not me, but other people can. Yes.
Can you show me what that diagnosis is?
Yeah. So the actual umbrella term that is in the DSM is antisocial personality.
Because you can't diagnose people as psychopaths, can you?
So
Mark?
it is. psychopathy is one of the it's not an official term, but it's description.
It's not a term at all. You made it up. You made it up.
Hey,
you made it up.
Interrupt constantly.
You made it up,
basically, it's antisocial personality disorder.
Which means what?
Are you joking?
No.
So you know that antisocial personality disorder is in the DSM.
Sure.
But did I make that one up as well?
Didn't say you did. I said, what is it?
So psychopathy, okay, so it's, a lack of empathy and remorse, manipulation, deceitfulness, egocentricity and grandeur. There's a lot of different symptoms to it, but it's basically a lack of being able to empathize and understand people and your social peers around you.
Okay, got it. So if it's the case, Mark, this antisocial umbrella, is it the case that in order for us to make these sort of diagnoses about if somebody's having antisocial behavior is because we look at the norms in society and say, okay, most people don't act like this, so therefore there's probably something wrong with you? Isn't that actually how we go about doing that, Mark, when it's all said and done?
No, we understand neurology. So mirror neurons
neurology
fire when you look at other people and you see what they're doing. These mirror neurons are what causes empathy.
No, you would be able to cure it then, Mark. You can't cure it.
When you actually see somebody else making a feeling.
Neurologists can't isolate.
You manage it. Can you stop interrupting?
Mark, you're wrong.
So when these mirror neurons
I can't stop interrupting,
fire,
Mark.
Gentlemen,
it basically...
I do want to just interrupt because I think some folks have wondered if you're able to tie this in the weeds type point back to the main question.
Yeah, I can do that very quickly. So the reason I asked this question is because Mark is giving this arbitrary standard.
Can I finish what I was saying before?
He just asked me to tie it in.
He asked me to tie it in. Who did you ask to tie it in, James?
Frankly, either of you, I think people are just losing foot on how it relates to the big question of the title.
It's getting stuck in the weeds, but the problem is that Andrew will not talk about where.
I'll tell you what. Let's do 1 minute. Let's do 1 minute responses. Otherwise,
I'm not interrupting. You are.
No, Andrew. Mark, you are too, Mark.
Well, it's fine to.
No, that is your MO. That is your
okay.
tactic.
Whatever you say,
what
Mark.
You do.
Yeah, whatever you say, Mark. But anyway, well, then why not do 1 minute?
Whatever I say, I won the debate. Look at that.
We'll go with.
You didn't wear the best wig contest.
You were wanting to explain how this particular question ties back to the title.
Are you sure I have permission from Mark to do that?
Mark, is that okay?
Are you sure,
right,
Mark?
1 minute, go ahead.
I grant.
Oh, Phil,
how would I ever?
The
magnificence of
thank you, your benevolence. So, as I was pointing out, what we've established here so far in this debate is that if I say I'm the ultimate arbiter of morality, Mark's defense is so is he. That's it. That's it. So all we're doing is applying. If you take God out of the equation, let's just say you take God completely out of the equation, Christians are actually fucking delusional, right? We're just delusional. We believe in this God, this God character, and that's where we derive our moral oughts from. Even if we're wrong, we can't be any more wrong than him. Because the truth of the matter is that if it all really just is coming down to our preference, that's all it's coming down to for Mark too. It's just his preference. He thinks that his preference is best for society. So I said, okay, that's fair. If your preference and my preference is both what's best for society, but yours is better because of the outcomes, he said so because he's a utilitarian, right? Then how come you can't tell me why I can smoke a cigarette, can't smoke a cigarette, or shouldn't smoke a cigarette, ought not smoke a cigarette, because this is harmful to me? You wouldn't outlaw it, but you would outlaw same-sex incestuous relationships. And why would that be the case? It makes no sense.
1 minute for Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so I'm not the ultimate arbiter of morality. I simply decide the meta-ethical goal that I will go towards, which is human well-being. Apart from that, I don't get to decide what's good for humans and bad for humans.
Who does?
We really study it with... Are you just going to interrupt still?
We have to give Mark a chance. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Nice work. So I don't decide that. We study it with science and then determine what is good for people and what is bad for people. I'm not the ultimate arbiter in any way, shape, or form. And we agree on this in society. And it's sort of what our needs are ubiquitous. I won't say they're universal, but most people believe that our needs are ubiquitous. And antisocial personality disorder is very destructive and in the DSM and is terrible for society. Most murderers do have some schizophrenia or antisocial personality disorder. So this whole thing about like why I wouldn't outlaw smoking, thinking? Well, no. I mean, if you need some freedom to be able to enjoy what you enjoy, if that's a risk to you, well, you might be happy to take on the risk. It doesn't mean I'm going to outlaw it. But if you're doing things to
10
harm
seconds.
others, then yeah, I probably would. And we know the psychological harms of incest and having a familial relationship, so that is a problem. But you still won't tell me where your morals come from. You're just saying, hey, I go to myself, which I know is not the case, because that would not
Pick
make
it
you a
back
Christian.
to Andrew.
I don't understand. I can argue Christianity being good for society and not even be a Christian, Mark. Did you know that? I could. And so the thing is, it's like none of that. And where I draw my morality from, I was even willing in the best faith to cede that Christians are delusional, and still the outcomes for society by following Christian ethics are better. And then I gave you an example, which you still haven't answered to. You still haven't actually answered the question as to what is actually harmful between two consenting adults having sex with each other because they're related if they can't have children. You haven't answered that. You just give me this arbitrary, like, well, because I think it causes them harm. But you think cigarettes cause harm, but I can smoke. That makes no sense. Also, your argument's circular anyway, Mark. I'm not the ultimate arbiter of morality. Some scientist somewhere that I imbue with my faith, they're the ultimate arbiters of morality. No, not really them. Consensus. No, not really consensus. The scientist. No, not really them. Ultimately, it comes down to me and my preferences and my preference for. It's just this giant circle of you moving the goalpost over and over and over again. You have no accounting for anything that's moral. You're only looking at outcomes. Who cares if I'm fucking delusional? Show me how Christian outcomes in society are worse than secular outcomes. Show me.
Time, Mark.
Okay, so Christianity, like, he hasn't given any reasons really why Christianity is good for society besides this slippery slope of, oh, the population's suddenly going to vanish out of existence. The whole thing of some scientist somewhere, no, that's a mischaracterization. It's not some scientist somewhere. It is a body of knowledge that we built up over multiple generations. It is a constant work to find out what is actually good and what is bad. And that's where Wilson goes, well, show me that something like antisocial disorder actually exists. Well, there's people that study that and they're in disagreement. I'm sure that, I wouldn't imagine that Wilson's got his PhD in psychology anytime soon at all. So it's not some scientist somewhere, it's a consensus. They don't tell us what to do with that information that they produce. They produce all kinds of information. They don't tell us what to do. They don't tell us, hey, this is how the universe works and we should go to the moon. That is something we decide on top of that. And so secular humanists decide that we want a healthy, happy world, and that's what we decide. Andrew Wilson says, well, he doesn't have to be a Christian to argue it, but he's not arguing for Christianity. He's just sort of saying, hey, I don't understand. I'm going to pretend not to understand what you're saying. I want to pretend and mischaracterize everything you're saying. Christianity, because population, that's it. It's a ridiculous argument, and he hasn't actually given any reason for Christianity.
1 minute for Andrew.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The argument here is very simple. Whether or not Mark can demonstrate how secular humanism is actually better for society than Christian ethics. It's very simple. Here's what Mark has determined for you, right? Andrew's delusional because he believes in this fictitious God character. Sure, I'll even see that the possibility of that is true. I'll just cede it for the purpose of the debate, which I've done multiple times. He keeps on asking me where I get the odd, but without God, just get it from me, just like he does. He says it doesn't come from him. But that's just moving the goalpost again. Do you see? He says, no. I move it to the scientists because they're scientists. Therefore, they're imbued with me giving them the imbuement of them being the arbiters of all of my morality, right? Just like that God character for us, right? He's imbuing them with the authority to give him what he needs to make these ought claims for society. That's fair. You can even do that. I'm even willing to cede that. So let's look at the effects of both. Well, I give you a great effect. The secularist nations can't reproduce themselves. You know what Marx said? We could just immigrate people in and replace the domestic population. Well, brilliant. Brilliant. I'm sure, Mark, that the Japanese would love it and the South Koreans would love it if you would just immigrate in brand new populations so that these 2,000-year-old cultures go fucking extinct because, it's all about human flourishing, and this is just a doomsday scenario. Doesn't address it. Gave him a state of emergency from South Korea. Give him the same state of emergency from Japan. This is, by the way, the alarm bells have been ringing everywhere on this for the last 5 years. Won't address it at all. In fact, Mark even says it's the religious who are going to be the ones who reproduce those and move out those societies. It's what's hilarious.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so if you want to know why secular humanism better, we can just look at the things that Andrew is promoting here. I mean, you don't have a fear of hell. You don't have religious trauma, which is a big deal. People have actually been traumatized by religion and having these things pushed on them. You wouldn't have high control religions like, for instance, the Worldwide Church of God, or these horrible cults that actually, people literally drink the Kool-Aid. I'm sure Wilson would be right in there. These religious fights between all of these denominations, you wouldn't have that either. And he says, oh, we believe this God character. Wait, I thought you were delusional, Andrew. It suddenly changed. Yep. What happened to bearing false witness? Oh, it's out the door. Doesn't care. Yeah, no, it's all good. The Japanese do have problems with overcrowding and housing. So, yes, there is a problem. The crisis isn't what you think it is. It's caring for the elderly because we don't have enough people to do so. It's not actually what you think it is. And the whole idea that this will continue forever is just silly. It's silly. The population is still growing. So that's not even a characterization. And I might point out that without Christianity, we don't have this doomsday mentality of, oh, the world is gonna end.
And we'll do, let's see, Mark had the very first word. We'll wrap up with this last 1 minute from Andrew, then we're going to jump into the Q&A. So folks, if you happen to have questions, we've got a good number of them already, but otherwise submit them via Super Chat. Those are read first. Otherwise, standard chat with tagging Modern Day Debate. Andrew, floor is all yours for 1 minute.
It's so weird. He said, there's a fear of hell. Oh, so you mean that the things that you do in this life actually matter and you'll be held to account for them? And people fear that. And so they avoid that by doing things that would land them in hell? Whereas opposed to your system, which is you just go to avoid. So nothing you do here actually does matter. And so if you were to be a serial killer and kill a bunch of people, who cares? You just go into the void, right? How is that a better enforcement for society than hell? It's not. How is it a better enforcement for society to say there's no otherworldly consequences to what you even do on this planet, Mark? How do you use hell as some type of entailment for bad because it operates as a social enforcement mechanism? That's stupid. He also says, oh, the denominations will fight. They fight. The secularists fight nonstop. Secular humanists fight with other secularists. Secular humanists fight with themselves constantly, right? They have councils who can't agree on anything. They fight constantly. You think that just because if you were to remove religion tomorrow, you think that these people would just not fight with each other about what they thought? Give me a break.
With that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. I want to say, folks, thanks so much for your questions. We're going to read through these as fast as possible. Other quick housekeeping, as I mentioned, pinned at the top of the chat, David Wood and Daniel Haqiqatjou debate in person on August 3rd in Youngstown, Ohio. This is free for the public. I'll be there personally to moderate it. It's at the Seek, Share, and Truth conference, linked in the description box, as well as at the top of the chat, and other stuff coming up. Very relevant. Destiny, if you are in the Los Angeles area, you can debate Destiny on our new Outnumbered series with 5 versus 1, Tuesday, August 5th. That's in Los Angeles. As I had mentioned, shoot an email to moderndaydebate@gmail.com and shoot an email to moderndaydebate@gmail.com in case you want to debate this gentleman at the bottom right. Andrew Wilson will be in Chicago August 8th. If you would like to debate him, if you would like to fix his wagon, this is your chance in Chicago on August 8th. You can do it in person in our new Outnumbered 5-on-1 series. Email moderndaydebate@gmail.com. With that, we're going to jump into this first question.
Do you mind if I just point of order? Sorry, do we get a conclusion just to wrap up to
after the super chats? I think usually.
Oh, that's after super chats. Okay, sure.
We can do that. Let's do the super chats, and then we'll do that at the end. Dwayne
sure,
Burke,
no problem at all. No problem at all.
Thanks for your kind words, Dwayne Burke. Appreciate it, brother. And Cabu says, no, the KKK were Satanists. They say that the KKK were Satanists, not Christians.
They had like a manifesto based upon God and, the position of, black people in God's plan. Like, I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, gee, Mark, I guess nobody could ever adapt religious symbolism for bad things like the Nazis did.
Do you think the KKK were Satanists?
I think that they used perverse symbolism to advocate anti-Christian beliefs. Yes.
Well, do you think they claim to be Christian?
Yeah, but I think that you can also make the case. You can make the case that anybody can claim that they're anything. Men can claim that they're women, can't they, Mark? Does that make them women?
Oh,
Does
sorry.
that make them women?
I just stopped listening after
Mark,
you said
does
that they
it
were
does it make
Christian.
a man a woman if he says he is?
Yeah, I just stopped listening after you said they were Christian.
Why won't you answer the question, Mark?
Because it's got nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah, it does. It just shows that you can identify as whatever you want. It doesn't mean that you're that thing. There's specific criteria for these
they're
things.
women, yeah.
They are women?
Yes.
The men who declare that they're women are women, right, Mark?
Sorry?
This one.
So hang on, I just want one more quick follow-up, just real quick. Mark, is Matt Dillahunty gay? Does he engage in homosexual sex?
Was for me. I think this question was for me. So Andrew, are you doing a no true Christian? Is that what you're doing?
Oh, you mean a no true Scotsman fallacy? No, I think there's specific criteria for being a Christian.
So what is the specific criteria?
Well, I think you would have to start
not being a Christian.
Yeah, so I think you'd have to start with the fact that many of them did not adopt the Nicene Creed, and the Nicene Creed would be the first category. Because I just told you there would be specific criteria for the identification of a thing, just like there is for a sports fan. What's a sports fan, Mark?
Why do you
is that just someone who likes? Is that just like someone who likes sports?
Why do you get to decide what a Christian is? I thought you weren't a Christian this debate.
Well, I'm sorry, Mark. If that's the case, then you can't decide what one is either.
No, I just take whoever says, "Hey, I'm a Christian," that they're a Christian.
Oh, okay. So then you just take me at face value when I say I'm a hippopotamus?
No.
Oh, okay.
This one coming in from, do appreciate
Although I wouldn't be surprised.
This one is from Bubblegum Gun. Says, Christians held us in the dark ages for centuries. Communists, atheists want to drag us back to it. Maybe the truth is a position that rejects both atheism and Christianity.
You mean take that one, Wilson?
Yeah. Well, what would that position be?
Agnostic.
No, agnostic doesn't necessarily reject Christianity.
It basically withholds.
So it's not. That's not rejecting it. It doesn't reject it. Atheism rejects religion. Period. It rejects it. Agnosticism does not do that.
Well, how do you reject both atheism and religion?
That's what I just asked. that's what my question was. What would that be? I'm sure there could be a system like that. I just can't think of it off the top of my head.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Made by Jim Bob says, Mark, is child abuse objectively wrong under secularism? And if so, why?
Well, secular humanism. Maybe you didn't have the characters to type it, Jim Bob. So it's because, that is obviously not good for the well-being of the child. Absolutely, like one of the worst things you can do for the well-being of the child. So it is objective, but only in virtue of well-being being the thing that you're after.
So you make up the non-objective standard, and then you say everything is objective in comparison to the non-objective standard. Right.
We kind of agree on the standard. Yeah, I think that most people would agree that human well-being, their families, their countries, is actually important.
So but Mark, do you see if it's a non-objective standard and then you create an objective standard to the non-objective standard, then it would be then it would be not objectively true that abusing a child is wrong, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So abusing a child's not objectively wrong, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You got it. This one
Can you show me it's subjectively wrong?
What's that, Mark?
Can you show me it's subjectively wrong?
Mark, I would never. Me is the ultimate arbiter of morality. Everything I say is what's objectively wrong or right. I think it's objectively wrong. So you're just going to dodge the question
by misrepresenting your own position. Interesting.
Mark, I've been representing my whole position the entire time. I have taken the role of the delusion. I've accepted. I've seen the light that I'm delusional. But how, even if I'm delusional, if I want all of my policies enforced on society, you never did demonstrate why that would be wrong, Mark.
Oh, never once. Because people under delusions, while it may be comforting in the short term, it often leads to bad consequences. Like, for instance, ignoring that you have to actually preserve the planet because you think that your imaginary friend is going to come down and save you.
Do you believe secular humanism is true?
Do you have an imaginary friend?
No. Do you believe secular humanism is true?
I thought you were delusional, so you don't believe in God at all.
What are you talking about? I just said even if
Are
I
you
accepted
bearing
that was a
false
delusion.
witness, Andrew? Are
No, of
you
course not.
bearing false
Now,
witness?
Mark,
Oh, so
can
you're
you answer
telling
my
the
question
truth, or are
now?
you just lying
I
completely?
just answered your question. I adopted a position for the purposes of a debate. That's how you do logical
Which
debate.
you're now
Mark,
breaking.
I didn't
Now,
break
which you're
anything.
now breaking.
I never broke
you have
anything.
multiple times during
I
this.
literally
yes.
never broke anything. I adopted the
Yeah.
position that I'm willing to accept for the position of the debate that I was a delusional Christian, just so you could show me how Christianity is bad for society.
No, the
and you
reason why
couldn't, Mark.
the reason why Wilson adopts this position is because he
you can't
cannot
falsify
actually
it.
defend his own. So, unable to defend his own position, he adopts one that he doesn't actually
Was
hold
the debate
in order
about whether
to
or not
take
God
the
was real?
focus off the fact that he can't actually answer any questions about his own religion.
Yeah.
He just goes, no, I'm going to adopt yours so I don't have to defend mine. I just want to point that out.
Hang on, Mark. The opposite,
Yes.
actually. It's actually the opposite is true.
Oh,
so what
really?
I said, so what I said specifically, very specific about this, okay? For the purpose of the debate, I'm willing to grant to you that everything I believe is wrong so that we can see the societal effects. And you can prove to me that the societal effects of Christianity are bad. Even if I wasn't a Christian, you should be able to fucking do that, Mark.
Yeah, which I did.
When? Where?
Oh, like all of the atrocities that I brought. But I'm not going over the mountain of evidence that I
show
have
us
again.
shit, bro. Nothing.
We'll jump to the next one.
Wow.
But folks, in case you missed that, reminder to hit that subscribe button earlier, as we'll have many juicy videos, including the one at the bottom right with Andrew in Chicago in person coming out on Modern Day Debate. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss it. I'm going to hit that subscribers only chat mode in just a sec so you don't miss out on videos like that one. With
James, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Imagine being so good faith that you're actually willing, if your opponent says your position is completely false, to literally grant that to them. To literally grant to them, you're right, my position is totally false. Now to the meat of the thing we're talking about, can you show me your social prescriptions being better now that I've granted my entire worldview is false? And they still can't fucking do it, and they say that you are the one who's being bad. Can you even imagine the cognitive dissonance of a moron who does that?
Yes, I mean, I know that is moronic, because the problem is that if you are a delusional, crazy person putting out there that, hey, you should follow this imaginary friend because he's going to come and take you away into a fantasy land, it's really bad in the long run for people, society, because you are going to charge towards that doomsday situation like a fucking lemming and then just throw yourself off that cliff because you don't care about people. You only care about yourself. You only care about your delusion. That's all you care about.
Okay, well,
and in the long run, people with delusions will get themselves into all kind of trouble. That's why we have to lock them away. So you taking this position is like saying, don't listen to me. I'm a crazy guy. I have an imaginary friend. I've got nothing to say. I am absolutely out of my mind. Well, I agree with you. I actually agree with you.
This is hilarious. Imagine saying, I have a subjective standard that I just believe because I want to, and then make objective empirical claims against this thing that I made up. And I'm not delusional. You're delusional because you believe in something that doesn't exist. So does this fucking idiot. He literally made up a standard. This fucking moron made up a standard that he literally admitted is totally made up and then makes empirical claims on his made up standard and says, I'm delusional.
Why are you calling me names? Why are you calling me names?
That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard, Mark. I'm delusional. You do the same thing I'm doing.
Why are you calling me names? Do you want to throw some more out there? Hey, Oily? Hey, Smokestack, do you want to throw some more names out there?
Yeah, Baldy, Uncle Fester.
All right, we're gonna
we can keep going all day, bro.
We're gonna jump to the next one.
Nice one, Grease Pit. What are you talking about?
Nice one, Flat Top. Nice one, Cue Ball.
Yeah, good one, Curly.
All right.
Okay, now it's kind of
getting
fun. But wait, now it's kind of getting fun. Now it's
suck on that stick, mate. Suck on that stick.
I'll suck on this. We all know what you and Matt Dillahunty suck on.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Manga Fan Dan says, Mark, is it true secular humanists? They say, Mark, is it true that secular humanists want us to be cyborgs?
Not necessarily. No. That's people who are I can't remember the name of. That is something different. It's not necessarily that is a bad thing, but we have not actually come to a conclusion over whether that is good or bad. Like, I think that a secular humanist would say, if that is bad for the well-being of humans, we absolutely should not do it. If it is good for the well-being of humans, then maybe we should do it. So this is where, you know, I don't know, because apparently Wilson is not a Christian today, so I don't know where he gets the things that he says. Apparently he's just deciding today. And I might add, it's not due to any kind of charity that he's decided not to sort of defend Christianity. It is merely just
I did defend Christianity.
Dodge.
What do you mean?
Dodge.
Well, wait. I'm sorry. Andrew, God not real. So you're delusional. Okay, I'll just grant that for you then. And then we'll see if the social effects for you are any better. That's bad faith. That's bad faith that you actually grant the very position that I'm trying to demonstrate in order to show me the foolhardiness of mine.
Delusional person.
Because,
why would we listen
because
to a delusional
Mark,
person?
if I'm listening to my imaginary friend, then you're listening to an arbitrary metric you made the fuck up and then empirically make objective standards against it.
I didn't make up human
Then you just have faith in the people who did.
Do you think I made up human health? Do you think
I think that you have faith in people who make up standards that they can't.
You don't think human health is a standard?
A standard for what, though?
What do you mean a standard for what? It's human health.
Yeah, but what is it a standard for?
So here's the dishonesty. Wilson also already granted that you can tell how healthy a human is, that it's measurable. And now he wants to go, oh, we just made up human health.
Those aren't the standards that you're after. Your
out there in the ether. It's not a thing.
Are made up.
I made it up, just like I made up antisocial personality disorder. Yeah, I made it up.
Yeah, ought we follow human health?
Ought we follow human health?
Yeah, ought we make people as healthy as possible? Ought we do that?
What, against their will?
Just period.
There's a whole lot in there. You can't just sort of force people
How about this?
What you
ought
want.
We do anything ever? Ought we do at least something?
Yes.
Okay, if we ought at least do something, whatever your grounding is for that ought is made the fuck up. You're making it up out of thin air.
No.
It's literally axiomatic.
Human well-being isn't something that's just made up. It is something that exists.
Any ought you have is made up.
Subscribing to that is basically saying, hey, yeah, I'm going to work towards that. It's not just made up.
Any ought you have is made up.
The fact that I select it is not, obviously that's my stance, that's my subjective opinion. But so
you have a fake standard and then you just believe it. See how that works?
It's not a fake standard.
Yes, it's totally fake.
Opted for.
It's the one you've opted for.
If I go to the store and choose this coffee cup, I select this coffee cup. My stance is that I want a good coffee cup, and I select this one. Is this coffee cup made up?
Only if you say I ought to buy it, and then give whatever that reason is. It's going to be made up.
Is the coffee cup made up?
Yeah, but I never said the coffee cup wasn't.
Oh, it is made up. Oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, what a philosopher. Oh, amazing.
No, the coffee cup exists in material reality.
Exactly. Then why are you saying human health doesn't exist?
I'll tell you what. Steel man my argument. Steel man my argument, and I'll steel man yours.
You're basically saying that because I have a stance on what I want to work towards, any ought that I ascribe to that is basically made up out of the blue and arbitrary because the original goal is made up. That's your steel man.
Yeah, no, hang on. Almost.
We'll clarify and then I'll explain what I mean.
Yeah, what my point is you have no stance independent reason for an ought. Do you understand that? No stance independent reason for an ought. Therefore, anything which you ought do is based on your stance, which means you made it the fuck up, Mark.
No, the reason why is because I select human well-being.
I'll give you the last word, Mark,
it means
we gotta go to the next question.
Yeah, sure. It's just this is a total mischaracterization. I'm not saying that it's an objective moral system. I'm saying that because I work towards human well-being, and you admitted this yourself, if I chop off somebody's head, it's obviously bad for human well-being, and that isn't stance dependent. That isn't something that I go, I think it is this.
Yes, it is stance dependent.
I think that human well-being will be increased by, putting cyanide in everybody's food. That is not the case. So you're absolutely wrong.
The second you say I ought not chop somebody's head off, it's a stance dependent reason, isn't it?
It's a stance dependent meta-ethical
reason
framework.
So stance dependent reason. And so if that's the case, you can't give us anything other than because I don't fucking want you to. So the second you say that I'm empirically deriving data from this thing, Mark, you made that fucking thing up.
We must go to the next one. Mark, if you want to, I told you I'd give you the last word. If you want to, like a super
Yeah,
pithy,
please.
just put like
Yeah,
literally like
so
10 seconds. Because
I
you
didn't
guys,
make up human well-being. All of these things exist. Human well-being, oppression, all of these things exist in the world. If I want to make my goal to be to build a house, that's not made up either. It's just, he wants to characterize it like this because he wants it to be
we have
completely
to go to the next
arbitrary, and
one.
it's not completely arbitrary.
We
It's
do, folks.
completely
We
arbitrary, in
also want to
fact.
mention
Completely.
there's a
Totally
Do I
go.
get the
arbitrary.
last
There's
word,
a
or is
there's a
Andrew Wilson just going
there's
to?
a
No, I thought we
go
both got
fund
closing
me.
statements.
We
Oh,
hold
this
on
is
a
your
sec.
closing statement.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
fantastic!
This
You're
I
done.
thought
Then.
that's what we were getting into, was closing
no,
statements.
no. That was the
That,
cue. That was
wow,
the
what a
cue.
Oh,
I'm
lie!
okay,
giving
sorry.
him the last word on that question
What a
because the question
lie!
was originally for him. What I want to do is, folks, if you happen to have a question, you can also, if you put a donation in at the GoFundMe pinned at the top of the live chat, that's where we'll be using those cameras that we are fundraising for the upcoming Andrew Wilson in-person debate. So do put your donation in there, no matter what amount you give. We will read your question. Just tag me in the live chat. Say, hey, James, like I just made a donation to the GoFundMe. We appreciate that because YouTube does not take 40% out of that, which is awesome. And we will read your question no matter how long it is, or maybe it's like a long number of sentences, but don't go crazy with it. Just let me know if you put in a donation at the GoFundMe pinned at the top of the live chat right now, as that is a huge priority for us. We're 82% of the way. This one coming in from Evangelist. As a former real atheist, I would run circles around Mark. He's fake, like a teenager that says, quote, I don't believe in no God, but likes to play with all the toys of a God worldview, such as morality and logic.
Yeah, morality isn't exclusive to religion. It is something that is the code of conduct accepted by all rational people in a society. It isn't something that's exclusive to religion, nor would any philosopher say so. The idea that you were a real atheist, yeah, I've heard that one before, but hey, let's just assume you are. Let's just grant that you were. Like, run rings around me. You didn't even give a single argument there. Like, you didn't actually sort of counter anything that I had to say.
Hey, that whole have to base it on rationality and reason, and that's where all the oughts come from. Are any of those oughts independent of your stance, Mark? They exist outside of your own personal stance? Any of those oughts?
What do you mean?
When you ought do something, do you have any stance independent reason why anybody ought do anything?
Are you just going back to the previous thing we were on? Like,
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you because you just said that.
Yeah, because we got in the weeds, and I was told
do you
that I'd
have
get
a
the final
stance
word, and I
independent
still
reason?
didn't get the final word, and now you're trying to get an extra word on
Well, wait,
top.
that was on the last super chat. I could talk on this one, Mark. Do you have a stance independent reason for any ought? Any?
A stance independent reason? No.
Okay. Then it's just made up bullshit, bro.
Doesn't mean it's arbitrary, doesn't mean it's made up bullshit.
Okay, well then I'm sorry, what system?
Human health is not made up, and the reasons why we can know that whether something is healthy and something is not healthy is not arbitrary either. You're just trying to make it seem arbitrary because
all of your oughts are arbitrary.
Where you get your morality from, where it comes from, and why you follow it.
It comes from you.
Because God says, I just want to follow my morality.
Because Mark
You're
says.
An imaginary friend.
Because Mark says.
You are. Look, and I don't know why I'd listen to a delusional person anyway.
I don't know why I'd listen to a delusional person who says they could get an ought from themselves.
Let's go to the next one.
That's the pinnacle of delusion,
Jeff?
you fucking idiot.
And it's not just myself, and I know this.
It's just you. You just said it is.
James, can I have the final word? Because it seems like
you just said it's you have no stance independent reasons. You're the ultimate arbiter of morality, Mark. You.
I do want to give in.
Well, it's not just my stance. The thing is, it's intersubjective. It is agreed upon between a whole bunch of people that we want the best for our society. For
Could those people be wrong and you be right?
Hey, can you not interrupt, Andrew?
No, I need you to answer the question I asked.
Could you mute Andrew for a second? Because
no.
Like,
okay, what I need here is, gentlemen, I do need to be. We have a lot of questions to go through.
All right. I'll be brief.
Angry at me if we don't get through some of these, and I do.
You seem very upset, Mark.
Oh, you're a gem, sir. You are such a gem.
I know.
The challenge, oppression, hatred.
I bet you're regretting that I got out of bed this morning.
No, both so Christian. I love
so atheist.
Okay, so we have to jump into the next one. So I do want to, if there is a challenge to either one of you, I typically want to give that person the last word, because otherwise it's like the super chat challenging, guy X, and then guy Y jumps on guy X as well. So that's why oftentimes these super chats are for Mark, or I want to give Mark the last word. And so, you guys, I need you to work with me on this because you've got a lot of questions. This one coming in from Jeff Klein says, the second a moral anti-realist agrees there is at least one thing in existence which remains unchanging, their entire worldview is defeated. Just one. That's the exact same from last week. Mark, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, I don't know what would be unchanging. I don't know what that would be. Everything in the
Math.
universe seems to be in a flux of change.
Math.
Nothing seems to change at all.
Does math
except for
change?
perhaps James, can you just mute him again? If he won't actually shut the fuck up, could you just mute him? Like, seriously, this is getting ridiculous.
Does math change though?
Shut up, Andrew. Andrew, shut up.
Andrew, let's at least
Like,
let him
seriously.
finish.
All right.
Is that
All right.
and
Yes.
then, because it is kind of like if you're speaking over each
You
other.
do
All right,
know
all right.
we didn't start with calculus, you idiot. You know calculus
So
we made up.
So calculus didn't exist. We made it up. So it could change, right?
Do you
So
know
it
who
can
made
change?
it up? Newton.
Calculus can change?
Well, we can add to it, sure. But you
Well,
said
can
math.
calculus
Math.
change? Can
It's
2
an
plus
abstraction.
Can 2 plus 2 equal
Can
5?
we stop this guy because he will not
You
shut
just asked
up.
me a question, fucker. Can 2 plus 2
All
equal
right.
5? Mark,
My
ever.
question was, do you know
Can 2 plus 2
that
equal
we
5?
made that up?
No, we didn't make it up. Can 2 plus 2 equal 5?
Well, is
Ever?
that the same in every universe?
There's more than one universe?
I don't know. Is there?
Well, then what do you mean? What can in the universe can 2 plus 2 ever
So-
equal anything but 5?
Everything seems to be in a state of change. There may be some abstractions that we keep the same, but without minds which die off and seem to end, there are no constants that we're aware of that will be constant from the start of the universe to the end of the universe to anything that may happen to be beyond the universe. We don't know. So I don't
Mark,
know
can 2 plus 2
anything that
equal
is
5?
unchanging throughout, the entire
This one,
cosmos.
okay, gentlemen,
I just want to answer to my question. Yes or no?
Yeah, move on. It's not your time to ask questions.
Yeah, it is my-
Andrew.
Okay, we're going to the next question. Red Fox says, Mark, you need to read David Hume. You can not conflate a descriptive and prescriptive statement. Next time, just concede the point.
Ought from an is.
I'm not getting an ought from an is, and I'm not conceding, like making a prescription based upon a statement of fact. It's an if statement. It's if you care about human well-being, then this is what we should do to promote human being. It's an ought from an if. I don't prescribe because human well-being is a thing that you have to pay attention to it. You have to follow it. No, that's not what I'm doing. So it's not a problem under Hume's guillotine.
This is from AJ Anderson. Says to both Andrew and Mark, is it okay to be white? If not, is it okay to be black?
Yeah, it's fine to be white.
It's fine to be black. Is it fine to be black, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. We agreed on something. Awesome.
And you both agree that it's okay to be white?
Yeah.
Sure.
Tristan Sartain says, if you look at a population graph of the world, we didn't hit 1 billion until 1804. Why do we need to hit replacement levels when, for most of human history, we haven't been this full?
Excellent question, and I will explain it to you. There was a book written by stupid secularists called The Population Bomb.
Oh, books don't count anymore. That's basically what happens. He doesn't agree with the book, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, then. Sorry, Andrew. I thought I could just interrupt you whenever you wanted and not let you talk. That's what you've been doing. Is that fair?
Do you see me spurging?
Is that fair?
Do you see me spurging?
Is that
about
fair?
It? Do you see
no,
me
is this
spurging
fair?
about it? What's
I
fair?
see you just don't not continuing. What aren't you trying to say something? Are you trying to say something?
Mark,
what are you trying to say?
I be fair?
Have you lost
it?
Have you lost it? What?
Ought I be fair?
Yeah, it's good for human well-being, sure.
Oh, okay. Then did you make that up?
Do you want to not be fair?
Do you want to
like
that up?
Be unfair and sort of imprison people?
Nothing in this world is fair.
Let's go to the next one.
This one from.
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll answer the question if
No. I don't think so. We go to the next one. See you.
Okay, but just remember that I'm going to hold that same standard on the next one for you, Mark.
No, I'm giving you a taste of your own treatment.
And I'll give you a taste of that same medicine back. I hope it's delicious.
Do you want to stop interrupting, Andrew? Do you want to stop interrupting?
So now you want to make a deal? Okay, now.
So the next one, Scabby, Mick Scabberson says, BIPDB says, bring in-person debates back. Thanks for your support. Bluetooth Speaker says, what even are secular principles? And how can you determine it's stealing from the Christian worldview? What is the real grounding to the principles?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different principles, like you know, sort of alleviating suffering,
Wait,
dignity
Mark,
of
wait.
humans.
We can't
We've
let you
got a lot
talk,
of
Mark.
other things like
We're not
well-being
allowed
of
to let you
humans,
talk,
human
Mark.
health.
Remember?
You know, the rights to freedom
Mark.
and the rights to satisfaction
Hey,
of life.
Babbitt.
And
Mark.
all of the
Mark.
principles that we
Mark.
follow are based upon that meta-ethical framework of human well-being, psychological well-being, and societal well-being, which is sort of, at least I'm giving a framework for actually understanding where these oughts come from. Thank you.
This one coming in from Sunflower says, Mark, the Pass the Trash law in New Jersey, officially, quote, Public Law 2018 C5, is designed to protect students from educators with a history of child abuse or sexual misconduct. Passed because it was happening so, all caps, much in public schools.
Yeah, and there are, like, public schools are supposed to be secular, but that doesn't mean they are all secular humanists throughout public schools. But at least the institution is actually doing something about it, unlike the church, which just pretends it isn't happening, says a mea culpa, and then basically puts these guys in another place so they can do exactly the same thing. The amount of priests actually prosecuted is criminally low compared with the amount of accusations. There was a bishop in Australia called George Pellin. He had his conviction overturned, went back to the Vatican, went back to exactly what he was doing. He was rewarded for his crimes, which is just terrible.
It's estimated inside of
Pope.
It's estimated inside of public schools that some 90 to 95% of all the cases of sexual misconduct go completely unreported because they're in a position of power over children. Just like those priests are. Anytime you have people who are in positions of authority and there's a lot of children around, you're going to find predators who are going to move into those positions of authority. The distinction between me, rational person, Mark, irrational person, he attributes this to religion instead of understanding that it actually has nothing to do with religion at all. It has to do with the predation of children. And if people are in positions of power to cover up their predatory behavior towards children, they will, regardless of what institution they're in, secular or religious. And he never has disputed this once, not once.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question.
Can I just answer that? Because that
Sure.
question was for me. I'll just quickly answer it. That it's not about whether the individual tries to cover it up, it's whether the institution tries to cover it up. And if there is a school or an institution which has some kind of sexual predator and they abuse a child and the institution covers it up, that institution should be closed, shut down, burnt to the ground, and never ever restarted again.
No more public schools.
Unfortunately, religion gets a big pass for that. The Catholic Church is still there. They've been horrendous. The Eastern Orthodox Church is still there. Their bishops have done awful things. If the institution covers it up, I agree that that institution should be shut down, the entire thing wiped, and we go for something else because they have no moral stance.
Would you apply that to public schools? That public schools then need to be shut down because there's been multiple cover-ups.
If there is a public school institution that does it, that doesn't mean we shut down every public school. It's like
exactly like with the church.
Excuse me. Just because the Catholic Church did horrible PDF file abuse doesn't mean that we should go and shut down the Second Baptist Church over in America. But the Catholic Church should be shut down. The Eastern Orthodox Church
only the specific churches.
They have done horrible things
so have public
to
schools.
young people and should be shut down.
So have public schools.
If that school does it, that school
should be shut down. Then if that church does it, they get shut down. Not the whole, not every Catholic church, doofus. You don't shut down every Catholic. Yes, you did. You said don't go. Yes, you said the Catholic Church should be shut down. The church.
Yes, the papacy was involved.
Oh my God, dude! Give me a break.
Next one.
You just got fucking destroyed on that logic.
Miro,
you're weird. You're such a weirdo.
Miro 409 says sexual oppression. That's the same logic Germany used to justify sending children to live with PDF files during the Kentler experiment because sexual oppression, quote, caused Nazism.
Yeah, okay, so A, Godwin's law, and B, you know, like, why would you think that that is good for human well-being? What makes you think that abusing a child is good for their physical, their mental health, anything to do with them? I don't know. It's so weird that you're saying so. It's so strange.
Like transitioning them, Mark?
What do you mean?
Like giving them puberty blockers when they're kids?
Has this
That-
got anything to do with
Yeah,
the
I mean, that
debate,
would be
or is
bad
this
for
just-
kids and abuse, right?
Okay, so there is a prevalence of children with these kind of neurological sustained disorders, and ones that just have trans identity losing their lives by their own hand. How would we fix that?
Oh, actually, we just discovered that that's not true, didn't we? When it went in front of the court, what happened was the defense literally said we actually cannot verify that not giving these affirmations and treatments has led to a single suicide, not a single one, Mark. You haven't been able to verify a single one that's relational, Mark, not a single one.
Do you agree that the rate of that is higher among the trans children?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily.
You deny that. You deny that.
Yeah, hang on.
Wow.
Mark.
Lack of reality.
Mark,
Wow.
hang on. Let me respond on this one, James.
Let
me respond.
You guys,
the truth is, Mark, given the accounting for why it was,
truth, sir. You don't have truth.
Give me the accounting.
You just lied and said that
I didn't
the
say
rate of
no.
incidence.
Never happened.
You
just
said
making
no.
it up.
You said no.
Yeah. So anyway, back in the 30s, Mark, why weren't all the trans kids killing themselves?
What do you mean?
How come, if it's the case that they were more discriminated against in the 30s than they are now, less of them were killing themselves? Why is that?
Because we didn't know they were trans either.
So I guess staying in the closet keeps them alive.
So because we can't count them, they couldn't have had that problem. Are you a moron? Yeah.
Wait.
I don't know what I'm
So
asking.
we
You're a
created the
moron.
problem and now they're killing themselves? Genius, Mark.
No, we didn't create the problem. We just didn't know that they were trans and they died.
Wait. You realize that you're going to have an X amount of proportion who are always going to be trans of the population.
And there are some absolute.
Then how come child suicide rates were so far down?
Monsters. I can't think of who. Some absolute monsters who go out of their way to victimize and oppress and treat them badly. That makes their mental
by
health
filling them up with hormones like you do, Mark.
Who would that be, Wilson? You monster.
That would be
Who
you. It would be you disfiguring children, you sick fuck.
It would be
you disfiguring children, sick bastard.
Absolute delusional.
Here we go. Early Bird 2248 says Christianity is just a new version of ancient blood magic. The tribe would place their sins or wrongdoings onto a single person or animal and sacrifice it in order to please the gods. I think that's for you, Andrew.
Okay.
This one coming in from Gary Newman says, doesn't immigrating people concede the point that population decrease is bad?
Population decrease is, there's some problems with it. It's not necessarily bad, especially if there is an overpopulated country. Like, for instance, China was looking like it would be overpopulated and unable to sustain themselves, which is why they did the one-child policy, which is not a good response to it considering the cultural norms of China. But, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
This one from Robin Webster says, if Christianity leads to morality, why hasn't it worked in 2,000 years, Andrew? Great job, Mark.
It has.
Thanks.
This one.
It's the only codified universal form of ethics which has worked, in fact, long term, and it still continues. I mean, all of the backbone of Mark is dependent on Christian ethics being in society. Otherwise, what would stop guys like me from just rounding all of them up and doing away with them? Like we could say that you could always make the case that there's some demographic or group which is problematic, causes you issues. If you don't have some universal moral ought or some universalized reason why human life is sacrosanct, why it needs to be protected, why you're not allowed to do these horrible things to people, that's stance independent, then any justification I make do any horrible thing, I could just say it's based on my stance like Marx. And they just don't understand that. I don't know why they don't understand that, but that's the case.
Well, Andrew doesn't understand that. Well, Andrew doesn't understand if we all agree that human well-being is important, that I want to take care of people and you want to take care of people, and
we don't all agree.
Form a society, and then we can live like that. It doesn't need Christianity, and Christianity's been delivering this lie for ages. Societies have developed just fine without Christianity, and the idea that suddenly we're this moral thing because Christianity has caused it, get real.
Yeah,
Seriously?
No society actually has developed well without it. And by the way, on top of that, let's just point this out. Yeah, let me point this out too. If we all just agreed, Mark, to be Christians, then that solves the problem too, right?
No.
This one from
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
Did it solve the problem when
Oh.
the Catholic Church went in and kicked the Orthodox Church back in, what,
Did it
1056?
solve the problem with secularists when they instituted communism and killed all
Secular
of the
humanists.
Orthodox?
Secular
we gotta go to the next
humanists,
one.
and
Yeah,
not
a
just
secular
secularists.
humanist.
Yeah,
Here's,
move those
this one-
goalposts. Yeah,
this
well
one
done,
from
FIFA.
Drew. They say, Mark, if genetic testing of parents identifies potential risks for disabilities in offspring, should breeding be outlawed to prevent harm?
No. Although, you know, the parents definitely should be made aware of the risk, and it may be certainly encouraged for them not to. But I think that sort of bodily autonomy, we should give leeway to people having the freedom. Like I pointed out in my introduction, there's certain things that we need to be well. One of them is safety and security. One of them is certain freedoms to be able to live our lives with our own beliefs. So
This one
I
from
wouldn't.
Unless it comes to
enforce
incest
that.
with brothers, right, Mark? Then you got to lock them up, right?
this one from Shirag.
I don't see how incest with brothers leads to human well-being. Perhaps you could explain that one to me.
Well, I don't see how allowing people to have children who have genetic deficiencies, which can be spread, leads to human well-being either, Mark.
This one from Michael
What, so
Kimball.
people like Stephen Hawking, we should just get rid of?
Well, for the overarching good, Mark, why can't you make
so
that
you
case?
think we should kill people like Stephen Hawking? Is that
Did I think we should kill people, or did I say that you can make the case for the overarching good that if you eliminated people who had like Huntington's disease?
I wouldn't suggest that. I mean, I'm horrified that you do, but I wouldn't.
I didn't, but what I said was, why, Mark? If you can eliminate Huntington's disease by simply not allowing the parents to breed, wouldn't you?
This one from
Because there's not just physical benefits in people. Like Stephen Hawking, he had a genetic disease, but he contributed a ton towards society.
And
It's just,
couldn't
I don't just
incestuous
look at
brothers do the
people-
same thing?
Unlike you, I don't just look at people and go, hey, you know, we that's the only thing is their body and their faith, and that's their religion.
But you would
I
lock
see
up
people
incest
for their
brothers?
minds and their other.
So
Are they gonna
incestuous
produce
people
a
can't give
child?
us, incest brothers couldn't give us any contributions to science?
I didn't say I'd lock up incest brothers.
Well,
I'm
what
saying
would you do with
treat them? We would treat them.
Treat them for what? They don't think they're doing anything wrong, Mark.
Michael. This one from Michael Kimball says,
Wow.
Mark, how would you feel
You're
if you didn't?
insane.
They said,
I'm
Mark, how
insane.
would you feel? They said,
Yeah.
Mark, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
How would I feel? Hungry?
Gotcha. Shirag ND says the solution to low birth rates in places like Japan and South Korea would be educating the public while having policies to encourage having babies. It's not religion.
Oh, okay. So educating them to have babies. When in fact, most of the reason they're not having babies is because women defer their childbearing years for education. That's brilliant, you fucking idiot.
This one from, do appreciate your
well
question.
done. Just swear, call the audience names. That's classy.
That guy was stupid. What do you want me to say?
Real classy.
Airborne
You're
You
animal
say
says,
What do you want
stupid
me to
shit,
say?
I'm going to call you stupid.
You
What do you want
say
me to say?
stupid
Airborne-
shit. What
I
are
say
you
nothing
talking about?
nothing
You
but
say
brilliant
the
stuff.
stupidest shit I've
Tell me
ever
one
heard.
thing I've said which is stupid, Mark.
Airborne animal
One thing
says,
that you've said is stupid.
Okay.
Why
no,
don't I
stop.
just
Okay,
lock up all secular humanists? Why don't I do that?
Yeah, that's an internal critique, not a position, doofus.
It's
Airborne-
dumbassery, is what it is.
Oh, it's dumbassery. Oh, you got me.
Mhm.
Airborne
Got
animal
him.
says secular
No one
humanism
gets you,
has
Wilson.
no way.
Nobody
All
gets
right,
you.
This one's for
Except
you,
for
Mark.
thousands upon thousands of people watching me right now, and that doesn't watching you.
Ooh, does that
Okay.
make you feel good?
This one
Yes.
from-
Does that make you feel? It does.
Yes, yeah, it does make me feel
Wow.
good. Yeah.
How
Great.
shallow.
Excellent.
very
Everyone feels good. Okay, secular humanism has no way to objectively determine what is good or bad, right and wrong. Trying to get Mark to answer a question honestly is like trying to pull teeth from a hippopotamus.
Yeah, so at least I answered questions, and I did answer them honestly. I told you what I believe. It's Andrew Wilson that basically says, well, no, I'm not going to have my stance. I'm not going to be a Christian for the thing of this debate. Just lies his ass off because, you know, apparently that's a thing you can do in Christianity. Got to lie to Christian, apparently. So be aware that this is your representative in the Christian sphere, just calling people names, lying his ass off, being
Wi-Fi
dodgy,
gospel.
evasive.
Wi-Fi Gospel says, pardon my interruption, we have so many. By the way, folks, super chat at your own risk.
Yeah, sure.
We have, I think one of these guys is going to take off before we're able to finish all of them. I'm going to keep trying to sarge along. Wi-Fi Gospel says smoking causes health problems, which raises the cost of medical care for society. This reduces other people's well-being. In order to be consistent, you must be in favor of outlawing it, Mark. Why aren't you?
Well, that's the same case as saying, hey, if you go mountain biking, there's a great chance of being injured, and that's put a cost on the system as well. You've got to balance basically people wanting to take risks with people being having responsibility to society. Nobody's going to say, hey, you're not allowed to do anything because it could do this. No, we don't do that. And I might point out that actually New Zealand is actually doing that. It's making smoking illegal for everybody under the age of 18. And it might actually be a good idea, as there's no real benefit to anybody for smoking, not to yourself, not to your family, not to the country, not to anybody for smoking. That's why I quit.
Yeah, but it's just like endless fucking question begging, dude. I don't understand how you don't understand that you're not reconciling the position. He's saying that smoking for humanity is bad, but you don't want to outlaw it based on your version of human autonomy. That actually makes sense. I'm willing to grant that that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is how you're willing to then say that things like incest that are non-reproductive could possibly be bad if it's based around autonomy, even if you think it's harmful to the consenting adults like smoking. You've never reconciled that, Mark.
This one from
because some of these things have a risk of harm, and that does major damage to the psyche of the individuals involved, and we can study that. I mean, if you want to, be a science denier, I don't care. You be a science denier all you want, but that is the standard for what.
No, it's not. But first of all, I've just read your study.
No, that's not. I'm going to tell you.
I literally have your study up here. What do you think your study says? Do you think that your study says that if two brothers entered into a consensual incestuous relationship, that does them harm? Show me in your study where it says that, doofus. I'm literally looking at it. Show me. Show me.
You want me to go through it all?
Yes. And just any standard for that. Show me.
Any standard? Why don't you read it?
I have it in front of me. I can't find anything related to this at all.
The father-daughter incest seems to indicate that people
father-daughter, you lying sack of shit.
It's different.
It's different. You're a lying sack of dog shit. And
hey,
no,
I said incest.
Sack
you
of dog
shit. You are now saying that it's different between different family members.
Wouldn't
Why
it be?
are you? What you asked for proof that incest is harmful.
No, I asked for proof that brothers who are in a consensual incestuous relationship.
Move that goalpost.
No, you're moving the goalpost. You sent me some shit about a father and daughter. And by the way,
tons of studies.
No, show me.
It says, and I will finish this because you are being an absolute douchebag.
Finish it.
It shows evidence of psychological impairment. The incestuous behavior can be possible
with fathers and daughters.
A daughter attempt at solving problems
with fathers and daughters, you gutless lying scoundrel.
So you've got to make me find something that's specific. Why don't you narrow it to this particular person and that particular person? You absolute goalpost moving.
Mark's big mad.
Douchebag.
Big mad, Mark.
I've given you a paper, how incest
Come on, mad
You
Mark.
want to be a science denier?
How am I denying science?
Don't you live back in the dark ages, you absolute troglodyte.
Let's jump to the next one. What has happened?
Troglodyte.
I know
fucking bogan.
I know that, folks. I know that it looks like these, like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. It's just a debate, folks. Relax. Don't worry, folks. If you're worried, they're passionate. This one from Even Lord says Andrew is cooking an omelet with this egg. This one from Miro 4. Listen, Mark has a beautiful head, and this one from Miro 409 says he knew more on psychology. Okay, this. Cabu says, KKK, we're the devil. I'm going to speed through some of these, folks, just because I do want to. Robin Webster says, Andrew crashed out like a pickle jar. Batman says,
got him.
Says Christianity provided orphanages, care for widows, public hospitals, charity and medical aid organizations, as well as but secular humanism provided Marxism with a death toll in the hundreds of millions. Thoughts?
Hang on, real quick, before Mark responds to the super chat. I'm not responding to the super chat either, Mark. On the jar thing, I just want to remind both that super chatter and Mark that while it's true, I couldn't open an olive jar once live. That's true. Nobody will ever care about you enough to care if you fail at opening an olive jar. I just want to point that out.
Who, me?
Yeah, both of you.
Oh, wow, the gaslighting. How interesting. How manipulative. Wow.
Okay. Everyone cares about everybody. This one coming in from Wi-Fi.
So Christian.
This one from
Barry.
Yeah.
Joshua Baker says,
Yeah.
Mark, if there's no
Do you think
judgment,
nobody cares about me? Do you think my wife doesn't care about me? Is that what
Nobody
you
will
think?
ever care about you enough to worry about whether or not you open an olive jar once. I can tell you that.
okay, this one
Really?
coming in from
Yeah.
Joshua
How do you know
Baker
that?
says, Mark, if
Oh,
there is no judgment,
because you're a completely irrelevant personality in the sphere. That's how I know that.
Because you're delusional? Yeah, gotcha.
Joshua
Oh,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Baker
you
says,
nailed it.
Mark, if there's
Yeah.
no judgment in the afterlife, then there's no difference between Hitler and Mother Teresa in the final analysis.
Okay, so this is a good point, and I like your question. So basically, the heaven and hell thing, whether you get a reward or punishment, it's not dependent on how you acted in this life. It's dependent on whether you believe and accept God. So it isn't actually a moral standard. Like you can be like Dharma in jail and find God just before you die, and suddenly you get rewarded. So it's a really immoral system from Christianity because you can continue to do horrible things, and basically you'll be rewarded at the end of the day. And all Christians know this. They know they can do horrible things and still get into heaven. They basically bet on that. The thing is that sort of saying, hey, well, you'll die anyway. Yeah, but you'll have a really bad life before you die if you do horrible things.
Yeah, but who
Yeah,
cares?
it's not good for your well-being. It's not good for your psychological well-being. It's not, you will be miserable like this miserable fuck down here. If you do
James,
horrible things, then die.
don't talk about James like that. That was mean.
This one from
Down here, you're
Abraham.
at the
Don't
bottom.
worry.
You are the
He's
Abraham.
at,
bottom.
no,
I
he's
bet
at
you're
the
the
bottom.
bottom. No, you're the bottom. You're the bottom
I
on my
was
I'm
screen.
telling you,
No.
James is at the bottom. You just don't know it.
This one from
Yeah, but we all know
Abraham.
who the miserable fuck is, Wilson. Like, we all know who that is.
You're the one who
Abraham.
seems very
now.
upset, not me.
I'm not
Abraham.
upset. I'm just,
You seem very
You
upset.
I'm
guys.
amazed at your
Boys will be
stupidity.
boys.
and
All right,
Yeah,
analysis.
you should be amazed. I am pretty
I
amazed.
am aghast, in fact.
Excellent. 1 second. Okay, Abraham Burnaby says, Matt Reid, I think they mean Mark, can you grant Andrew's position and say secular humanists don't have ought claims, then critique his worldview?
No, I can't say. I'm perfectly happy to say that they don't have objective ought claims because it's based upon a subjective thing of where you're going, but it doesn't mean you can have no ought claims at all. That's the thing. Like you're basically saying, oh, because it's not objective, it's not an ought claim. No, that's not how morality works, and that's not how ought claims work. It is simply a code of conduct agreed upon by all rational people. That's it. It doesn't say it has to be objective. It doesn't say anything of the sort. It's just the dodge is that, oh, well, yours is subjective. I'd love to know whether Andrew's is subjective or objective, but he won't actually talk to me about where his moral system comes from. So
bro,
there's no way to
a
find
million
this out. And
times.
this is the dodge. He won't actually
How is it
talk
a
about where it
dodge?
comes from. So yeah, so Christianity and its claims of objective, Andrew's is just as bad because he's basing it on subjective as well. It's just at the end of the day, what Andrew decides to do will eventuate into a world that you won't want to live. Whereas if we treat people with dignity and respect and care for them, it will turn into a nicer world.
It'll turn into a nice world where you can call men women and you can give little children hormone blockers.
Now, I think the other thing was talking about your perspective, and it's very hard to say because Andrew is misrepresenting what he actually believes to say, hey, it's just all subjective as well.
Do this, guys. Because it's so long. Sorry. Anonymous 51939, and both of you are long-winded, so I'm not trying to pick on you, Mark. You say for Mark, given that humans are not always rational and can be swayed by emotions and biases, how does secular humanism ensure consistent ethical decision making?
Yeah, well, it's doing documents like these intentions, like the Humanist Manifesto, and yeah, we're going to have disagreements on stuff, but generally we'll be working towards the same thing. Every human's going to have disagreements with other humans. It's not sort of something that is unique to secular humanism. As Wilson said, the church has had disagreements and stuff. The difference is that secular humanism doesn't take their word as an unchanging authority that must be obeyed. And that's why they can get along a lot better.
That's true. They take their own word as an unchanging authority, which must be obeyed, which is why he doesn't have a stance independent reason for anything he believes.
It's not unchanging. If I find out,
well, no, if you're the ultimate arbiter,
then I can change my stance on it.
I see,
say,
and
hey,
that then becomes what's moral, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Chad says, L. James, thank you for that. Gary Newman says, the standard for human health definitely doesn't change, right? I think they're saying
the
Mark,
standard for human health, yeah, it does change. Yeah, we find out more stuff. But that's better than saying, hey, what I've got in this book from millennium ago is the unchanging word and nothing will ever change and it's forever this thing. No, there's stuff in there. There's stuff in there about breeding striped goats by making them look at striped sticks. I mean, can we please move into the current century? Please.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's so funny, though. Marx says that no, there's no unchanging standard in secular humanism because he can change his mind, not realizing he's still saying he's with no stance independent reason, he's still the unchanging standard. Doesn't matter if you can change your mind. You're still the standard of everything that is moral, Mark. You're God. In this scenario, all you've done is defer morality from God to Mark. Mark's God.
Hell, no, it's human well-being that is the standard.
This one, okay.
So you're wrong.
Appreciate this one coming in from Vincent de Shishis. Says, Mark, the point is Andrew is doing an internal critique of your position. You need to explain your contradiction of the nonviolence principle and your use of force to stop incestuous relationships.
Yeah, well, I did find there's multiple papers on why incestuous relationships are bad. I can send a few more through that show like sibling relationships are bad for psychological health as well. There are reasons why we do it, and it is absolutely catastrophic. As Wilson admitted, there are no people engaged in incestuous relationships that are mentally well. Like it is not something that
from my view
to a healthy human.
Yeah, from my view, not from your
view.
And
this is backed up by the science, and I can send another paper through. But for some reason, we want to split hairs here.
First of all, it was not backed up by the science.
This isn't your time, sir. This is not your.
Well, I thought you were done.
Shut up.
And you should call me sir more often.
Why are you lying?
Because you sound like you were trailing off.
Wow, you are lying. Wow,
like you did with your paper that you sent me.
Okay, well, let me send you another one. Look,
send me another one.
I just got a paper on. Yeah, okay.
Keep sending the papers. Unlike most of your opponents, I actually read scientific papers. I enjoy reading them. And that's how I know you're always lying. You fucking people lie constantly.
Let's
you don't think I read papers?
Well, Mark,
I don't think you read that one since it was about fathers and daughters.
I'll give you a chance to look up those papers, Mark. Wow. Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. We do appreciate it. I just flipped on that subscribers only chat mode. You don't want to miss it. As I had said earlier in the debate, these debates coming up, bottom right of your screen, David Wood and Haqiqatjou debate in person in Ohio, and Andrew Wilson will be having a second outnumbered series, Andrew Wilson versus 5. That will be released on Modern Day Debate soon as well. Hit that subscribe button as we have many debates coming out in the future. This one coming in from Hatara says, truth is you cannot prove God exists, nor can you disprove it. It's even harder to prove the Bible is correct. No proof of the exodus of 2 million people from Egypt, nor of their 40-year trip, and much more. Okay.
Fascinating.
Cabu says, doing good, Andrew. Jordan Lofgren says, Mark, it isn't that complicated. Why ought we pursue human well-being? Why ought humanity exist? Why ought we have society? You're assuming those are goals we ought to pursue, but we have no reason why, in all caps.
Well, yeah, I sort of went into it in my introduction that we are a social animal. You put a human by themselves, they don't do particularly well for an extended period of time. We rely on social bonds, and there's a lot of evolutionary factors of why that is. We're not a sort of a solo hunter or anything like that. We are a social species. But why ought people care for this? Well, a lot of people agree that they feel better living in a productive, happy society. Now, that's still a stance. I acknowledge that's still a stance, but it is a commonality that people can agree on and then construct societies around. This isn't difficult.
Unless they decide to disagree about it, which they have done for, I don't know, all of human history, and they create their own societies with their own traditions, with their own people groups, with their own cultures, and they reject things that they don't like, which interfere with those people groups, traditions, and cultures, and then they end up going to war with each other and killing each other because they don't agree on these arbitrary metrics at all. And all Mark is giving you is, based on Mark's stance-dependent reason, you should do what fucking Mark says. He's the unchanging standard of all universal morality. And that's why Andrew Wilson rejects that, because I'm not fucking stupid. Unlike
Well, you are.
Unlike my
Because you're straw
opponents.
manning my position.
That
You're
is your
straw manning
position,
my
Reid. You
position
just don't
because
understand it because you're
I
not
never
smart
said
enough.
it was up to me and my stance. That's not what I said. I didn't infer anything.
I didn't
of
say
the
it was up
sort.
to you, Mark.
And when there has been
Mark.
tribal, can I please speak? Can I please speak? Or are you
Mark,
just gonna
yell
talk over
louder,
the
yell
top of
louder,
me?
Mark. Yell louder.
Are you going to just talk over the top of me? You've got no respect.
Mark,
for
we're
anybody
having a
else?
discussion.
Okay,
I'm sorry you can't
so
discourse.
the reason why is because, yeah, you get this
Yell louder,
tribalism
Mark.
and tribes doing this. Basically, we just move into bigger and bigger societies. At one point, countries didn't exist, and then we all worked together and made a productive country. We can work together with other
didn't all work
countries, but
together.
Andrew is a nationalist and doesn't like other countries and, you know, other peoples. That's fine. He can have that. Me, I would like a world that works productively for the benefit of all. And I'm sorry that offends you, Andrew.
So, Mark, actually, look at this, a point of agreement. I also would like that world, but understanding how different humans are from each other with their cultures, traditions, environments, the various things that they want, don't want, accept as harm, accept as good. I understand that what you are doing is trying to slingshot us with a confetti gun towards just your own preferences, which you would try literally to get rid of me if you could, if you thought I would become a dictator of the United States and impose my preferences. But honestly, Mark, that's actually what you're doing. You're just trying to impose your preferences on everybody else by saying you're all fucking wrong. And me, Mark, I'm right. The unilateral ruler of all of morality, Mark, is correct.
I didn't say that I enforce my will.
They give me a stance, independent reason for any
humanism is not enforced. I said it is a philosophy that people can choose to follow if they want a better world. So I never said anything about enforcement. It's Andrew that wants to basically put people, lock them up if they
you can't have policy without enforcement, dude.
And what he thinks is correct. There are certain things that are so harmful towards others that we have to stop them, but we want to help those people work with us. And the whole point is, and this is just a fucking dodge, like seriously, we want to work towards the betterment of all. And, you know, Andrew's just misrepresenting what we actually believe, which isn't surprising, really.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Can we move on, or does Andrew
I would
have
like,
a
well, hang on.
problem
You
with
were done
stopping?
talking, dude. Why? I can't even respond.
Yeah, but you're
Calm
starting
down.
another debate. The question
No,
was
I'm not.
for me,
I
and you're
just
just
have
starting
one.
another debate.
I have
You
one.
want to have the
Mark,
last word,
stop,
and you're not
Mark.
getting it. You're
Mark,
not getting it,
Mark,
Andrew.
chill
You're not
out,
going to
Mark.
get it.
Gotta go to the next one. Sunflower said, Mark, they said you had lied. They said the New Jersey public schools were covering for and moving the teachers around to different schools so they could stay as teachers. Probably, I think they're talking about like an old union strategy.
Then that school and all of those schools involved should be shut down, closed up, lit on fire, and they should be absolutely cleaned out of anybody that was involved in it. And the institution shut down. That doesn't mean we shut down all education everywhere, because people haven't done that. But absolutely, they should be shut down. So things like the Catholic Church, Greek Eastern Orthodox Church, they should be shut down for what they have done.
But you see how that makes no sense? He says these individual parts, which are part of the whole institution, fucked up. Therefore, the whole institution shouldn't be shut down, just those parts. When he moves over to the Catholic Church or Eastern Orthodoxy, he makes the claim the entirety of the churches should be shut down, not just the parts that are fucking up. You can depose a pope. You can remove, especially in Orthodoxy, corrupt bishops. We've done it all throughout the entirety of our history, in corrupt churches. Mark, why would we shut the entire Orthodox Church down because one Orthodox Church did a bad thing under a bad bishop, when we have the power to remove them, Mark, just like you would with the school? Can you explain that?
Well, then I don't know about removal, but there's certainly been no, like, the Pope wasn't deposed. He wasn't removed for the things that he's done.
Catholicism.
They also
said
didn't
the Orthodox
lock them
Church.
up at all, even though they'd broken the law.
My church.
And they didn't lock up any of the Orthodox people.
Church.
They just sort of said, hey, we're going to do better with these
That's
people.
up to the state.
There's this massive things of corruption.
That's up to the state, not to the church. Who gets locked up, Mark? Yeah, you heard what I just said. It's up to the state to lock people up, not the church. Agree or disagree?
It's just a coincidence that they never press charges against these Orthodox priests.
Oh, wait, you're saying that the Orthodox Church runs the states that they're in?
No, I'm saying that they have an undue amount of influence over the state.
Right, so powerful people who are engaged in PDF file activity try to cover up their track. That's crazy, Mark. It's almost like that's exactly what I've been saying over and over and over.
Well, do you support releasing the Epstein files?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. That's another point of agreement. Whoever is involved in that, it should be revealed, prosecuted, shut down. Absolutely.
Here we go. This next one from Hall Long Nate says, under secular humanism, is there anything that is universally unacceptable besides religion, Mark?
Is there any? I don't think religion is universally unacceptable. I don't like. Where'd you get that from? I think that some religions are better and some are worse. I mean, nobody's going to question that there are religions which generally are good for society. You know, they don't do much harm, and then there is, you know, religions which are cults that kill people. You know, I mean, come on. There's a mass spectrum of what is good and what is bad. So it's not a universal.
Early Bird 2248 says, oughts arise from goals. If we value life, survival, or flourishing, then pursuing well-being in society logically follows as the means to those ends.
No, that doesn't logically follow. So just saying a thing logically follows doesn't mean that it does. And by the way, you can even create things which logically follow but have false conclusions. But in this case, it doesn't even logically follow that if it's the case of,
do you not think that
X,
it logically follows that pursuing a goal gets you to the goal?
Well, no, you can get to a goal without pursuing a goal. You agree, right?
Do you agree that pursuing a goal will logically get you closer to that goal?
Not necessarily. If you can get to the goal without pursuing the goal, which you can.
So you think it's better to not pursue a goal?
No, I didn't say better. I said logically follow, stupid. Follow what I'm saying.
Yes,
do you understand
I think
the
it
difference?
logically follows that if you pursue a goal, you'll get closer to the goal.
And can you get close?
If you don't pursue the goal.
And can you get closer to goals by not following goals in some instances?
Like when?
Like whenever. Is there any instance where you can get closer to a goal you have by not following it? Even by sheer coincidence. That is possible, right?
It's possible.
Then it doesn't logically follow, does it, dipshit?
Does
that's what logically following means. Now, if you were to rephrase this and say, now, Andrew, doesn't it logically follow that most of the time when you try to pursue a goal, that you will achieve that goal? Doesn't it logically follow to do if X then Y? Then I would say sure, but you didn't say that, did you?
That isn't the question.
Yeah, I know, which is why it doesn't logically follow.
It logically follows that if you want to get closer to a goal, you should pursue that goal.
No, Mark, it doesn't logically follow. I just demonstrated it for you, Mark.
Wow.
I'm sorry you don't know logic, but that's how logic works.
This one from Toby Walker says 0.72 replacement rate is very simple math. Given 10 generations, South Korea would have a population of 0.
I know.
Said, is it normal for secular humanists to deny math?
Yeah, that's basically the slippery slope, because you're assuming that the population decline is going to continue steadily for all that time, which you don't know that, and nobody knows that. And the whole thing is that also rules out anything like immigration, anything like other, you know, trying to address the problem. It rules out, you know, you're basically saying, hey, if the population keeps declining as it is, if there's no change, if everybody also decides not to have children, then it's going to reach 0. There's a lot of ifs there. That's exactly what a slippery slope is. It's basically saying, hey, I know the outcomes of all these steps, and I'm going to assume that they are all true. There is no reason to think that it's going to drop to 0. Like,
actually, there's a lot of reason to think this. And the thing is that while Mark, I will grant to Mark, he's right in one sense, that it is the case that if you say, well, it's 100% a sure thing, but we could use that argument for everything. It's not 100% sure that even if my bathtub fell through the floor, that it wouldn't turn into a balloon and float off for 100% surety, right? That's unfortunately the way that statistics work. But here's the thing. We can map this from the year 1800 when we started tracking these things to now, and it does this.
Well, I
There's
think we should
no
wait
reason.
and find
Hang on, Mark. Let me finish. Mark, let me finish.
Well, the question was for me, Andrew.
Mark, did I let you finish? Did I let you finish?
Yes, you did. But
then let me.
Do I get the final word on this?
Yeah, I'll give you the final word, but let me finish.
Thank you.
It's gone from the 1800s like this. It's dropped everywhere like a fucking rock. The only time was during the baby boom. That was the only time. And there was really small set conditionals, and that was only for certain places like the US. So yeah, we have great reason to believe that it's not going to reverse. In fact, the governments of these various countries have told us with their scientists that Mark loves so much that it's likely not going to reverse. So Mark's actually the science denier here, not you, Chatter.
Yeah, so
It's
this population, its correlation does not equal causation. And we see this within all sort of first world countries as the sort of rates of raising children actually gets higher. There's no reason to think it is actually going to continue forever until it hits zero. And I think that we should wait to see what actually happens. And hey, if we need to implement some things to encourage people to have more babies, like, for instance, offsetting the insane cost of living that's there at the moment, that would help a lot, because a lot of people choose
must move to the
not
next
to have
one.
children because of the cost of living and
Or
other
give 'em religion.
factors.
AKA
Religion seems to work.
Batuzi says, Batu Sai says, Mark, saying human well-being is making up human well-being. How do you know the best well-being isn't to maximize the well-being of trees over humans?
Well, if that was the case, I believe that I'd be a secular treeist. And
This
yeah, it is subjective. The reason why I care about humans is because I'm a human and not a tree.
this one coming in
It's
from Ta Gooch says, Mark, are you related to Jake? You look like his older brother, perhaps maybe a cousin. Who's Jake?
I don't know who Jake is.
Vincent says, again, get Mark to clarify his contradiction on nonviolence principle and his call to stop incest relationships. So, okay, I think they want a clarification. So you'd be like okay with the brothers making having relations. Like
No.
you wouldn't be ethically okay, you'd at least allow it. You wouldn't lock it up.
Well, the problem is that there's a sort of problems with coercion, problems with all kinds of things in this stuff, and that's what I'm sort of pointing to in the studies, that you get people in these things and mentally they are not well. So, like a lot of people with mental health concerns, if they're doing real harm, we do have to put them somewhere, but it's not to punish them; it's to try and treat whatever thing that they're going through. That's how we address mental health concerns, not like locking them up in a prison where they're just going to get worse treatment and then they're going to do worse things when they get out. We've got to help people, not
This one
punish
from
them.
Tagut says, Mark, oh, we got that one. Bubblegum Gun, was Jesus wrong for making the age of marriage 12?
Yes.
do you have a stance independent reason for that?
Yeah, well, just based upon well-being, I don't know how marriage at 12 is good for the well-being of a child. Perhaps you can answer that one.
People ought not do that, right?
If they care about human well-being, does Jesus care about human well-being?
Is that a stance independent reason that you have for that?
No.
Okay.
This one from Maryland says, both of you have gatekeepers. Control and manipulation as basic forms of witchcraft. Pretty sure that's a bot. Murals 409 says, so like teacher unions cover up abuse of children. Oh, we already covered that. Gabby says, Mark says he takes people for what they say. Andrew says, okay, I'm a hippopotamus. But then Mark says, nah.
Yeah, well, I kind of take people's beliefs for what they say. It's not like sort of statements of fact, it is their beliefs. So if somebody says, hey, I'm an atheist, I've got no way to check whether they're an atheist or not. If someone says, oh, I'm a Christian, I've got no way to check that. It's not like God's going to come down and tell me who's a Christian, who's not a Christian. And here's the funny thing. Christians may go, hey, we're the real Christians and they're not. And they're saying the same thing. From an outsider's perspective, there's no way to tell. So I have no way to evaluate who's got the correct claim and who isn't.
Right.
So all I can do is just treat the person that says, hey, I'm a Christian. Well, that is a Christian.
Mark, I'm a billionaire. Do you believe me?
No.
I don't understand, though. You have no way to verify that.
Oh, well, there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. You look fucking terrible.
Well, I don't understand. Billionaires can't look terrible?
Yeah, no, it's just your entire set. I don't have the mentality for it. I just don't believe you.
Oh, you don't believe me? I thought you just said that you believe everybody unless you can falsify the claim, which you can't. That's really weird, Mark. It's almost like you're a fucking idiot.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is what you said. It's what you said. Yes, it is.
Did I say
Yes.
I can't evaluate beliefs? Is you being a billionaire a belief?
Yes, that would be a belief right now.
It is. Okay.
Yeah. So then you have to accept it, right?
Wow. Okay. So the amount of money you have is just a belief. That's
well, from your perspective.
What is wrong with you,
I'm
sir?
sorry. From your perspective,
why don't you
right
go
now,
out and
can you
spend the
validate
billions that you believe you have?
Didn't you just say that you? Didn't you just say you don't believe?
Oh, no. I believe I've got $1 billion. That's actual. Because I believe it. It must be. What is wrong with you? Seriously.
Well, I'm super curious. What do you
How
have
do
to?
you?
How do you
evaluate
assess
what
that
someone
belief?
believes? Yeah, well, how do you evaluate what someone believes?
That's a really good question, right? So, like,
Yeah.
if a guy, for instance, were to tell me that he was a woman, I would literally look at them and I would say, nah, you see, I have all of these great standards that I can apply to this, and then I can falsify that stupid ass fucking belief. Not you, though, Mark.
You're obsessed with this. No, that's just gender, which is the sort of secondary sexual
Oh,
characteristics presented in a
okay.
society.
Yeah, okay.
That's not actually the sexes, which is what you're talking about. So, that's completely different. And, you love this topic. You just love it so much. You're
Well, it
obsessed
proves
with
that
it.
you're
It's
liars.
crazy.
Proves that you're liars. You're
No,
all liars.
not
You're
at
all fucking
all.
liars. You just shut up.
funny.
You're a liar.
You're a
and you
liar,
know it.
man. You're
All
an
right.
absolute liar.
We
You
gotta
wouldn't
go to
even
the
be
next one.
honest about your own beliefs.
Yeah,
You're
got it.
absolutely
All right.
can men
lying,
be women? Can men be women, cue
prevaricating,
ball?
dishonest
Can
prick.
men be women?
Okay, we're gonna jump to the next one. Funny Farm says, I'd ask Mark a question, but he just mischaracterize and falsely equivocate in the name of philosophizing. Mark, I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I actually muted you. Sorry about that. You're unmuted.
Yeah, apparently, I'm not allowed to philosophize. Look, everything really comes down to philosophy whenever you're talking about thinking about stuff. And you might not like the takes that I've got on things, but I certainly do answer honestly as I see them. And like Andrew, you can throw insults and go, oh, you're a moron, you're an idiot, all this stuff. Yeah, but that is actually what I believe. So you can throw all the insults you want. Look, I'll talk to you in your own language. Throw all the insults that you want. Here's my other cheek. How's that?
I'll definitely to take the other cheek too. The thing is it's not an ad hom.
Really?
No, it's not an ad hom if it's true.
Insults in debate are usually always ad homs because they're not just, they're trying to categorize somebody and sort of, it's almost like poisoning the well.
I can address your argument
or
and
attack them rather than the attacking the
That's
argument.
great. I've attacked your argument
and
and
are
you.
always a logical fallacy.
No, they're not always logical fallacy.
Where you
You're
are
an idiot.
presenting arguments, although this would
wrong.
maybe not be categorized as a debate because I don't think Wilson's capable of debating.
Well, first
which
of all,
is funny
you're just
because
wrong.
he runs
You're
a debate
wrong.
like teaching school, and this is the best he can do.
Yeah, and you should take it because you got worked. And here's the thing.
Oh, dude.
You don't even understand what fallacies
are. This isn't a
are.
debate. This is
You
Wilson
don't even
having
understand
a
what
tantrum.
fallacies
This is
are.
Wilson having a tantrum.
All right, we got to go to the next one. Early Bird.
Is that it? Do you have a stance independent reason for that,
Mark?
Mark?
Go to Early Bird 2248 says you.
Yeah, it's objectively true. You're an idiot.
Yeah, it's objectively true now.
Oh, that's a statement of fact. That's not a position on morality.
it's
I'm not
not a
saying you
position.
ought to be an idiot. I'd rather you ought not to be an idiot, but you are an idiot.
It's a statement.
Hate to do this, but Early Bird 2248 says you first have to prove the Bible is truly God's word. Otherwise, you're just assuming your morals are divine, and you're stuck with the same foundation problem as everyone else. Andrew.
Yeah. So, why do I need to do that for the effects of the society of or the effects of Christianity on society? Why do I need to do that?
This one.
Can somebody actually explain that to me?
Yeah. So it's because he's dodging foundations. He doesn't want to talk about foundations.
Because is the debate about foundations?
Dodging foundations.
Is the debate about foundations?
Oh, I talked about my foundations.
That's nice.
You can't do the same.
It's nice that you did that. Is the debate about foundations?
This one from Katara says God ordered the unaliving of babies and toddlers. I think that's for you, Andrew.
So do the secular progressives every single day. So I don't understand. They should say God's based.
Toddlers, really?
Yeah, every day. Yeah.
Yeah, toddlers, really. Are you lying?
Yeah, well, if you kill
them before unalive toddlers.
Yeah, if you kill them before they
What's
become
a toddler,
toddlers,
Andrew?
yeah.
What's a toddler, Andrew?
You.
This one from Made by Jim Bob.
So you just lie. Okay, liar. Yeah.
This one from Made by Jim Bob. Appreciate your question. Says Mark, if assisted suicide is good to decrease suffering for some cases, why isn't suicide unaliving good for TRANS folks? Doesn't it decrease suffering? I asked you to. Let me try to ask you to unmute again.
Yeah, thank you. So the problem is consent. Like with all the assisted suicide and things like that. Sorry, probably suicide. You have consent of that person and they are allowing it to happen. That is a totally different story than taking away somebody's life. I don't know why that wouldn't be a distinction. Like why having consensual relations with your wife is different than holding a woman down and doing horrible, like, I don't even get why that wouldn't be a distinction here.
This one from AJ Anderson says, Mark, rabbis happen to have their way with children at multiple times higher rates than priests. Should Judaism be shut down?
Well, I don't think that like a religion should be outlawed or anything like that, but I think that if certain temples have done it, that should be shut down. Absolutely. The institution should be shut down. Anybody that is doing that. But I also think there's another problem, which is the circumcision of children as well. I mean, that is literally mutilation of a child.
Oh yeah, like you
Why aren't
care
we
about the
doing anything
mutilation
about
of
that?
children. By the way, the
I
thing
do,
that's so
actually,
funny
yeah.
is now you've changed your answer. The Catholic Church should have been completely shut down. Synagogues, not them though.
Well, it depends. Is like, do they have a central leader?
Yeah. Well, yeah. But wait, I'm
Who's
sorry.
the central leader?
If they have if there's central leadership inside of Orthodoxy and Orthodox Judaism, and it turns out that they essay children at a higher rate than the Catholic Church, they should be shut down, right?
Well, whoever is like their church, if they've got a central leader that is permitting it, then yes. If they've just got like temples that are doing it and that's as high as it goes, then those temples should be shut down.
But then why would you apply that to Orthodoxy then, dummy?
Well, if Orthodoxy, that church should be shut down, not the entire thing.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
No, I said that about the Catholic Church, you fucking idiot.
So
I said the Catholic Church where the Pope was involved. Was the Pope involved in cover-ups at that point?
Is that Pope still there?
Well, he died. He wasn't removed.
So he's not still there?
Well, he wasn't removed.
Then what's the problem, Mark?
He wasn't removed.
He wasn't, but he's not there now. Why would you shut it down now? The Pope is not doing it.
So Wilson's solution to abuse is wait for the person to die.
No, that's your Mark.
Nothing we could do.
Mark, do you want to? Mark,
wow,
do you want to shut them down?
Monster down here.
Would you like to shut them down?
Listen to this monster.
Would you like to shut the Pope, who didn't have anything to do with the abuse, down?
What do you mean? Did I say
Would
that?
you yeah, because that's what I'm saying. It's the stupidest shit I ever heard. You want the Catholic Church shut down because the Pope, the previous Pope who's not there anymore, was engaged in this, but the current Pope who's not, you still want the Catholic Church shut down. Do you realize how fucking stupid that is?
How long was that going on for under the Pope's nose?
Bro, do you want the Catholic Church shut down even though this Pope...
No, I don't think the entire... No, not the entire church, but those churches.
Now you just contradicted yourself again. You're like a walking contradiction, cue ball.
Okay, Smoke Pit, say what you like.
I will, Fester.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Alcatraz Jim. Like, go for it.
That wasn't even good.
Samar
You're a fucking idiot.
2 seconds.
Sure, cancer sticks.
Sommer says, Mark, what do you think of the argument that Christian moral undergirding is a useful, necessary fiction? I'm an atheist, but I fear secular humanism running rampant more than Christianity. Thanks for your super chat, Sommer.
No, it's definitely not a undergirding that's necessary. We see a lot of secular societies, see Japan, they have fantastic politeness. They're a good society. There's certain things about we wouldn't share with them culturally, but they didn't have Christianity. Ash Wednesday down here wants to sort of intimate that Christianity is absolutely necessary. And there's good things in Christianity, I will admit that, but we don't need it to be good people. Good people are good without Christianity. Don't need it at all.
Oh, sorry about that, Andrew. Andrew's been on
Ash Wednesday wants to.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I just want to make sure there are really good people in that country where you can buy 13-year-old girls' panties out of a fucking vending machine, right, Mark?
What's the age of marriage in some states, Wilson? Is it 13?
And Christians want to remove that. They want to remove that.
No, the Christians put it there. What are you talking about?
The Christians did?
Yeah.
Which state?
The evangelical, you fucking idiot. The evangelicals put it
I'm sorry, that's crazy. I could have sworn that the state took over marriage, Mark. Not the church.
This one.
The people that voted for it were evangelicals.
Oh, wait.
Absolute moron.
So politicians who can unilaterally make policy after they're voted in could vote those policies.
Okay, yeah. You don't know what that word means, do you?
Yes, I do. Politicians can make those policies absent the consent of the very people who voted them in. So the state made it so that that was the policy, not the church, dummy.
Yeah, in these Christian states. Congratulations.
Oh, so now they're Christian states?
Aren't they? They're majority Christian.
So it's not a separation of church and state then?
So this is the lies that are being told. Like, it is these Christian politicians voted for by Christian peoples, but suddenly when they do something horrendous, like lower the age of marriage, which they're stating is one of their Christian values, oh, they're not Christians anymore. This is the Texas sharpshooter. You count all the things that Christianity has done right, and when somebody does something wrong, oh, they're not Christian anymore. No, it's not with us. That's somebody else. That is somebody else. No, that's Christians that did that. Absolutely.
Now, this one coming in from, do appreciate it. According to John, says so. According to Mark, the Catholic Church should be persecuted, yet he complained about things Christians have done in the past.
Yes, I've complained about things Christians have done in the past. Yes, I think that is a pattern of enforcing their religion upon others, and holy wars, crusades, witch burnings, all of this kind of stuff. None of that happened because they believed in the well-being of people. They believed in the divinity of God, especially things like doctrine of discovery, where they basically went to a country, and if the people there weren't Christian, nobody lived there. That was their estimation. There weren't people unless they were Christian. Look
like the United States.
Yeah.
So our founders were a bunch of fucking bigoted pieces of shit, and you don't like them, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't like our founders. I mean, they didn't want, like, all those Enlightenment people, like John Locke, who said that you really can't govern without being Christian. He wanted laws where you had to be a Christian to even govern. John Locke was a real piece of shit, wasn't he?
No, he had some good ideas. He had some bad ideas. I'm not judging.
Like Hitler? Would you say that Hitler had some good ideas?
Excuse me, I'm answering. I'm judging the doctrine of the church. These guys have had a couple of thousand years, and you sort of like, oh, we got it right morally. The Christians have been screaming and kicking into currently, some sort of moral semblance of acceptability by people all this time. That's why people are leaving the churches in droves. Their ideas are horrible, and they have been horrible for quite some time. And this is the people, I might add, that claim to have a direct line to the moral master of the universe. How? Wow.
Good news. Okay, 2 seconds. Andrew wants to say something, but first, folks, thanks so much for those of you who have donated to GoFundMe so far. We just went up 2% during the stream, so thank you very much for those donations. That's for our camera lenses, which will be used for these upcoming in-person debates, including the one that you can see, for example, on the bottom right of your screen right now, Destiny, which August 5th, if you want to debate him in Los Angeles, shoot me an email at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. Or if you're in the Chicago area, you want to debate Andrew on August 8th. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, that's what we're using these lenses for. We're going to bring in-person debates back into the spotlight, and we're going to make them great again. With that, Andrew, I think you had something you wanted to say. Mark's face. I love you guys. All right. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, I was just saying, access to the ultimate arbiter would just be Mark. So I don't even know what the problem is. It's just Mark is the ultimate arbiter. No stance independent reasons. He's the ultimate arbiter.
Nice straw man. You got some more.
It's not a straw man. It's that's actual logic.
I've kept saying that I am not the ultimate arbiter because I don't choose what human well-being is, whether it exists. I don't make it up. I just choose that makes me.
But you do get to choose. You do get to choose ultimately, though, which oughts you think people ought to follow, and if they're not following those oughts, they have to be immoral, right?
Yeah, that's what everybody does.
Okay, great. Then you're the ultimate arbiter
of
morality,
Do you choose to
dummy.
follow God? Do you choose to follow God?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Then you're the ultimate arbiter. Wow.
Wouldn't that be God would be the ultimate arbiter?
I'm sorry, could you have to follow him?
Well, I'm sorry, but even if I chose to follow him, wouldn't I still be conditioning that he's the ultimate arbiter like you're doing with these scientists?
Then that's still not me.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're contradicting yourself.
So wait, then it's delusional when I do it, not delusional when you do it?
Well, I'm pretty sure that scientists and the entire knowledge of human history up to this point does exist. That's
scientists have the entire knowledge of human history, do they?
Yeah, pretty much. What do you think we got rid of? Are you an
What the
ancient?
fuck are you talking about, bro?
Are you an ancient technology guy?
What? What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, so what
You just said
contribution?
scientists
What
have access
contribution
to the
to
knowledge of
human
all of human
knowledge?
history.
What access to human knowledge has the churches done in the last 2,000 years that we can confirm is true?
What do you mean?
What contribution have churches made to the collection of human knowledge about the world around us that we can confirm is true, that the churches, the people with the direct line to the omniscient master of everything, what have they contributed to human knowledge over the last?
That's a great question.
Years?
So
Yeah,
I would
what's
point
the answer?
out, yeah, so I would point out that unlike you stupid ass materialists, the church actually took Aristotle, especially the Catholic Church, took Aristotelian thinking, and they were able to actually show us when you're talking about things which stay in stasis in a state of decay. When the dumbass continental philosophers came along and said, no, it's all about materialism. The church actually allowed us to give an accounting for transcendental categories that you dumb fucks can't give us.
We'll jump to the next
Did
one.
you hear what I just said? Give us an accounting.
We can't confirm that, you moron.
You can't confirm what?
Transcendental.
How do you know?
The one thing that you're talking about, the static thing that you're talking about. Where is it? Show it to me.
I'm sorry. Show me empiricism.
Show
me empiricism. Show me empiricism.
My
show it to me.
Work. My senses
work.
work.
Your senses work. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's empiricism?
So we've contributed.
Is that empiricism, dummy?
All kinds of things like medicine,
oh, look, it's empiricism.
Computing. The only reason that Wilson and I can talk right now is by using light provided by science. And he goes, oh, some transcendental somewhere.
Oh, you mean
I
with
say are
presuppositions?
created by God. And then if that's created by God, then suddenly we've contributed to human knowledge. They haven't contributed anything.
You can't even account for human knowledge,
your posters,
dummy.
Your house that you live in, all of that was science, testing, making things, engineering. Oh, you contributed wine.
We didn't know what a cup was before the scientific method came along. This is empiricism. What a fucking idiot.
So
what
is your church going to contribute to maybe computer technology, or, you're currently using it to communicate with me? Is that something they're going to contribute to?
Well, yeah, actually, the church does contribute to technological progress. Yes.
What does it contribute?
You see, if it is the case, for instance, that the church were able to...
No, just tell me what it contributes.
Okay, great. So since the church gives us odds for things like family, reproduction, things like this, it actually pinions men into the idea of being involved in higher callings and sciences. And here's the thing that's so funny. Here's my demonstration. Really? Yeah, here's my demonstration.
It motivates people. What the hell? Most scientists
What do you motivate people to do?
What do you motivate people to do? Work together and live in a healthy, happy society.
Oh, based on your own personal preferences. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, then I'll just do the same thing.
Who wants a healthy, happy society?
Hey, I'll just do the same thing. You know what? The healthy, happy society, though.
Forgive me, guys. Kevin Blackwell says, Mark just said that Stephen Hawking has given the world non-physical benefits. Does that necessarily mean there is more than the physical, and can you use a scientific method to prove that?
Well, I don't think I said non-physical benefits. I think I just said it had benefited society from his knowledge. And yeah, I mean, people have contributed ideas and have benefited. But, you've got to in some way confirm them, and applying the practicality to it is probably a good idea, so we can actually implement it in a way that can help us. Because if you have some sort of philosophical concept that you can go, oh, well, I presuppose God, therefore everything, therefore science, it doesn't actually help us with anything.
This one from One Shot.
Hang on, can science confirm philosophy?
Can science confirm a study?
A study?
Yeah, philosophy is the study, as a study.
Can science confirm philosophy?
Can science confirm philosophy? Probably not. I don't know what.
Then why are you using it, Mark?
Science is philosophy.
Then why are you using it,
It
Mark?
is methodological naturalism. So science is philosophy.
Science is philosophy. Then if the church gives us philosophy, it's science, isn't it, idiot?
Well, it doesn't give us philosophical naturalism.
Oh, it doesn't give us philosophy? Really? Aquinas?
Yeah.
Now, these weren't philosophers that didn't revolutionize how philosophy was looked at? Really?
Yeah, so they might have, like, philosophy may have its grounds. A number of Christians have contributed, so a number of atheists as well. I mean,
Which
you
ones?
pointed out Hume.
Oh,
you
wait,
pointed out.
what did
I can
what did
point out.
and Hume was building off of
Karl
whom?
Popper.
And
Karl
who were they
Popper,
building
who
off
was-
of?
You're just pointing out the history of human knowledge is
Yeah,
all
that's
building
right.
off previous
Let's go to the next
people.
one.
And you
Sorry.
pointed out Aristotle, who wasn't a Christian.
This one from Adrius Mactivsivius says, so the whole UK government must be locked because they covered groom gangs. Doesn't, by Mark's standard, giving children to PDF files to avoid Nazism is leading to harm reduction, so is moral. I don't know what that meant. Folks, you can always put a donation to the GoFundMe, even if it's just $5, and then you can put as long of a message as you want if you just tag me, because I don't know what you just said. This one from Jojo Siwa. You guys sound like two drunk dads at a baseball game. Scabby says, someone please
Thanks.
check Mark's search history. Wow. Check a wow. According to
you
John
can if you want. I've got what?
Andrew wants to talk
I mean,
about
I'm
your
not the
search
one
history.
saying it's all
Super quick.
arbitrary and up to
This
me,
is
and I
super
can
quick
do it
and
if I want to.
has nothing to do with
I'm not saying
Mark.
that.
Has nothing to do with Mark. I just wanted to point out that I have many critics in the MDD audience, and I understand that. All of you are fucking stupid. I've never liked the MDD audience. I've always thought all of you were fucking stupid. I've always thought that. I'm just saying.
Oh, I don't know. I think they're biased. I wouldn't say, okay.
Nah, stupid. They know it too. Like, they'll be the first. I bet you that James's chat right now will be like, yeah, there's a lot of fucking stupid people here. I bet you anything.
But
anyway.
to be fair, most of them in chat seem to be on your side, Andrew. But this one from Jojo Siwa says you got that one. Alborn Animal says progressives in modern Western society try to stand in the place of God and make up morality up for themselves, and their actions are the cause of the major problems in society, such as OnlyFans, etc. Mark, what are your thoughts? Are you a fan of OnlyFans?
I don't think I don't think OnlyFans is a major problem in society. I think things like nuclear war and chemical war and biological web, that's a lot more dangerous. AI is a problem that we've got to address. Automation, robotics, there's a million problems to address. Now, do I think that OnlyFans has some problems that it needs to remedy? Absolutely. There should be accountability. There should be a lot more oversight of it. But I don't think it's like the huge destruction of society like the church keeps telling you it is, because society will go on fine. I don't see the problem.
This one from Evangelist, because I don't believe for a minute Mark is an atheist. None of his beliefs have anything to do with atheism.
Atheism is a position on one proposition. It's just basically whether you believe in a God or you don't believe in a God. It's not, when you expect somebody who's an atheist to have other beliefs, they'll be drawn from elsewhere, because atheists just don't believe that a God exists. I could be a hedonist who thinks goes for my own pleasure. I'm not. I could be a nihilist that believes in nothing, but I'm not. Right? They're all atheists.
I can't believe.
I
can't actually believe how Mark just got done telling us all this problem that science, the methodology that he loves so much, brought us problems of nuclear war and robots and AI and all these problems without ever thinking for a second whether or not we ought to do those things. I wonder what we could turn to that has thousands of years of studying whether we should or shouldn't do a thing. What could we possibly do to temper scientific pursuits? What organizations could we appeal to for that, do you think, Mark?
Yeah, well, Old Man Winter isn't listening, because I clearly said that, hey, science is best for telling us facts about the world, but it doesn't tell us what we ought to do. And I might add that, Wilson wants to point out this whole history of Christianity. It was also Christians that actually decided how they ought to implement them as well.
Yeah, that's right. But Mark, you didn't actually answer my question. I'll just ask again.
Because you're strong.
What organizations with thousands of years of history diving into what people ought to do and ought not to do could we turn to if science starts to give us things which could, destroy all of humanity, like the nuclear bomb, to kind of rein us back in, to tell us maybe there's some things in science we shouldn't pursue that are stance independent? What could you turn to for that, Mark?
Well, I wouldn't turn to religion, because basically they will have problems with other religions and use said things because they think
that
it's
you
more
made
important to make their God correct than to actually use it in a way that helps people. And that's why secular humanism is better, because I
So
don't have
religious
to
people are going to
kill
use
an
things
entire
scientists
bunch
made to
of
kill each
people
other.
over in the Middle East because my God doesn't like them. I can go, well, I
Let's go to
care
the
about
next
all
one.
humans.
No,
I
you'll
wouldn't
just kill
use
them
it at
because
all.
you don't like
Thank
their
you.
God.
Thank you.
You'll
Thank
just kill
you.
them because you don't like.
This is from Austin Cameron. Says Mark is a supremacist who endorses child genital mutilation and enslaving via hormone subscription services. He worships arguments of authority by faith. Did we discover math or invent it, Mark?
Okay, so we invented math for a start. You basically have to you have to strawman the hell out of me, and throwing these accusations doesn't make you look clever. It doesn't make you look cool. It just means that other Christians are going to look at you and go, hey, you're bearing false witness and you're looking really unconvincing. And a lot of people will move away from Christianity because of the example that you're setting. Like, there's a reason why under 1 Peter 3:15 there is an obligation to do so with kindness and gentleness, because this makes people go, that's horrific. And I want you to understand that. This is the reason why your churches are failing. Understand it.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Crimson King says, Skid Mark. I think that they're referencing like
Good. I
the
like that. That's good.
Scabby McScabberson says, James says, Mark, can we kill mentally disabled children in the womb? Mark says, yeah, there's enough of us already. My guess is you think that's a straw man, Mark. What are your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I didn't say that. But, I do support that I shouldn't risk a woman's life, and she has a right to bodily autonomy. Absolutely. But I think that there's a point at which you give her the option in the embryonic stage. And if she takes on the responsibility, then she needs to be held to that responsibility. But I think before that point, um, there should be an option for her to maintain her bodily autonomy. And I'm not thrilled about that. I just think that is the moral thing to do.
If women collectively, since they have the rights over abortion and bodily autonomy, if they collectively decide in mass that they want to eliminate fetuses because they can scientifically determine if there's traits in those fetuses that they don't like, would you stop them, Mark?
No.
Okay.
What do you mean, fetus or an embryo?
Fetus.
Well, we should be able to tell from an embryo. All we need is
yeah, but if it was, we can only tell from a fetus.
It depends how far along it is, and I don't see
16 weeks.
Well, before it's conscious, then yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So if they were just eliminating them based on the fact they didn't have blue eyes, you don't have any problem with that.
No.
Okay.
This one from One Shot says people like Mark actually drive agnostic atheist fence sitters over to Christianity. He's too self-absorbed to realize how stupid his arguments and worldviews are once they get a proper interrogation by informed Christians. Mark, do
Yeah,
you
sure.
agree?
Then you should be encouraging me, not insulting me. You should be saying, hey, do more. It's really funny, the gaslighting that I encounter off these people. They sort of say, hey, I was an atheist and then I became a Christian because of you. The funny thing is that the other people that do it are flat earthers. They go, oh, well, I believed in the globe until I heard you. Like, dude, seriously, you think gaslighting's going to work? It's weird. Stop being weird, please.
This one from do appreciate according to John says to say to Andrew, quote, so Christian of you, presupposes that in Christianity people are expected to behave well. That goes against your thesis though, Mark.
Well, I'm simply taking the obligation under 1 Peter 3:15 that you should always take the opportunity to share the reason for your faith with other people, but do so in gentleness and kindness. I do know a lot of Christians that find the way that Wilson and his followers handle themselves, they will rail against it as well. I think you may be hated just as much by a lot of Christians as atheists, to be honest with you, Wilson.
And you, I would say, are just as hated by atheists as you are by Christians. Yeah.
This one from
Probably, yeah. Who knows?
Speakeasy.
I don't really pay attention.
Yeah, you are. So I mean, what
Okay.
kind of all the
Oh.
criticisms you give me, you're guilty of the same one.
Oh, what atheists hate me?
The ones in the chat who said that they're atheists and they fucking hate you. Those ones. Maybe.
Speakeasy.
Oh, yeah,
says,
the guy that, yeah, it's great. Well
says
done.
from Mark, would it be better if every human believed there was consequences for bad actions during your life, or if everyone believed your actions on earth don't ultimately matter?
There's always consequences for what you do. Our choices will always lead to some kind of consequence in our life. And if you really do things that are bad, you're going to end up with a really shitty life like Wilson. But if you actually want a good life, we're proposing this philosophy to say, hey, how do we actually get to being a good and well life? So the idea that, hey, because we've got an afterlife, it has consequences. Well, not necessarily. I could be the most awful person, repent on my deathbed, and get into heaven. There's nothing against that in the Christian faith.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Landon says, oh, let me unmute Andrew. I got you. And if you've been
Just real quick, I've been trying to mute myself, so I say just real quick. Mark, can you explain to the audience how my life is shitty?
Well, you generally hate a lot of people. You seem to be yelling.
I don't hate anybody.
Time.
You've been yelling,
really?
Mark, not me.
You have been yelling, Andrew. I'm not sure.
No, you've been yelling, Mark, not me. I haven't been yelling at all.
Yeah, you have.
No, but you've been screaming more.
No, I've just been yelling.
No, you've been screaming, Mark.
So loud and interrupting that I have to get what I want.
Yeah, you have to scream.
Because in a debate, what generally decent people do is they have an exchange of ideas and let each other talk.
Yeah, can you tell me how my life is terrible?
You just interrupt people with a loud voice.
Yeah, can you tell me how my life is terrible, though, Mark? How's my life terrible?
Do you want me to go into it? Do you really want me to go into it? Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
I have 5. I have 3 stepkids, and then I have 2 biological children.
3
stepkids,
really?
I'm sorry, secular humanists against having stepchildren?
No.
Well, why would that be horrible then, Mark?
Well, you are a hate-filled bigot, Andrew.
Well, I don't understand what that has to do with me having stepchildren, Mark.
Well, look how mad you are. You're angry
about what?
People just for simply living their life.
I'm confused, though. How is it that me having stepchildren
and
can somebody explain how me having stepchildren from the secular humanist perspective means that I have a horrible life? Can you explain that to me, Mark?
Well, it's not having stepchildren. It's basically having, you champion this nuclear family, right? With this, you should stay with people, not divorce, things like that.
Cross-generational families.
You should have, sort of a stable relationship where you don't swap partners and you don't have sex before marriage. And you've done those things.
So if I was a drug addict, I couldn't advocate against doing drugs.
You say that people have a horrible life to have sex before marriage and all of these horrible things, but you've done it yourself. So
you mean while they're doing a horrible life? You mean while they're doing those things? So if I said you're a drug addict and that's going to lead to a terrible life as long as you're on drugs, and then when you stop doing drugs, it'll be a less horrible life, you would agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then what the fuck is your argument, dummy?
Well, you're just a horrible person.
Oh, you're just a horrible person. My argument is you're a smoky man bad. Oh, that was fun, Mark. I appreciate that.
This guy, look at him.
This one from...
Wow, dude.
This one from...
You obviously... Look at you.
Oh, wait, hold on. This one from Red Fox. Says, Mark, Andrew conceded his entire worldview in this debate. Why are you afraid to concede points? Do you see an obligation to listen to his points and reflect on how incoherent your worldview is, or at least get better counterpoints?
No, it's not that, because I did concede points. I did say Christianity's done good things for the world. I've said all kind of conceding points that, hey, I don't help my side. I certainly have done that. The problem is that basically Andrew wants to go to the foundations of why I believe what I believe. Is it objective? Is it thing? But he wants to avoid at all costs saying what his foundations are and just say, well, it's just made up as well. It's just a trick. It's just, I don't want to go to the foundations of my worldview, so I'm going to make it all up, lie to you, lie to the opposition, just basically misrepresent my own position and then claim, hey, I'm doing it for charity. It's not for charity. It's because he can't justify his own worldview, and that's why.
So, I mean, even if you made the concession of not being able to justify the thing, and then you still couldn't demonstrate why the thing was bad, that's the most charitable way it could possibly be, and negate your worldview at the same time. That's what makes it hilarious. Look, even if I say I don't have a stance independent reason other than me, that I'm just you.
This one from
and you have no stance to, okay, that may get you, you may put forward a dumbass argument as why secular humanism is bad, but it certainly doesn't project Christianity. You've made no arguments for Christianity other than you think it's good.
This
Well,
one from Scabby.
congratulations.
Scabby
Delusional.
says, let's see if I think I lost this one. Vincent, Landon says, move the goalposts. Andrew clarified brothers, quote unquote, in zest from the very beginning. You aren't listening, just losing your mind, Mark.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
They said, are you moving the goal? Or they're saying, did Andrew move the goalposts? And he said, Andrew clarified brothers, quote unquote, in zest from the very beginning. You are not listening, just losing your mind. I think it was about the incestuous brothers.
Yeah, I pulled up a thing on incest, and it does, sort of mention incest generally, but there's a ton of papers on this. This is one with a ton of research on it. So, I can provide more, I can dump more, I did dump more, so go for it. Trying to find out, and I've provided some evidence that incest is harmful for the psychology of people. If you want to provide opposite evidence, where's yours?
Well,
Where's yours?
The thing is like the claimer who says it provides the evidence, not the person who asks the claimer. But here's the thing that's so interesting is that Mark lied to you. And it just took me looking at his study to tell that he lied to you. So what he did is he said, I have evidence incestuous relationships are bad. Okay, I think that that's a fair claim to make. So I pulled it up. Had nothing to do with the incestuous relationships. I asked him about how to do with fathers and daughters. And he was trying to make the claim the reason they're bad is because of the power dynamic. Well, yeah, between fathers and daughters, that's going to be a way different power dynamic than between two twin brothers. And of course he knows that. He lied to you because he didn't think I would check. And the thing is like these fucking dummies, they don't think I'll check. Mark, tell us, what is the scientific method? Can you even tell us that? What is it? Can you even, can you list it? Tell us.
Yeah, sure. It's a series of methodologies.
What is it though?
Start with, do you want
Give us the steps.
Finish,
I just want the steps. What are the steps?
Why do you do this?
Like, I just want the steps, bro.
Someone's answering you, and you interrupt them to tell
me the scientific method. I'm shutting up.
Bad.
Tell me the scientific method.
So it's basically observation, questions, hypothesis, testing. I'm going through it. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just interesting to ask you.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah,
you're a fucking idiot. You don't know. Okay,
do you need it?
Okay, so
what's the thing is,
what he just said. What? Sorry.
What's the last step?
Publication, peer review, and then back to questions. And then
those aren't necessary to the scientific method, Mark.
Yeah,
no, they're not.
Okay, stop. It's a series of methodologies with the same overall system.
Yeah, I asked you about the scientific method.
I thought you didn't know. Okay, so you're just being really, really weird right now. So I'm going to leave you to that and really answer why. Basically, he just said it himself. He asked for evidence of incestuous relationships are bad, and I provided it. Then he said I lied. He just said that. He just said that just then.
I asked you about two brothers, Mark.
That incestuous relationships are bad, and that is what I provided.
You're screaming,
that's because you're trying to talk over the top
keep
of
screaming,
me,
Mark.
Andrew. Can we mute him if I can't talk? I mean, seriously, what a douchebag.
You
are the worst.
You're just screaming.
We're going to go to the
That's because I want to be heard over your fat fucking face.
Mean. That was mean, Mark. That hurt my feelings.
Accurate though.
We got this one. Scabby says, I blame the King of Australia, Jake, for this absolute intellectual abomination of a redacted Aussie. Oh, they mean Jake from
Rattlesnake
TV.
Yeah.
Kevin Blackwell says,
I don't know who that is.
Don't worry. The point is, Kevin Blackwell says Mark said he uses the scientific method to find truth. He also said relationships exist. How did he use the scientific method to determine this?
I use the scientific method for things that I do, but I'm not deciding everything myself. This is where it's a cooperative effort, and you're trying to say, hey, how did you do this? We know that the scientific method works because we can do things with it. Like we've used it to say, for instance, we can talk over the internet, and you're seeing this right now because of scientific studies on how light works. And we're actually using that light to communicate me to you. You might not understand that. You believe that a boat about 2,000 or 6,000 years ago did a surfing incident on a worldwide flood, but I don't know how else you're supposed to prove that the scientific method works, except that we managed to use it to do stuff. If you've got a better method, show it. Come forward with it. I think it'd be great.
Well, the better method would be philosophy, because you say that's all science is, and so therefore I'm a scientist because I engage in philosophy, right?
I didn't say that all
You
that
did.
it
You
is. I
literally
said
said
that.
that.
No, you're just straw manning.
No, I
said
mean
that
literally.
science
That's what you
is
said. I
one
took the
branch.
notes.
Can I please answer? I said that one branch of science is philosophical methodological naturalism, which is one branch of science.
That's not
Doesn't
what you
mean
said.
that that's what it is. Like, the straw mans are incredible. You are so
They're
dishonest.
your
How do you
positions,
get
bro.
this dishonest?
They're your positions.
Christian morality, ladies and gentlemen. Christian morality.
Yeah, and
This
we'll
one's
just
from-
replay it back.
Lie,
We'll replay it
you
back
know,
later. I
prevaricate,
don't know what to tell you.
just be horrible. That's
I don't know how
Christian
many
morality.
times you got to get wrecked on.
This one from I'm Not Your Guy, Buddy, says secularism is doomed to failure as secular women no longer care for the future and simply live in the present, pursuing immediate gratification over long-term fulfillment. Heck, they see babies as parasites. Give you a chance to respond, Mark.
Yeah, I have no doubt that some women think that way, but I wouldn't say the majority of them do. I think this is sort of, incel kind of all women are this and that, and you're painting with a really generalized brush over everybody. A lot of women have a lot of different opinions. I don't think secular humanists believe that, and I don't know why you're suddenly deciding that you're going to speak for women. Oh, I forgot you're a Christian incel. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. What am I talking about? Of course, you got to speak for women. Yeah,
that's my child in the woman, though, right? That's their children that are in the woman. Can't they speak
of the women for the women that aren't having babies, Andrew? Oh, you're a genius. You're just a genius.
Why would women
mate.
who aren't having babies have abortions? Stupid.
The women that are not having babies, are you're going to speak for them because it's your baby that she's not having?
Wait, I don't understand. That's bizarre to me. How could it be possible that women who aren't having babies?
I've heard it.
Are you just saying that women who aren't having babies aren't having them because they're aborting them? Is that what you're saying?
I never said that.
Well, then I don't understand. What's your position here, dummy? You don't even know, do you?
My position is that if there is no baby, there is no, you're not speaking for the women.
Right.
Baby
so they're speaking to women who get pregnant, which would be with their baby, doofus.
Look, you absolute trollish monster. Like, seriously, what are you doing?
This one from...
You're pointing out how dumb you are.
All right. Prod 5-star says, Mark, stop spurging, bro. Calm down. My guess is you would say you're not spurging. This one from Early Bird 2248.
No, I'm just trying to make myself heard over somebody who has he doesn't have arguments. He just doesn't want people to hear mine. That's why he won't go to foundations. He won't explain anything. He won't do any of that. He just doesn't want you to hear other opinions. And this is high control behavior. Don't let them hear anything else. Just yell.
Early Bird 2248 says, like chess, once you accept the goal, checkmate, some moves are objectively better. In morality, if we value well-being, certain actions are objectively better too, Andrew. What do you want me to unmute you or something? I could have sworn you unmuted yourself before. Do you know how to do that, even though you're not supposed to be able to?
He's too dumb. He can't work it out. He's not good with technology. Just leave him.
I think he was earlier.
So hang on. So if James mutes you, can you unmute yourself, or are you too dumb? Nothing. Crickets. Crickets?
No, you're just
crickets.
Stupid. I don't know.
Crickets, bro. Yeah, I'm right. You can move on.
He didn't mute you. You had to unmute yourself.
No, he did mute me. He had to click the unmute, dummy. You don't know what you're talking about. Again.
Have you got something to say, or are you just going to pass that one by? Yeah, you've got nothing to say. You're not even going to address the
what's the question?
Crickets. You're not even answering the question. Oh wow,
question?
He's figured it out. Oh, look, genius at work. He's thinking. Wait. Up go the brows.
You seem very upset, Mark. Calm down. Let him ask.
No, I'm not. I think it's horrendous.
I thought you just got done saying that I didn't want you heard.
That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard, that you actually run a debate school. Because this isn't debate. This is you just being
Well, I don't know, Mark. You lost. So I guess you should come to my class.
You weirdo. Oh, I lost. He says the guy in the debate. Yeah.
Look, I know when I lose. It just wasn't today.
Okay.
Wow, manipulation as well.
I hate to do this, guys, but Vincent says, Mark, are you going to stop two people with Down syndrome from trying to have a child because they might have a kid with it, namely with Down syndrome?
Yeah, I don't think so, not necessarily. That child may be absolutely fine. I think it should be not encouraged, and they definitely should be educated on what their responsibilities would be if they did have that child. But I don't think necessarily that's the case, no.
This one from Crew C. Bull says, Mark, if Christians were starting to delete themselves after finding out God isn't real, would that be harm? Would you grant Christianity to prevent that harm?
Would I grant Christianity? No. I mean, I can't change what I'm doing and my beliefs, for other people. But at the same time, if there is harm, I would certainly say, hey, maybe we can, sort of allow you to have Christianity. Because here's the thing, no one's saying that you've got to stop being a Christian. And if you're unaware, there are theistic humanists. There's people who are Christian that agree, hey, human well-being is a good thing, and we can work together perfectly fine. It's monsters like Ash Wednesday down here that can't seem to work with anybody, and that's reflected in his debates.
Dr. Evo says, Mark, I'm hearing an accent. Is that Papua New Guinea?
No, you're close though.
Florent N says,
How close? How close?
What do you mean, how close?
How close is he to the Papua New Guinea accent?
To the accent or the place?
The place, sorry.
Well, I'm not sure I can even explain it to you because you have the
Use really small
of a
words.
rodent.
Yeah, use really small words.
Yeah, so south of the hemisphere, like the equator. Wait, are you a flat earther?
Let's just assume I am.
Okay, so on your pizza shape, down on the side that Australia is, Papua New Guinea is to the north of that.
And how close are you to that?
Oh, thousands of miles. Why?
Oh, okay.
This one from, do appreciate it. Monica
I'm
Smith
not close
says,
to anywhere.
Mark, if torturing one child ensured human well-being just cause, would it be right? If human well-being justifies evil, the standard is broken. True morality protects the innocent, not the outcome.
Yeah, no, I don't think that sort of violating a bodily autonomy and integrity for no reason whatsoever is ever a good idea. I don't envisage a situation where torturing a child would make society better. If somehow it could, but I'd love you to explain how the chain of that causality goes.
I can.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah. So have you ever heard of a small island called Papua New Guinea?
Yes.
Are you aware of the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea?
The what warriors?
Yeah, the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. So what they do is they take all the young boys of the tribe and they go load them up in their mouth with their semen. That's what they do. They're called the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. And the kids, they just absolutely adore this because it's a rite of passage to manhood. So the thing is like it seems to keep their society completely together. So tell me, would you go in and break that society up, even though it seems to be flourishing under those rules?
Well, I think that it's morally wrong.
Yeah, but would you go break the society up?
Well, it legally doesn't matter. We're talking about morality here, not
yeah,
legally.
I'm asking you morally, would you, is there a moral ought that you should go in and break that society up?
What do you mean? Like you're talking about legalistic stuff? No, it's
no.
not.
I'm talking about morally. Would you give a moral ought?
Do you want me to answer?
This
is ridiculous. Every time I try
you just
and answer,
asked me a question. How can you ask me a question?
Yes,
and
I was
get mad?
clarifying. I was clarifying.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's right to go in and like imprison and force on other cultures your culture. No.
Okay, so you wouldn't go in and stop the Cum Warriors from loading up the 10-year-old boys with their semen in their mouth?
I wouldn't lock them up, but that doesn't mean we can't explain to them like what the health ramifications of what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, I know, but they don't care. So
this is the problem with people like, listen, it's either do nothing or go in there and shoot all of them. That's the two options. There's a
governments
black and white.
They tried, and they didn't care.
Well, no, I don't think you can force on people moral obligations.
Great, but you know what? Christians did.
Yeah.
We sent in missionaries, and we fucking put a stop to it, not you.
And you abducted native children.
We didn't abduct anybody. We didn't abduct anybody in Papua New Guinea, you fuck. We didn't abduct anybody. What does that have to do with Papua New Guinea?
With Canada, where you went and got
what does that have to do with Papua New Guinea?
You put them in Christian schools and tortured them.
What does it have to do with Papua New Guinea?
Forcibly converted them.
What does that have to do with Papua New Guinea?
Really moral there.
What does it have to do with
really moral?
Okay, Florent N says, do you have a stance independent for any ought? No, but it doesn't mean it's arbitrary. An actual answer, by the way. Mark, I think that they're
That's
accusing you of
correct.
having used this reasoning.
Yeah, yeah. Arbitrary means there's nothing that's based upon. It means completely random. Like, I'm not sure if they understand what arbitrary means, but it means completely random. If you're determining it on a set of facts or a set of things, it's not arbitrary. Like, you need to understand what arbitrary means. It means just on a whim, and that's not what we're doing.
Conspire for Truth says,
Yes, it is. If it is the case that your moral oughts come from no stance independent of you, then it is arbitrary. What are you basing on except yourself? Unless you're just saying it's not arbitrary if I base all moral oughts on me. And if that's the case, then all my moral oughts are not arbitrary as long as they're based on me, right, Mark?
So it's based on random whim. Is that what you're saying?
If it's based on you and whatever it is that you think, and you think that
No,
whatever you
no,
think
that's
isn't
not what
arbitrary,
arbitrary means.
what
That's
does it
not what
mean?
arbitrary
Without
means. It
system
means
is
it's
what it
based
means.
upon a random whim or
It just means
just
without
a
system.
random choice.
It means without
Yeah.
system. So if it
Mhm.
is the case then that you're saying that no, my
Well, it's not
stance,
without.
if you're
It's
saying
not
my
without
stances are not
system.
arbitrary, then
No,
my
that's not what
stances
it
are also
means.
not okay. Well, then
No,
are your
it's not.
stances arbitrary?
It's not just without any system. It's
Yes, it
without
is.
any reason. Without any reason.
That would be without a system. Reason is a
No, just
system.
reason. There is a
Reason
reason
is a
why I choose
system.
human. There is a reason why I choose human
That would
well-being.
be
It's
a
because
system.
I like
That would
human
be a
well-being.
system. That would be a system, right?
Right. Then it's not
Okay.
arbitrary.
So then the case is that any of your stances are not arbitrary, right?
They're not arbitrary, but that doesn't mean they're
Then none of
objective.
mine are arbitrary either.
Well,
This
none
one
of
from
yours. Well, I don't even
Yes.
know what your stances
It
are
just
based upon because you won't talk about it because you're a
whatever.
coward that won't
I've already
actually
told
talk
you a
about
hundred
your own
times. My
foundations.
stance
So
is
I can't even talk about whether it's
I am the
arbitrary or not
moral.
because you keep lying
Bro,
about what your
I'll tell you
stances
my
are.
stance again. I am the ultimate arbiter of all of morality.
All right, I think we'll
You're
go
the
on to the next one. Rachel Wilson says, imagine a man who looks like Azog, the Defiler from Lord of the Rings, saying Andrew doesn't look good. Who's Azog? This one from PT Reid says, Mark's offensive language hurts my fifis, which is against my secular humanism. Straight to secular humanism jail. My preferences, Mark.
Yeah, so that doesn't follow. They're just words. We don't sort of say, hey, if your feelings get hurt, that's it, especially as I am sort of throwing exactly Wilson's behavior back at him. What are you saying, that it's moral for him and not for me? Have you got this sort of class system of morality? Is that what you're saying? Maybe it's a might makes right, which I think is probably a lot of Christians do believe in. But the idea that words, because your feelings have been hurt, well, I might say, I'm not interested in you. If you are keen on me, I'm not interested because you seem horrible. That even if that hurts your feelings, it doesn't mean anything.
This one from Kevin Blackwell said, Mark said that philosophy exists. Can Mark use the scientific method to prove that philosophy exists? Can it be proven without the scientific method?
Well, I think it exists in abstraction. But, philosophy is simply the study of everything. It's like basically analyzing and providing reasons for foundations for everything. So really, philosophy is kind of, um, everything is related to philosophy because it's we're looking at foundations, but it doesn't mean that science is just philosophy. No, it's a branch. Just like you wouldn't say that deontology is just all of philosophy. No, that's not what anybody is saying. It's that, hey, this is a branch of philosophy.
This one for Andrew. Conspire for Truth says Andrew just lost credibility because he thinks popularity equates to truth and contradicts himself by appealing to consensus based on his popularity.
You mean I said a joke?
This one from
So
Andrew. Go ahead.
I
Oh,
said I said
hilarious.
I said I said a literal joke. That was an obvious joke. Is it, if that's the best you can come up with a gotcha in this debate, after all the times I've fucking wrecked your boy over here,
Is that
Man,
your idea of a joke? No one will care about you enough to do this, that, and the other. That's your idea of a joke?
yeah, it was pretty funny. A lot of people laughed.
This one
Yeah.
from Andrew Pazinski
Wow.
says, question for Andrew. Would you say Christianity gave rise to secularism in the West under the earlier Catholic Church rule? If not, what did?
Actually, I tend to agree. This is a pretty good position due to remittances and various, or not remittances, I'm sorry, due to Catholic Church policy, what was going on at the time, indulgences, things like this. I do think that that did give rise to Protestantism, which then in turn they turned to Enlightenment principles because they didn't have a normative authority. Same problem that my opponent has. He has no normative authority except him. And so Protestants, and by the way, Protestantism had a lot to do with land grabs and a bunch of other shit too. It wasn't just the idea of separating away from the church due to indulgences. There's a pretty deep, rich history there. Not a thing that Mark would ever really go into because he just, all Christianity is bad because they molest children or some shit like that, ignoring what secularists do. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. The secularist institutions, they have the same exact problems. It's just that, well, we can shut down the sections responsible for those problems, but he can't do that in the church for some reason. Contradicted himself 7 fucking times at least on that. I brought it up multiple times. He kept on literally contradicting himself.
This going to end or is going forever?
I haven't interrupted you at all. I've been letting you literally give all of your answers.
Did you just say you haven't interrupted me at all?
As you've been giving your last few answers, I have not. No.
Wow. Wow.
Have I? As you've been giving your last few answers, have I? No.
Well, this
I've
is
been
going on a long
completely
time.
quiet bro. I
Okay,
haven't
well, I'll be quiet. That's
interjected
okay.
a single time at the last few answers you've given. I haven't even interjected myself. So the thing is like I'm just pointing this out that my opponent, as he claims, Andrew doesn't want me to be heard. I think it's fucking hilarious. Like I would never try to get Mark's channel banned or anything like that. I think that it's the best idea that you have morons like him out espousing their bullshit because it makes me look great. I think it's great.
Yeah, so aside from the insults and stuff, just quickly, I never endorsed any of the stuff that he's basically mischaracterizing. I never said I would give any secular people a pass. So he's just outright lying as per usual. And you should note that he is just lying about my position on all of this stuff. And then he's like sort of, poisoning the well by tarring me with a bad brush. But that split between the Protestants and stuff, and the East-West schism was mostly about whether they'd listen to the Pope or listen to the patriarchs. And basically the Catholics didn't want to go through the patriarchs, and the patriarchs just thought the Bishop of Rome was just another patriarch. So that was that split. The whole thing about where you get your authority from, yeah, it's it can't be mended. It's a mess. Christianity is a mess.
This one,
sorry,
do appreciate it. Also, thanks for those of you who have given to the GoFundMe fundraiser so far. That's for our New Lenses 4 recordings of Destiny, August 5th in Los Angeles, and Andrew, August 8th in Chicago. So thank you very much, Evan Cribbs, for your donation, Reynaldo Pella, and Joshua Baker. We appreciate that support. And this question coming in from Reaper CDL says, Andrew, can you agree and argue the position that society would be better if child support and alimony would be outlawed for women who break their homes?
Yes.
This one from Kevin Blackwell says, Marcus said that people can consent. That means consent exists. What part of the scientific method does he use to prove that consent exists?
Well, consent is just a label that we give for people in agreement when you agree to something. Like, I don't know why you want to go to, well, how do you prove that with the scientific method? We've had that for like centuries and centuries. Like, I don't know who would, unless somebody is being incredibly disingenuous and incredibly argumentative, why they would say, hey, no, agreement between people doesn't exist. Well, I think you need serious help if that's the case. Wow.
Yeah, but Mark, you would have to agree that agreement between people is not always so obvious. Consent is not always so obvious. And sometimes things which are in people's best interests are things they don't consent to.
Are you trying to say that you don't need consent?
In some cases, you don't, no.
Really? Really? Mm-hmm. So if say, for instance, a woman doesn't want to sleep with you, do you need consent?
I think in that case you do. But in the case that I want to put a person in prison, do I need consent?
No.
Okay, then shut up, Mark.
but I never used it in that context.
Mark, you literally just, I literally just said you don't always need consent. And you said, yes, you do.
The reason why, we don't need consent when you are harming other people. And I said that again.
You actually do. Listen, you don't actually need consent even when it comes to harming other people. Where did you come up with that?
You don't, what? I never said that.
Well, okay, well then,
just
let's just make sure that I get this right. Repeat the position.
No, like if you're out there and you attack somebody, I don't need your consent to stop you.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what I just said.
What are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with what I just said. What
are you talking about?
Yeah, what I said is that you don't always need consent from people. And you said, yes, you do. And then I said, no, I'll give you an example of that.
No, I meant in the context of what he was talking about.
Which is?
When somebody has some sort of psychological problem, they cannot give consent because they're not in their right mind.
That's not true either, Mark. There's many people with many psychological problems, and you wouldn't say that they could or couldn't give consent, right?
Yeah, but
so for instance, if I'm depressed, that's a psychological problem. Can I give consent, Mark?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
okay,
talking
Mark.
about.
There you go.
Yeah, so this is just splitting hairs and basically
splitting hairs.
what I'm saying again. At a certain point, well, is it okay for you if you go to somebody intellectually disabled and convince them without, and don't have, to sleep with them? Is that okay?
Intellectually disabled how?
Well, they don't understand the consequences of their decisions.
So they're like 40 IQ or something, or they have head damage? No. But if it is the case that there's a person who has a below average IQ and they consent to somebody with a higher IQ to have sex with them, is a person with a higher IQ doing something wrong, Mark?
Do they understand the consequences of their actions?
Well, I mean, to the limited degree that many people understand the consequences to their actions, I suppose.
Oh, then yeah. So, but what I'm saying is that at a certain point, if people are that in a state where they don't understand the consequences of their actions, then it is, they can't give consent. We give the ability to consent to it.
Yeah,
and if they violate somebody else and break their rights, then yeah, they don't get to consent to any of the things that you're basically
but isn't that
they have to consent to go into jail? What are you talking about?
I don't actually understand this. When you say
you don't understand much.
Yeah,
Andrew.
yeah, that's
Seriously.
true. When it comes from you, I don't. When you say okay.
Any last on this point, this particular
question? Very quickly. The reason I don't understand it is because I can come up and envision like 80,000 scenarios probably where you would agree that people who can't consent may need to be forced to consent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well then I don't even understand what you're arguing with me about, Mark.
We must go to the next one.
Well,
His Grace Remains says, Andrew, when he asked what is a toddler and you said I died, he was a contradiction machine, no consistency in his argument. Okay.
Yeah, I know you guys are gonna go off like for Wilson is friends are currently attacking my chat right now, but
they shouldn't. They actually shouldn't do that.
He didn't actually sort of qualify what he actually meant because he knows that people aren't out there killing toddlers. Like nobody's out there doing that, or else they're going to be arrested and put in jail. But he's such a piece of shit and a liar that he's willing to say it anyway. He'll just lie to you because he wins. That's all he cares about. He's not honest. He's not actually saying things that are true. All he wants to do is win.
Yeah. Well, so when
you mate.
If you take something, you shotgun multiple points, I disagree with one aspect of it, then you equivocate and act like I'm disagreeing with all of it. That's the problem with Mark. He's been doing that the whole debate. But I will say this, and this is important. If there are actually people who are attacking Mark who are from the Crucible in his chat and harassing him, you will be fucking banned. You will be banned. We have a zero harassment policy. We have always had a zero harassment policy. Mark did show up to be an interlocutor. Whether I hate Mark's guts or not, you stay the fuck out of his chat if you're there for harassment. You will be banned. Period.
And the same is true for Andrew's chat, but I assume there's nobody from my chat going over.
You don't have a chat, Mark.
As I said,
Funny Farm.
Well,
Funny Farm says the figures responsible for the scientific method were deeply religions, Mark, inspired to rectify our fallen nature and bring us closer to truth.
Well, I think that there is like a history of a lot of different people contributing to the scientific method. A lot of people during the Enlightenment were actually deists which isn't Christian, but it isn't atheist either, of course. Like, it is a separate thing where you basically go, well, hey, there's a God, let's examine what he's done to create this kind of thing. But just because the foundations of something is in Christianity, which I might add, by sort of killing anybody that disagreed with them, were the only people around at the time, because they kind of tortured and killed people who disagreed with their beliefs. So, you know, there's that. But people like, you know, Karl Popper, who really, he is kind of the father of the modern scientific method, or the methods kind of thing, the overarching methodology that we use. So yeah, Christians have contributed a lot to science. That doesn't mean they own it or they're responsible for it.
AJ Anderson says, is it okay to be white? If not, is it okay to be black? We covered this. Everybody agrees it's okay to be either. King of all pixels says monks and priests have contributed huge to science throughout history. The Vatican has one of the best observatories in the world. Mark.
Sure, yeah, and I like what they do. It's not like I'm saying, hey, there's nothing Christianity has done. They've done a lot of good, but they've done a lot of bad as well. And the whole idea that, hey, because they've done some good, that's forgiven them for 2,000 years of, you know, bloodshed and torture and all of the horrible stuff that they have done to everybody. I mean, the Cathars was a case of a genocide of people carried out by the Catholic Church.
This
Just
one
doesn't matter.
This one from Kevin Blackwell says, Mark, if science can only tell us facts but not oughts, that means oughts exist. What scientific methodology was used to determine that oughts exist?
What do you mean by oughts exist? If you're talking about abstractions, then yeah, like they exist as an abstraction. But you know, if you're saying, hey, they should be out there in the material world somewhere, then I don't know what you're talking about, because nobody's saying that.
Mark,
it is a stance, not
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, it's a stance, not an actual thing that exists, like my pen or my coffee cup.
On the previous super chat, you laid at the feet of Christianity anything which was done in the last 2,000 years. Would you be willing to take the same line with the Tokugawa shogunate, who killed all of the Buddhists, all of them, put them all to the sword in order to secure his reign? Would you put that at the feet of secularists?
A shogunate who believed
the
that
Tokugawa shogunate.
Who believed that emperor was a god.
He was a shogun. He didn't believe the emperor was God. He didn't give a shit about the emperor.
The shogun was the military leader for Japan during that time, and he bowed to the emperor, who was seen as the embodiment of
the emperor was only seen, literally the emperor was only seen this way by the masses, never, ever by the people who were actually in charge of the country, including the daimyos and including the shogunate himself, who often orchestrated the assassination of the light of heaven. So the thing is, let me just ask you, when Tokugawa took out all of the Buddhists in his name, I mean, he killed them. He put them all to the sword. Every single Buddhist temple, he killed them all in order to secure his reign. Is that at the feet of secularists?
What do you mean, secularists? Yeah, I mean, secularists. Yeah. Sure. I mean, a much better example is Russia with Stalin.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just asking if it's the case, though. See, I'm willing to, in good faith, make these what's the right way to say this? I'm willing to differentiate between these various ideas, that secularists could have different ideas amongst secularists, because they do. But I just need you, if you could just in good faith say Christians also could have various ideas when it comes to Christianity, and we should only associate the horrors of what X group did with that specific group, rather than associate it with the totality of things that you have in common with another group. I think that that's a way better way that we can reduce these things to see what group has done worse things. You make this great point. You say, Andrew, wait, that wasn't secular humanism in Russia. I would even be willing to concede that point if it were the case that you would say, well, when Catholics did bad thing, that doesn't fall at the feet of the Orthodox. You know, like, why can't we ever make headway that way?
So you would have a point.
I'll give you a chance to answer. Then we have to.
You'd have a point if the debate was Christianity versus the shogunate, or Shintoism, or whatever they had there at the time, or secularism. You would have a point, but that is not the case. It's Christianity versus secular humanism, and it's funny that every time it's
Christianity versus secular humanism and the effects on society.
Okay, well, split hairs, but sure.
No, that's really
we're
an
not
important
talking about
detail,
just
right?
secularism. Yeah,
Like,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry, you just interrupted. I get what you're saying, that the effects on society. Sure. But what I'm pointed out is that, hey, Christians did that thing against the Cathars. They were Christians under any definition, while they're not Christians anymore.
But this is my problem, right? It's like,
well,
if we're talking about the effects
hang
on, well, I'm trying to answer the question. If you're trying to ask about the effects Christianity has on society, or the effects secularism or secular ethics or secular humanism has on society, then for me to be good faith with you, you want me to isolate only what secular humanists do and believe. And I think that that's totally fair. I just wish that ever it would be good faith the other way, where you would isolate that there could be Christian groups who they identify as Christian, but don't follow the general ethics of the denomination in which I'm advocating for or which other people would advocate for. That's my problem here.
Well, it's kind of funny because every time you want to sort of say, hey, we're responsible for science and all of these things and all of the things that came from
I didn't say that,
the
dude.
Enlightenment thing. Well, it's what the earlier question said. But every time that you want to like sort of tally the Christians, they're all Christians. But now that you sort of point out that, hey, these people were sort of Christians by any means that we can evaluate, and their past, they did these horrible things, then suddenly you don't want to count them as Christians anymore. Whereas nobody
That's a good
thinks
point.
that the Shinto shogun under the Japanese Shintoism was a secular humanist. Like, if you wanted that debate, you would probably have to go with a denomination like secular humanism versus Greek Orthodox or something, or whatever you think is the representative.
I'm not sure, because this is my whole problem, right? It's like, within this idea of the categorization, you seem to kind of make this smuggle, where you say, wait a second, it's not fair for you to put at the feet of secular humanists each atrocity which secularists have done. Those weren't secular humanists. And yet at the same time, you're willing to state, well, but I believe Christians are anybody who identifies as a Christian. If that's the case, then, Mark, then I can take each atrocity and say, fine, all Christians did this atrocity, they're universally responsible. But then you can't say that all the universal good is not collectively shared as well. That's the problem, Mark.
I never said that.
Yeah, but then if that's the case,
contributed a lot. I made that acknowledgement
then
on
I just
a number
want this,
of occasions.
Then I just want this question answered.
I don't think that having an observatory in Rome, like what they actually call it Lucifer,
not the observatory. That's not what I'm talking about. Just
I'm just using as an example. Like, just because they've done this awesome thing doesn't wipe out a river of blood.
I just want this last question answered. Then, if that's the case, the totality of Christian, the totality, all of it together, every bit of everybody who's ever identified as a Christian, do you honestly believe that in society, every single human being who's ever identified as being a Christian in all of their actions, has that led to more harm than good? Yes or no?
I think it's led to more harm, yeah.
We must go to the next one. Gavin Freenun, got that one. His Grace Remains says, sex workers in our society cause no problems, Mark, spreading diseases and modeling the worst behavior for young ladies. Even some atheists agree this is harmful to a society.
Yeah, some atheists, but I don't think that's secular humanists. I think that, like I said about OnlyFans, there should be more regulation and protection of these people rather than just, forcing them to the sex workers.
More protection for the sex workers?
Yes. Amsterdam has a thriving sort of industry on it where it's highly regulated and they're kept safe.
So does Japan. For red light districts,
I don't know.
This one, Scabby says, of course, Mark is a fan of OnlyFans. Next one.
Oh, Mark? No, I don't even use OnlyFans. I just don't have a problem with it. That's all.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit. No, I don't even know.
So 18, would you allow your 18-year-old daughter to go on OnlyFans?
Sure.
Oh.
Wow. This one coming in from Red Fox says, Mark, who are the good guys in Star Wars and why?
The Rebellion. because authoritarianism and pure evil, which does not allow people to express or be themselves, and when they're slaughtering people, like, I don't know how you could view these as the good guys. Is incredible.
The Empire were definitely the good guys, and I'll debate you on that, Mark, anytime you want.
Sure, sure.
This one from Guy says, question for Mark, how can you make any moral claims? Where do morals come from? Are these just your preferences?
No, I'm a meta-ethical relativist. So basically, it's based upon something that I choose to work towards. So I've explained this like 50 times during the debate. I really don't want to explain it again, because I think I'm like beating a dead horse, or possibly a horse that isn't listening at this point.
Gabby says, Mark definitely kisses his own brother on the mouth. This one from Lewis says, Mark, for the record, he does not kiss his own brother. It says, Mark condemns gaslighting.
His wife would be jealous, I'll tell you that right now.
You're right about that. And
yeah.
Mark condemns gaslighting, then goes on and tries to gaslight Andrew immediately after by saying, why are you so mad? Your life sucks. It's total projection. Mark hates himself, and the devil loves that.
That was actually really weird when you brought up that I had stepkids for why my life sucked, Mark. That was very strange.
Well, it's just sort of pointing out you live in a bubble of hypocrisy on what you.
What's the hypocrisy?
Well, it's hypocrisy. It's telling people to do something that you shouldn't.
What am I telling people to do that I'm not doing?
Okay, well, I apologize then. Really, we're just seeing that.
So you just made it up,
me,
Mark?
Yeah, no, I just insulted you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just like you've been insulting me and making up things about me.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Mark. There's two things that I would differentiate.
No. You've
the
been
first, Mark, I would never go after
me.
your family, Mark, ever.
That's fair.
Ever.
That's fair. I do.
And so maybe them Christian ethics ain't as bad as you think.
I don't think I need Christian ethics to.
Well, then why did you, Mark? Why did you?
I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm perfectly moral either. Are you saying you're perfectly moral?
I'm saying I wouldn't have ever gone after your family.
Well, I didn't go after your family.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Your
you literally brought them up as trying to make an example of me being a hypocrite because you thought I was a red pillar, which is your problem that you believed that shit.
A red pillar.
Yeah, you believe that I was some person who was out here saying, oh, I'm married to a woman with kids, so therefore anybody who's ever married a woman with kids is bad or some shit like that. I've never said anything like that.
Well, if you don't want it to get personal, don't get personal.
Personal with you is different than me going after your fucking family, Mark.
What you think. I don't give a shit what you think.
I can go after your...
I didn't dox them. I didn't do anything.
Okay, then I'll go after your wife. Go after his wife, chat.
Sure, go for it.
You're right.
Like,
yeah, so we can dox them.
Why would my wife care what you think? And if you're going to give it, why can't you take it?
I was joking. By the way, I'm joking. We
would
never do that.
You're a child.
Never do that. I'm just pointing out, Mark, the difference between me and you. I would never have gone after your family. That's all.
Well, I didn't go after them. I just
did. Stop lying, Mark. Stop lying, Mark.
I checked to see whether you wanted to talk about your life, and you went, yep, bring it on. Don't ask for it if you can't take it, you child.
Wait a second. You're saying that...
Don't ask for it if you can't take it, Wilson.
You're saying that I made the...
Stop crying, man.
So I made the allowance?
Personal, and now you go, oh, but that's a step too far, as you called me all kinds of names and stuff. You fucking whinging child. Go away. I'm done with you. You're a freaking idiot.
So to get this right...
Seriously.
I
try to reach out an olive branch, and you're just like,
olive branch?
Oh, no, yeah, I said, well, I apologize, and you just go, oh, after you
was it really an apology? Then was it really an apology?
Yes, it was.
How can it be an apology if you're doubling down on it, stupid?
Well, I say I apologize, and you throw it back in my face.
I apologize unless you don't accept it.
We'll go
and are you going to apologize for what you've done today as well? No, you're not going to.
Did I ever go after your family?
Because you're a fucking piece of shit.
Did I ever go after your family?
You're a piece of shit.
Did I ever go after your family?
Did I ever? You are the most terrible human on the face of the planet. Like, seriously, go lock yourself in a room, save everybody from your disgusting views, and go and save society from the horribleness that is you, Andrew Wilson, because you are the worst person, one of the most heinous people on the face of the planet. And not just atheists believe that, Christians believe that as well. You are a disgrace to the entire world, to humanity.
I'm a horrible guy, Mark, but I never would have gone after your family.
Oh yeah, everything else is fine. Just lying about me, like doing pedophile, is fine. Is that it? Is that what you lie about?
Did I lie
That's
about you
fine.
being a pedophile?
Yes, you
It's
did.
PDF
Yes, you
file.
did.
Okay.
You said that
That's
I support PDF file. You said
No,
that today.
I said, Mark, you
No,
wouldn't want
you
to be
said
getting
that
into
today.
PDF
You
apologia.
said that today.
No, I
You
didn't.
said that today. Yes,
No,
you did.
that's just a
Oh,
lie,
you're
Mark.
such a liar, man.
But
You
even
are
if it was
such
the
a
case
liar.
that I called you that, I still
Yeah.
wouldn't have gone after your family, Mark.
Hey, I asked you if you wanted to go there. You wanted to go there. What am I
No,
going to
Mark,
say?
Mark, the thing is,
Don't
I left,
accept it. Don't. Hey, I
always
asked
leave the
permission.
option
You
open.
gave permission. That's
Sure.
called consent, Andrew. You
hey,
consented. So
you know
go fuck
what?
yourself.
You're right,
You must
Mark.
go to
It's
the
just
next
that
one.
if you had said sure, I still wouldn't have.
You must go to the
It makes
next
me a
one.
better person than you,
Next,
Mark.
go to the next one.
You will never be
Scabby.
a better person than
Scabby says,
just about anybody.
Scabby says,
Still wouldn't have done
Lord
it.
says, Lord Jake is your daddy, Mark.
Ah,
And Jacob Gurman says,
yeah.
Mark talks about philosophy, but can't even get logical fallacies right. Constant genetic fallacies, equivocation, red herrings, and appeals to authority.
No, it's not genetic fallacy. If someone says, hey, take for granted I'm delusional, that's not saying, hey, you're delusional. Like, they've granted it. Like, I don't know what genetic fallacy that you're talking about.
But I thought that was
because
bad
that's
faith.
going to origins of things. That's
Rip
basically
Tor.
going to origins. So, which I don't know how you would say I did.
Rip Tor says, question for Mark, if delusions are dangerous, then why call trans women women? Sounds like you are perfectly willing to distort reality if the outcomes are favorable. Interesting how that works, huh?
They're not delusional about anything. That's the thing. That's the secret. They're not delusional. And we know this through psychological studies. They're not delusional.
You don't know things through psychological studies. You don't know
is
things.
a distorted perception of reality.
You don't
That is what
know
delusion
things
is.
through psychological
So
studies.
here's the really horrible thing. I'm still being interrupted by the most heinous man on the planet. But
The most heinous on the
we know
planet.
that like delusion is a distortion of reality. And so what reality are they delusional about? Yeah, we got to mute him because God, he's got no self-control whatsoever.
This one coming in from Riptor says, question for Mark. Let me go to the... If delusions are dangerous... Oh, we got that one, sorry.
We did that one.
AJ Anderson says, Mark, is it okay for women to abort brown and black babies, or is it wrong to do that?
I don't think it makes any kind of difference. If it's before the cutoff point, then they can choose to do it or not to do it. Like, I don't ask the reason why.
So if it were the case, Mark, that women collectively decided that they wanted to remove the children from their womb because they would turn out to be black, and that's the only reason they terminated the fetus.
I don't ask. It's none of my business.
Yeah, but if that was the case, that they all told you that.
It's none of my business.
But if they all told
It's
you
none of my
that,
business.
are they wrong, Mark?
It's none of my business. I'm not asking for their reasons.
Mark, when I
Look,
asked you
I've
the
answered
same
the
question about
I've answered the
blue-eyed,
question.
when I asked you,
don't get to tell women what to do with their
I know,
bodies.
Mark.
I don't.
Mark, I'm just.
I know
gonna
you
ask,
think you do, but
Mark,
I don't.
Mark,
That's my belief.
Mark, if
this isn't Andrew question time. It isn't.
Mark,
why don't you understand how the debate works?
Mark, if
you don't
a woman,
understand anything about
if a woman
debate.
asked you, or if a woman,
no,
told
this
you,
is not Andrew question time. Why are we even allowing
Mark,
this
if
shit?
a woman told, now listen, James, you got to let me ask this question.
No, you don't have to let him
you
ask.
have
He's
to
just
let me at least ask the
mic
question
and interrupt. And no, it's not Andrew.
You know what? I'll
time.
mute the rest of the time if you just let me ask this question.
You're a liar. You will not mute. We've all seen it. Like,
not only will I give my word.
Oh, what a liar.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Wow.
So let me just ask this one question.
Hold on, one sec. Just relax. Okay, so I think Mark, to summarize, just said he's like, no, if a woman wants to abort her baby because it's black, that's okay with him. And Mark, you're giving the thumbs up. Mark, I'm surprised. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be hard on you. I'm just like, you're really biting the bullet. Don't you know most
it's none of my business. I don't.
Can we just get a
why
yes or no
people
here?
do this. We're talking about stopping them. And hey, I might think it might be immoral, but I don't have the right to tell people why they should make the decisions that they should do. That's it.
So if women collectively said that they wanted to abort all of their fetuses just because they were black, you would support that? Yes or no?
It would be not the. Would I support it? No, I don't. I don't want people to have abortions, but I uphold their right to. I wouldn't stop them. Correct.
Yeah, so it's
got it.
morally
Well,
permissible that
but to
all
be
of those
fair,
women
you said
hang
you'd
on,
only
it's
ask
morally
one
question.
permissible,
Yeah.
right?
It's
Morally
morally
permissible?
permissible for a woman to do that under for any reason. So,
Okay.
and can we just wonder at the example being given? If every woman in the world collective, like seriously, this is nonsense stuff. This is Andrew being, well, Andrew, really.
You got it. This one from Scabby. I got that one. Jojo says, I like you, Andrew, but you lost the debate. AJ Anderson says, I don't love you, Mark, and you lost the debate.
Everyone
Scabby
loses.
says, I think those bright lights. Okay.
Well, you have to understand that there's oftentimes, and I'm sure even Mark would agree with this, that the opposition to the other person will come in and pretend that they're a supporter of the person so that they can make the comment, oh, I'm a big fan of you, but you lost the debate. I've seen this tactic 100 times. But you know what the difference between me and most people is? I actually will follow those accounts. I'll put mods on it to follow the account, and then I track them back. And it turns out almost every time they're a fan of the other guy, leaving a message there that they're a fan of me so that they can say, oh, I'm a big fan of you, but you lost. Isn't that funny how that works, Mark? I bet you that chatter, I bet you we're going to find out he's one of your fans, Mark.
No, I don't. I certainly wouldn't encourage people to do so. I've had tons of people come into my chat and sort of say, hey, I'm an atheist, but I thought this. And I don't, as I said before, I don't support this kind of gaslighting. Like, just be honest about what you think. Seriously.
This one from Patriot Musk says, Mark, do secular humanists or Christians give more humanitarian aid?
It's interesting because there's a couple of studies that we can see, and it's kind of the numbers are skewed because Christians give to their churches, which may or may not be humanitarian aid. I don't know how anyone could argue that the prosperity gospel churches are humanitarian aid unless you consider humanity to be the guy making millions off of it. But I have a study that basically says that atheists are actually more generous outside of their in-group, so they'll give more to people that aren't atheists. Whereas Christians give more to Christians and Christians alone.
I would like for you guys to note, though, that he said, well, what if you're giving to a prosperity gospel, which, by the way, are the minority. Most church giving doesn't go to prosperity gospel preachers. That's insanity.
Who's it go to?
And secondly, actually, we can look this up, right? We know it goes to Mormons and the Catholic Church, and we can actually look at the funding, can't we? You literally just said this earlier. And so because of this,
I can look at the funding.
Hang on, can you let me finish? I didn't interrupt you while you gave your answer.
Sorry. Yep.
So the thing is that's so funny about this is like you can just look at this and say, okay, if it is the case, most churches have a fund which is designed to be given out to charity. Literally, they have a fund. Almost all of them do. And it doesn't matter the denomination, almost all of them do. If it is the case that you're giving to the church, like he says, it's still the case that most of it is going out in charitable contributions after the cost of the church and this type of thing. Does he have a point on prosperity gospel? Sure. Most Christians are against prosperity gospel, by the way. Most church funding is going out to charity. That is the case. If Mark could factually show me that is not the case, which he'll never be able to do, I'd love to hear it. And most secular progressive charity giving actually doesn't even get to the charity. That's what's so funny.
I think you'd have.
It goes to administrative costs, Mark. Yeah, it does. It goes to administrative costs.
Yeah, I think that sort of the administrative costs occur in the churches as well.
Not to the same degree.
What they do is they basically give to Christians only and ignore everybody else, and that's the problem.
That is not true.
Are more generous. It's also the case that Christians have a lot more infrastructure. They have a lot more people. They have a lot more than atheists.
So we give way more to charity.
Entirely unsurprising. Well, that's just an ad populum. That's just like, hey, we've got the most people.
That's not ad populum. That's just pointing out that this group of people gives way more to charity than this group of people per capita. That's not ad populum. That's per capita.
Yeah, that's probably slightly true. But it is also
not probably, it is true.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I'm not sure about that.
Let's
in
go to the
other
next
countries. I know that's like that in the US. But also a lot of atheists and secular humanists believe that the government should be doing a lot of these things that the churches are doing. So they will actually support higher taxes and things like that.
Which will mostly go to administrative costs.
To take care of. I didn't interrupt you. Come on,
you just asked me a question. You just asked me a question. The answer is no.
I didn't ever get to finish it. Okay. I didn't ever get to finish it.
The answer is no.
So
You don't support higher taxes to take care of the
No.
poor.
okay,
No.
Okay, so
we're
that's
okay. We're
so
good.
yeah, you
He
give to
doesn't
charity
support-
instead of having higher taxes. Atheists support higher taxes. There you go.
So atheists support taking, that's not charity, that's forced, dummy.
What do you mean it's forced?
If
What,
I
you
don't
mean-
want to give it and you force me to, then that's force, Mark. That's not
Yeah?
charity. That's
What's
the
your point?
opposite of charity. Oh, atheists support higher tax rates. Well, what if I don't want to give it? Then we'll force you to. That's force, not charity.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of fucking charity.
Yeah, so what? It's the same outcome.
So
If
what?
This
you're
one-
gonna give
Same
charity,
outcome? That's not charity,
Anyway.
doofus. God. Yeah,
this one
Mark,
from-
Yeah,
Mark,
but-
how do you think like this, Mark?
This one from Otis Driftwood says, "How does it?" Okay, that's weird. Patriot Musk, we got that one. Guys, did I read this? Question for Mark: how can you make any moral claim? Where do morals come from? Are these just your preferences? Did I read that?
Just on the last one, just because Andrew was speaking over the top of me, I'd like to have the last word for once because the man cannot shut his face.
I think I gave you the last
it-
one, the
it is
last
an option.
three. The
So
last three, I gave
Can we
you the
mute
last
him,
word.
please?
What are you talking
Can
about?
we mute him, please?
All right.
Only because you were muted, Andrew. Let's face it.
No, I muted myself,
there was-
doofus. Ask
Wow,
James.
what a
Ask
generous,
James if I'm
what a
lying.
generous.
Ask
like,
James if I'm lying.
Because seriously,
Okay, I need you to
um,
answer the question, Mark, please.
Oh, okay. What was the question?
It says, "How can you make any moral claim? Where do morals come from? Are these just your preferences?"
Yeah, it's an intersubjective, agreed upon standards between people of what we want out of society. And if you don't want a healthy society, then go off and make your own collapsing society. That's fine.
Okay, PT
And just with the last one, I actually opted for more taxes. It's still a choice. It is still a choice to do. And so this thing of, oh, it's not charity. Well, no, not technically. But if we're in favor of paying more to help people, what's the freaking difference? No, don't let him answer. Keep on going. He doesn't get the last word. No, fuck him.
I'm not even going to take the last word. Just ask a question. What's coercion?
Yeah, I'm not letting him get the last word. I'm not.
Okay. You would get the last word.
This
Answer
one.
the
No,
question. What's coercion?
we're looking at who will be willing to help people and help humanity.
What
and
is
the fact that we're willing
coercion?
to. No, shut up, Andrew. I'm not playing your stupid little game. The fact that we're willing to give more, it shows that, hey, atheists aren't this. Oh, well, it's
Yeah,
just myself. No,
gunpoint.
we're actually
You'll give
quite-
more at gunpoint.
This one from
Fucking
PT.
dumbass.
Mark,
Oh,
don't
what
let
a
it get to
stellar
you.
Christian.
I know that.
Yeah, Mark, you're stupid. I don't know what to do about that, bro.
I know that. I know that sometimes. So remember that.
You are so fucking dumb, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
you have the
Yeah, we're gonna
IQ
give it more
of a
charity
spa-
like this.
a
Give me more
spasming
charity.
hedgehog, dude. You have the intellect of a brick, and not a particularly bright
Oh, you
brick
got
at
me,
that.
Mark. You got me, Mark.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
from
No, keep
PT
drinking
Reid.
your
Okay.
alcohol. Keep getting
Give me,
drunk.
hey,
I'm
give
sure
me all your
I'm
money
sure
for
it
charity,
makes you
Mark.
feel
Give me
better
all your
down
money for
inside.
charity.
I bet it makes you feel better.
Give
No,
me
keep
all your
drinking,
money
dude.
for
Keep
charity.
drinking.
Give me all your
What
money
a
for charity.
drunkard. Are you okay?
PT.
You are drunk,
PT.
obnoxious, upset,
PT.
yelling,
All right, we
screaming.
must go to the next one. PG says,
Wow.
Mark, if secular humanism doesn't outlaw religions, couldn't religions flourish and outlive secularists, making secularism lesser?
By the way, Mark, wouldn't
Couldn't
you drink if
religions
you had to
outlaw?
deal with
No,
yourself?
excuse me,
Let's give him
excuse
a
me. This was to me. I don't drink.
Oh, you should
Okay.
start.
Well, let's go to the question.
Really? Why?
Just no.
Well,
we
I
don't
mean,
have to
because
talk
maybe
about
you'd
why
be
you
less
guys should drink or-
insufferable. I don't know.
Oh, no, start telling me how to live my life. Go for it.
I will.
Yeah.
All right,
Happily.
forgive me. I'm sorry, you guys, but the question was, Mark, if secular humanism doesn't outlaw religions, couldn't religions flourish and outlive secularists?
No, if sort of, secular humanism, the only way to be an atheist was to be born, sure, but that's not the only way. A lot of people deconstruct, realize that, hey, I can't believe what it is that I'm being told about these magical floods and this stuff, and they turn to it. So, in fact, no religion is actually growing. It's one of the fastest growing demographics that we have, and it's not because, oh, you guys don't have children. No, that's not the only way you make a secular humanist. Basically, in order to make a secular humanist or even a theistic humanist, all you realize is, hey, it'd be best for all of us if we help and, support one another and do the best for humans. That's it. It's not rocket science.
Harbargnar says, Mark, I'm trying to watched Dustin Poitier's last fight night. I think Andrew gave you a TKO in this debate. You were great, though.
Yeah, so Andrew's got these tactics that he uses, which are really dishonest, and they're not seen as honest anywhere in debate. Interruptions, calling names, behaving like a child. When you go into a discussion, I do realize he said before, hey, I like blood sports. It's like, yeah, but do you realize that you put people off by doing this? Like, how are you supposed to think that Andrew Wilson wants the best for you when he's just being I won't say that. That's a very Australian word, but hey, I won't
Oh, yeah.
demonetize
This
your
one.
channel.
Vincent says if morality is malleable, then there's no point using it. The same with gender. Men are women and good can be evil. No objective truth.
No. Good and evil is relative to the goal that you're trying to get to. So I say, hey, if you're headed towards human well-being, it's good. If you're headed away, it's evil, it's bad. Or at least if it's intentional, it's bad, it's evil. And that's all. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm not getting into this isn't a debate about trans issues. I know that you want to get that as a gotcha, but it really isn't. It's just that you have gender and sex. The gender is different than sex. Sex is different than gender. And you know, I don't know how many times people have to explain this to you to understand it.
This one for Andrew from Dale Peterson says, hey, Andrew, if you concede for the purpose of debate, God is a delusion, are you saying you prefer a useful lie over uncertainness in truth? Good job, Andrew and Mark.
Who was that to?
Yeah, well, it was addressed to me, Mark, but I
Okay,
would
sure.
not ever in a million years, because I gave my word that I would not interrupt anymore. Mark, go ahead. You can field all the questions from here on out, unless you ask me specifically to field this one, and then I will. But you have to say please, Mark.
Please, if it was for you, I would like you to answer it.
Say please.
I did. I said please. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for saying please, Mark. So this is a really interesting conundrum, right? So within the confines of the internal critique, if it is the case that I concede the point that I'm delusional, then Mark actually has to acquiesce that he also is. Both of us would be coming from the same foundation. We both literally would just want to see at that point our worldview imposed on the world based on our non-stance independent reasons. So is that delusional? If it is, then Mark's fucking delusional. I don't think Mark's delusional. He thinks I'm delusional. Based on what, though? If it's my stance that I believe in a God, and this is where I get my moral oughts, that's my stance. What's any more delusional about that than Mark saying, I get my stance from me? I'm the ultimate arbiter, right? This is the problem. You can grant the entire secularist humanist worldview, and they still can't give you better oughts for society than Christianity. And that's what's so hilarious about doing that. And you can always do it, and you will always win. And there's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. Because if you don't build your house on something that's made out of something set like stone, something that's set with a good foundation, if it's built on sand, it caves in. You never have to argue it. Who cares about God not real? God not real, though. Who gives a shit? If that's the case, then it just comes down to preferences and my own stances. And if my stance is to fucking rule, you got nothing. You just got to take it. And that's it. Especially if I can rule by consensus, you just got to take it. That's Mark's entire stance.
Okay, I never said you were delusional. You granted you were delusional. That was a self-own, basically. That was you owning yourself.
We have to do this super
if you
fast.
said it has to be set on stone, has to be set on limestone, notice he didn't talk about his foundation. He didn't want to address it at all. He ran away from it. So we don't know his foundation. It could be utter delusion. I don't think he's delusional. I think he's mistaken. But if he wants to say, hey, I'm delusional, well, yeah, you're delusional. But I'm not the one claiming to have a God as some kind of moral standard. So
you did say I was
what the hell?
delusional, Mark.
I said that you're delusional because you granted it. Do you understand that when you grant something, you're granting it for the other side?
Yeah, but I only granted it because you said I was delusional.
No. You can't grant it and then go, oh, wait, no, I'm not going to grant it. You know, if you're
no, I granted it after you said I was delusional.
No, I said you could be delusional. And
Mark, I'm going to show you the clips. Mark, we've been clipping the whole thing. I promise.
Wow.
We'll show you the clips.
Wow.
We'll show you
to do this, but we just have to be very concentrated. Marty Camijo says, for someone who hates them, Andrew is obsessed with trans people.
Hate? I'm sorry. I live in a society full of people who are trying to create legislation to mutilate children. You think that I should be obsessed with something besides that? What should I be obsessed with besides that? What is the thing that you think, Chatter, that I should worry about inside of the societal structure in which I live when you say that it's okay to mutilate fucking children? When you say it's okay to give them puberty blockers, when you say it's okay to put them in different leagues other than their own, when you say that that's okay, why shouldn't I worry about that? Why should I instead just kick my feet up and say, well, que sera, sera, whatever will fucking be, will be. Fuck that and fuck you.
AJ
No one's
Navarro says,
mutilating children. This is a complete
Lies.
mischaracterization. And we're just basically trying to keep
That's
them
lies.
alive, happy, and healthy, which they are after that kind of thing.
Mark,
Andrew
come on,
Wilson,
man.
just a
That one guy
hateful-
took his kid and
I
did
didn't
it.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Andrew Wilson is just a hateful bigot who doesn't like trans
hateful
people.
bigot.
It's against his Bible. God Bible doesn't like them, so he wants to get rid of all of them however he can. It doesn't care if they're ending their own lives at a horrible rate. He doesn't care
One
about the
shot.
children. He cares
Sounds
about
like a
his Bible.
self-correcting problem, huh, Mark?
One shot A17.
Wow, real compassion.
You heard
of
what
you.
I said. You heard
You
what I
monster.
said.
You're a
You
monster.
heard
You're a
what I
Oh,
said,
yeah,
Mark.
You really care about the children, don't you? Yeah, like what a
I do.
contradiction.
I do. If
Oh,
there's
you
no
do.
more,
Oh,
if
you
there's
do.
no more
Like,
the
you don't
crazy
care
influence.
if they die. Yeah, no, I care about the
Oh,
children.
the
but it's
trans
okay if they
children are
die.
dying because they're influenced by crazies like you to become trans in the first place.
That is
One
not
shot.
why they
Yeah, it
become trans.
is. You fucking
no, it
lying
isn't.
sack of shit.
No, it
Yes,
isn't.
it is.
Have
Yes,
you
it
read any
is.
studies on it? Have
Yes,
you seen
I
the
have.
neurology
Let's
of
get
it?
into
Oh, yeah,
them.
send it to me.
Sorry to do this, but one shot A17 says went after his children and is throwing a tantrum that he got called on it. This one from Rachel Wilson. Mark thinks Andrew raising 3 children he has no obligation to is an example of being a hypocrite with bad morals. Please explain. So do I understand right? It was just because you thought Andrew was a red pillar who is like against marrying a woman with children.
Yes.
That
So, and here's the thing, like, I've put up with a lot through this debate. And so I didn't do anything specific. I just asked him how many children he has and whether they were all from the same parent.
What did that have to do with anything, though?
Can I talk, or are you just going to
but what would that have actually had to do with anything?
No, Andrew, shut the fuck up. I'm talking seriously. You have been an absolute pig this debate. And so shut the fuck up.
What would that have
All
had
right?
to do with anything, though?
So the whole idea that, we have a healthy and happy life, there's certain things that can help that. And so the whole idea that he didn't have a happy life, he kind of says, oh, if you're divorced, you can't have a happy life. If you do these things, you can't have a happy life. You have multiple baby, with different fathers, you can't have a happy life. But now he wants to change it to, oh, no, he's perfectly happy. Congratulations.
That's
the only point I was making.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't pointing out who his family was. I wasn't pointing out their situation. And I asked him about his family. I didn't bring them up.
Okay,
and I also asked permission to talk about his life, which he gave. Why give permission?
Mark, when have I said any of those things?
What things?
Ever? That if you get divorced, you can't be happy. If you have
you smoke around your kids.
When?
I don't know why I would take parenting
Yeah, when have
advice
I
from
ever
you.
said any of the things you just claimed, Mark? Ever?
Well, I asked whether you had babies from different mothers.
Yeah, why? What would that be relevant to?
What, whether you have a happy life and you say, like, can
Well,
people
how
have
is that
happy
relevant
lives?
to me being happy?
Well, you don't seem happy. You look really upset.
Yeah, how is that relevant to me being happy?
Are you
though?
upset? Are you in a bad place? Do you need to talk about it?
How is that relevant to me being happy?
Are you
Mark?
okay? Are you okay,
Mark,
Andrew?
can you answer my question?
All right, I don't.
You
What
don't?
the fuck are you talking
don't?
about?
I don't. That's your answer? I don't?
Oh yeah, you seem like such a happy guy. You
You're the
seem
one
like
screaming,
a bunch
Mark.
of frills.
You've been the one screaming
You
the
were
whole
screaming
night.
earlier, and you're the one interrupting
Never
every 2
screamed, bro.
seconds because you can't actually let anybody speak
When
because you are
you-
so insecure.
Mark, when you answer the
How
questions I
secure are you?
ask you,
When you
I
are
won't interrupt.
secure, you can let the other side talk. And then this guy interrupts every 2 seconds because he's so fucking afraid of anybody saying
Are you
anything.
secure, Mark?
Yeah.
Then why even talk?
And why even talk?
Yeah,
Because
you're
I
so secure.
like talking to an audience. Yeah.
Oh, well, don't be
What do you
insecure.
mean?
You should just let me talk over you. A secure man would do that, right, Mark?
What do you mean? No.
Well,
no.
you wouldn't
A
want to.
secure man would have confidence to be able to talk. So you're insane.
There's
A
one
secure
coming in, Tom.
man. So should a
Gotta go to
secure
the next
man,
one.
when he asks a question, have the actual question he asked answered?
Look, Andrew, you are the biggest fucking douchebag. So I
Yeah,
really,
no.
We got to go to the next one. This one from AJ says, how does Mark feel about a 40-year-old being in a relationship with an 18-year-old?
I don't really feel anything about it. I think that it's a bit of an age gap. I'm not sure it'd be the best for them to maintain a healthy relationship, but if she's the age of consent and can consent and knows what she's doing, like I said, it's not for me to enforce upon others my beliefs. If it is an unhealthy relationship, then it's an unhealthy relationship, but that's none of my business.
Hazio says,
My answer to that, you spin me right round, baby. You should be every which way that you marry that 18-year-old chick as a 40-year-old. You'd be tagging her and making babies. Look at that vessel, 18 years old. She could have at least 6, 7 babies. You should be tagging that shit every day. It'll make you feel young. Tag the shit out of that 18-year-old broad.
Can you just
Tag
keep
her up.
can you just keep your obsessive fucking sexual shit out of this? Seriously, just calm down, all right?
What does it have to do with me?
Hazio says, Mark says Andrew is the worst human, but Mark would allow
What
his
the
18-year-old
fuck?
daughter to become an OnlyFans model. I know who I think is the worst human.
Yeah, I don't control my daughter like some fundamentalist jack off that wants to basically lock her in her room. Yeah, how's that working out for you, Christians? How's that going? You winning with that one?
Airborne Animal says Mark is definitely going to have a cry session after this.
No, I'm on. Actually, there's an after show on Max's channel, so I'm going to go over to the after show. We can talk about how it was, you know, who actually was trying to engage honestly and who wasn't. Yeah, so there is an after show on Max's, which is Sherba Mate, and I think we can. I'll get the link for you, James. If you could pop it in the chat, I'd really appreciate it.
Gladly. Mike
So no,
says,
no.
Marine Corps combat vet, can't tell you how many Marines went in as atheists, then during combat found God. Ironic, huh? Can I have a hat, Andrew?
It actually works the other way around. A lot of also Christians go in there and see things, problem of evil, atheists. So it's actually, and I must say that atheists are actually growing faster than Christians. So, you know, explain that one away. You know.
Andrew's listening to What is Love in his earbud. So, God, what is it? Godzilla says Mark L. They say, how many L's can
Okay.
you possibly take in one night, Mark?
What? Like seriously, that's all you've got to, okay, sure. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't see why I'd tell you what your opinion is, but yeah, go for it.
Brandon Schmidt says, just saying hello to Andrew, huge fan. Reaper CDL says, if a mother has the right to abort or not, then should men be able to sign away financial responsibility, Mark? Stances on mandatory DNA testing at birth. What do you think of that, Mark?
Well, I think that alimony should be paid to the person that fathered the child, or the person that fathered the child should pay alimony if it's with the woman. If it's with the man, then the woman should pay to the man. I believe in sort of an equal share of responsibility for a child. I don't have a problem with it. If that requires a parental test, then sure. But a lot of men will just go, "Hey, you know, I was with her. I was the only one with her. Cool, that's my child. I don't see what the problem is."
Scabby says, Mark,
Unless you're dodging alimony, and then fuck you, I guess. Because seriously, what the hell are you doing?
Says Mark, you do realize you've interrupted this entire debate. Also, you've called Andrew far more names than he's called you. You're delusional.
Not true. Absolutely not true. Not true.
Gabriel Valencia says,
and I'm not saying I didn't call names, but I only did so once Andrew started. He always starts this, then complains about where it goes. So sad. So bad.
Gabriel says, Mark, quote, they say Mark says, quote, as terrible as Andrew's demeanor has been, I would never go back to atheism based on your arguments. They lead to absurdities and atrocities.
Well, this is secular humanism. I wasn't actually talking about atheism, which is a belief position on whether God exists. So it's actually not much to do with humanism. It's only tangentially related to secular humanism. So, you know, maybe learn what atheism actually is would be a good idea. But, you know, if you're basing what you believe on the performance of somebody in a debate, what you doing?
You got it. This one from, do appreciate it. Jacob Zvanzant says, that's an angry Mark. Let's see. Miro409 says, Mark says Andrew is a pig.
I wouldn't say angry, just frustrated. Like I like to be able to talk and not have some horrible person interrupt me. Yeah, but I think most people would agree with that. I think you would agree with that, right? So yeah.
This one from Dan Vicious says, Mark is disingenuous. Can't say it's bad faith when he only believes his own agnostic solipsism. claims science and wants to trans the kids. Sicko.
Yeah, I'm not a solipsist, and I don't want to trans all the kids. It's just we've got to do something about, you know, the problems that they're having. And hey, guess what? Christianity ain't working. So, you know, hey, you can say whatever you want. That's fine.
Works fine.
Sharp skills says Mark built his house out of straw, and the big bad smoky man blew it down with ease.
Oh, the big Ash Wednesday didn't actually build a house at all. He had no foundation. He didn't even present a foundation. He just brushed it away and said, no, I don't have to. It doesn't have a foundation. So it doesn't have a foundation at all. It's gone.
What's amazing is that my foundation is your foundation. Thank you, Mark.
You don't have a foundation. You never.
That's right. That's right. Just like you, Mark. My foundation's your foundation. So if I don't have a foundation, Mark.
This one from Renhawk for Andrew. If the ideal Christian political system is monarchy, how can citizens of a kingdom enact political change without resorting to violence?
It's a constitutional monarchy, meaning that the
it said this question was for Andrew.
Oh, did it?
It did. Oh. Mark, that was very, very, you should apologize for that, Mark. That was very rude of you to interrupt like that. James, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, Mark. Oh,
yeah, Mark.
I'm just teasing. I appreciate both you guys being here. They say, for Andrew, if the ideal Christian political system is monarchy, how can citizens of a kingdom enact political change without resorting to violence?
Well, that's not the ideal system.
What is?
Well, that's an interesting thing about Christian ethics. Christian ethics can exist within any system. If you're asking about appropriation for specific problems, I could actually cite each system as having some examples of being able to, at least at the governmental level, solve at least some problems. Now, could monarchy operate and exist in a way that is moral? Yes.
Well, I asked you what the best system was. What you think the best system was. You're not answering.
Yeah. The best system is Christian ethics. When you're talking about a governmental...
No. The best political system. Yeah, we're talking about political systems.
Political systems, that is subjective and arbitrary. I don't know that you could point to a single political system and say that it's perfect. We're talking about Christian ethics here, though. If you're talking about Christian ethics, I think that if you had a just king under Christian ethics, it's just as good as having a just democracy. I do think that democracy has its fair share of problems, and they're major problems in comparison to monarchies, but I think monarchies have some problems too. The truth is, the reflection of the government is always going to reflect the morality of the population. Right now, we have an immoral population, and so we have an immoral government. Secularists move us more towards secularism, and the government is exactly the reflection of what you would expect it to be.
Immoral by your standards.
Immoral by your standards. It's not good for human flourishing. It hasn't been good for human flourishing at all.
Really?
Yes.
We live in the best of times over the entire, human history.
Yeah, that has to do with technology, not your fucking ethics.
Prove it.
Yeah, okay, I'll prove it. All the things that you would point to right this second for the standard of living for the average human that makes it better for us has nothing to do with secularism. It has to do with technology. Is that true or false?
You mean like social mobility and freedom and things like that?
No, social mobility and freedom in the 1700s, did that include slaves?
No.
No. Yeah, shut up, dude.
But we have a lot more freedom. We have a lot more opportunity. We have all of these things.
Has nothing to do with secularism.
Oh, nothing to do with secularism.
Nothing.
Nothing. Oh.
Yeah, show me.
Oh, so the idea that only people of a certain religion can hold public office, that now being changed to, hey, anybody can hold public office irrelevant of a religion, that's got nothing to do with secularism. Is that what you're trying to say?
That has not made society better.
It has, yes.
Show me how.
Oh, it's made it worse for the Christians, but it's made it better.
So it's made society worse?
Not a Christian.
And most people aren't Christians, so it's made society worse, right?
No, most people aren't Christians where I live. No.
So, okay, but
most people in the world aren't Christians.
But where I live, they are. And by the way, I bet you where you live, they are too. Tell me the country you live in, and let's see if most of them identify as being Christian. What's the country called?
Australia.
Oh, Australia. Let's find out. Australia, Christian population. Let's find out, shall we? Let's see. 52.1%. Now, can you help me, sir? Is 52% more? Is 52% a majority or no?
Oh, barely. And what's the no religion?
So then yes. So
what's
yes.
the no religion in Australia? Let's look it up.
Yeah, let's go over it. Shall we? Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Christian, 68.0%. 68%.
In Australia, now I'm just going to point this out. In Australia, 43.9% of the population identified as Christian in 2021 census.
So the minority?
Yeah, identify as Christian.
Yeah, so the minority?
Identified as Christian, yeah.
Yeah, so no. I'm looking at the latest stats. Okay, it's 68% that I'm seeing. What are you looking at? Tell me what you're looking at. I'll go to it.
I don't know what year you are. What year is that from?
This I'm looking at is from 2021. I couldn't imagine that it would radically change from 4 years.
Okay, well, let me share my screen. I want to show you this. This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. I love this. I love this. This is wonderful. Give me 1 sec. I'll share that. Have we got it?
Yep.
Yeah. So in 2001, Christianity at 68%. Oh no. 43.9%.
Wait a second. So wait. Oh my God, this is crazy. I think you got me, bro. So Australia right now is better than it was when Christians were in the majority, right?
Yes.
Oh, and what things are better in Australia?
What do you mean? We don't have so much of an oppressive government. We've got a
you don't have an oppressive government. They took all your fucking guns. They took all your guns, bro.
Yeah.
How is that not oppressive?
They didn't take all the guns.
They took them all. What can you even own?
Okay, can you stop talking about a place that you don't even know where it is on a map? Can I speak about my own fucking country, or do you think you're an authority on that as well? In actual fact, the majority of the population was for a lot stricter gun control. Now, you can still have a gun. You just need to go through a lot to get one. And, we have restrictions on what people do.
Yeah, freedom.
Sure. Yeah.
That's freedom.
And how many massacres has your country had lately as opposed to mine?
Well, it depends. If we're talking about
how many school shootings has Australia had in the last 10 years?
Well, I'm not sure. Tell me.
None. Zero.
In the last 10 years? Nada. I want to make sure that
How many has happened in America? How many has happened in America?
Oh, I mean tons.
Tons. Oh, but it's so much better. Even though you've got to give your kid a backpack in order to go to school with Kevlar in it,
you don't have
because
to.
somebody might. Oh, no, who cares about the children? Hang on. care about the children, but who cares about the children?
Am I allowed to respond?
It's incredible.
So, do you realize that most shootings of people in the United States do not happen with rifles, but with handguns, mostly from minority communities? Do you understand that your chances of getting killed by a rifle in the United States are less than your chances of getting beaten to death with hands and feet? Hands and feet.
Happens, right?
And by the way, can I just point this out?
Well, how is that freedom? Just a second.
How is that freedom?
Can I just for a second?
How is that freedom, bro?
Can I get your tell me that you were wrong about the majority religion in Australia? You are wrong. Can you just acknowledge that now?
You do realize that was a trap, right, dummy?
Well, well done. You played yourself.
No, you played yourself. How do you have more freedoms? You outlawed all the guns.
How do I have more freedoms?
Yeah, as you became more secular, how did
I don't know why it's about freedoms. It's about the well-being of the people.
Oh, yes, so it's about authoritarianism, leading to the greatness of humanity, leading to the flourishing of humanity. We can tell you what you can't own. You can't even own a fucking gun.
Okay,
Thank you, secularists.
Thank you, secularists. You're wrong. You can't even read a map, and you have no idea.
I've never seen people fall into any logical traps.
Talking about it like you're an authority when people in Australia are happy and chill, and they don't have to worry about their kids being shot. Yeah, no, you've got freedom, and you have to watch your kids get shot. Oh, what a happy day! Happy day, and this guy doesn't even care. He doesn't give a crap. Well done, well done, sir.
So I just want to make sure. You, as a secular humanist, support banning The right of your fellow countrymen to be able to defend themselves against an authoritarian government.
What are you talking about?
How can your countrymen defend themselves against an authoritarian government if they don't have guns?
We just don't. We basically stand up to an authoritarian government. You don't.
How?
You think that the government is going to, we don't worry about the government turning into this authoritarian thing that locks us all up. Do you think a government can rule without the consent of the population?
Yes. Because I'm not fucking stupid and I can look at half the world. Yes, absolutely. How are you going to stand up to your authoritarian fucking government without guns, sir? How?
Well, it's called like rebellion.
With what? Bad language?
There's not no guns.
What are you going to go out and do? Shout at them? Hey, stop it, please.
The worst opinion. What do you think the Australian Army is going to turn on its own people, its own brothers and sisters and family members? Is that what you think? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
and by the way, can I give you a point of reference for that? COVID-19. When people were only following orders with the mandates, weren't they? Including your law enforcement, when they were forcing people into their homes, they shut their businesses down using the authority of the state. They did everything that they could fucking do. They mobilized the entire state against you, and you had no recourse, you fucking cowards. And we marched to our fucking government buildings armed to the fucking teeth. And guess what? We got those lockdowns lifted.
No,
yeah, we did.
Didn't.
Yes, we did.
So you took a gun and threatened your government.
That's exactly what happened in the state of Michigan.
Yeah,
look it up.
Wow. Okay. Well,
look it up right
you're
now.
Insane.
They went down with arms to the state building and took it over.
It's my time to talk, but since you're talking about my
country, because you didn't know that, because you're dumb. You didn't know.
Hey, could you shut the fuck up for 1 second?
You shut the fuck up, old fuck.
No, you shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up.
For a start, the vast majority of people were in favor of those lockdowns because it helped people. And I might add that you actually lost so many lives because of your stubbornness and stupidity, while we didn't. And so all of those people that lost people, you're like, oh, well, I know better because I've got a fucking gun and a fucking moron. Well done, you idiot.
Tyranny of the...
how are you going to stop the tyrannical government? I'll just sacrifice these people because I don't give a fuck. Well done, you absolute fucking
What is the tyranny of the majority?
The funny thing is that after that ended, the lockdowns lifted. They're not being tyrannical because you're an idiot and you don't understand anything.
What is the tyranny of the majority?
Do we still have lockdowns? Andrew?
Yes.
Do we still have lockdowns? No, we don't, you moron.
You don't?
We don't. No,
you don't?
You fucking idiot. No.
Oh, I'm super confused. Hang on, I'm super confused.
What a fucking moron.
You don't have lockdowns?
No.
So you can go buy whatever gun you want?
Oh, that's a lockdown, is it? I can go to the
lockdown
pub,
from a right.
I can hang out, I can go to the park, I can go wherever I want, but I can't,
Unless the state tells you you can't.
Guess what, Andrew?
Unless the state tells you you can't.
I can go and apply for a permit, and I can apply to get a gun, and then I can get a gun.
Oh, you can apply for a permit. Oh, you can apply for a permit.
So you are fucking completely
wrong. Oh, you're going to apply for a permit.
You're completely wrong about lockdowns.
You're
like
right.
A dumbass, like a
you're
fucking
right.
dumbass. You double
you're
down
right
on it and go,
to a
but
permit.
You can't get a gun, so
you're right to a permit. Your whole country's under lockdown.
Argument.
Your whole country,
idiot, sir.
The whole country's under the lockdown of the state right now. Your right to a permit shall not be infringed.
That's not our constitution, you fucking moron.
Yeah, I know, because you have what's called a tyranny of the majority. What is that? What is the tyranny of the majority?
I'm sorry, Andrew. Is there like armed ICE agents out on our streets? No, there's not, is there? Is there school shootings? Is there shootings of people? Is there police killing our citizens every single day? No, there's not, Andrew, is there? No, that's your fucked up country with its fucked up healthcare and its fucked up rules. And you want to go, oh, well, we're the best, even as your country moves soldiers into state to stop anybody protesting. Well fucking done. When we go out to protest, we don't have to take rifles because we're fucking allowed to, you moron. You have no idea what my country is like and want to talk authoritatively about a place you've never seen, never lived, and can't even find on a fucking map. You fucking cretin.
I can't find Australia on a map?
You didn't know where it was.
I don't even think it exists. But if it did, can you tell me about the ABOs?
Hey, that's like the N word, James.
Can you tell
That's
me about
fucked
the
up. That is,
abos? Tell me about the
hey, no,
abos.
no,
And it's
that's
not
it.
like
I'm
the N
out.
word. That's
No,
a
Alright.
lie.
no,
He's lying.
We have
They call him
to
it
abos all the
absolutely
time.
is.
to
It
we have to
absolutely is. That
we
is
have to go to the
highly
You're a
offensive. No,
liar. That's
we have to
no,
go to the
progressive
super chat.
bullshit.
no.
You're a liar.
We have to go to the super
Tell me
chats.
about those people in your nation who you have your own ICE agents go in. It's your own form of it in order to collectivize these people so that they don't sniff fucking gasoline. Tell me about it. Tell me about their songs about not sniffing fucking petrol. Please don't sniff petrol. Tell me about how great your
Okay, so
fucking country is.
okay, that's offensive as fuck. That
Yeah,
is
whatever,
absolutely
dude. Do
hang
they
on a
have a
second. Let me
song
prove it.
about not
Okay.
sniffing
Let me prove
petrol?
it. Let me prove
Okay.
it.
Yeah, prove
You
it.
absolute racist. You are so racist.
That's not
okay?
racist.
Okay, that is absolutely
That's
racist,
not racist.
man.
They
That
call
is
them that.
so racist.
They call
No,
them
we
that.
don't. No,
Yes, you do.
absolutely not. Look at this. Look, I've shared my screen.
Yeah.
Aboriginal, offensive, slang. Because of its highly offensive nature, this word is
I don't
completely
accept that
unacceptable.
source as being correct. Pull up the Britannica.
Collins Dictionary.
Pull up the
Collins.
Britannica. Pull up the Britannica.
Why Britannica? That's not an
Because
Australian
that's
source.
the one that I consider the source that's correct. Pull up
Oh,
Britannica.
fuck you
Yeah,
racist.
fuck
You
you.
absolute racist.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
so tell me,
You
refocus.
racist fuck.
do they?
You
Is it the
racist
case
fuck.
that they
You
make
should be
songs for
ashamed of
him that's in
yourself.
Pardon my interruption. So let's just because YouTube will probably ding it. Let's just say native people, I don't know. But what's the point? So Andrew, I think you're saying that like there are people that are native peoples that Australia is having like they're legally stopping them from smelling gasoline. What was it?
Yeah, so the point is just to say that he's under what's called the tyranny of the majority. The whole point of the Second Amendment of the United States is so that we were never under the tyranny of the majority, so that we could defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. The same government that he would claim goes to the abos and literally oppresses them. Literally
can't say that
oppresses
word.
them.
No. Now, look, you show me the definition in Britannica where it says it's totally fine. You show me where it's not insulting or a slang or offensive. Go for it.
Well, any
Because
word would be
Britannica
considered that.
Britannica is an encyclopedia, not a dictionary. You do realize that, don't you? Encyclopedia Britannica.
Do you realize that most definitions are proprietary, and so you look at the etymology of the
Okay.
word so that you can come up with the definition?
Fucking racist, man. You racist.
Yeah, you had
fuck.
nothing. You have nothing, do you?
No,
Just-
you
you're
racist fuck. You're a racist fuck.
Look, I'm not even part of that culture. How could I say something which was racist? I don't even understand.
I'm not part of the American
impact.
culture. I still wouldn't throw the N-word out there, you racist prick.
Because I'm guessing in your country that's considered racist. Abo in my country
Oh
is
yeah,
not.
absolutely. Wow. Okay. If he does,
All right, we're not going to talk about that people group. At least if we're using that word, because I do think YouTube will probably ding us. So we're going to use we're going to go to these super chats. Kokomo says, "You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round." Nick Brown says, "Andrew, I am #1 super fan, longtime supporter, and greatest super chatter of all time, but you lost this debate." Kokomo says, The Australia today is not the great Australia that many of us grew up in. I'll give you a chance. I mean, it's pretty vague, but if you want to respond, Mark, really in a super fast way.
yeah,
you can.
I'm happy to respond. I also think that a lot of the problems with the native Australian people are because of Christianity coming in and, well, slaughtering them, and that's something we've got to live with, something we've got to acknowledge. And yeah, I think that Australia is going actually pretty fine. I mean, you may have issues with the way it's going. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I certainly think that sort of getting rid of guns is one of the best things we ever did. And guess what? Like something like 80–90% of the population actually agree with that. It's overwhelming support for it. So don't tell us how to live our lives and, fuck off. Seriously.
Oh, well, they to be fair, their currency was Australian dollars, but Mason Miller
Yeah,
says
I got you, mate. I'm fine with the way my country's going. You may disagree, but I'm totally fine. I think it's great.
Mason Miller says the question I've had about the birth rate crisis uh could make it much worse if they are counting the elderly that already had children, then the birth rate for the current generations would be much worse. Let me read that one more time because I'm not sure what it meant. A question I've had about the birth rate crisis could make it much worse. If they are counting the elderly that already had kids, then the birth rate for the current generations would be much worse.
It's true. Well, not only that, but you got to remember that Mark refuses to acknowledge that this is a cyclical problem. If we have elderly right now who are now boomers, then next is going to be Gen X, and the next is going to be millennials, and then it's an ongoing issue. Even if it was the case, and I were to grant it, that the only reason that this is an issue is because there's not enough young to take care of the old, then this would still be a cyclical issue unless you got the birth rate up. I don't know why Dum Dum over here doesn't get that. He just
You're a
thinks,
piece of
oh, it'll
shit.
equalize
I'm
itself
not
at some
interested
point.
in anything you've got to say. You
Oh my
complete piece of
God, you
crap.
offended me, Andrew.
Now,
of course you're
I think this
persona.
again. This is a slippery slope argument. No, you're a racist piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
What am I
dude.
saying that's
You
racist?
don't deserve to be like
gotta go
even
to the
listened
next
to.
one
You
here.
are disgusting
This
scum
one-
and should be
Yeah,
treated
yeah,
accordingly.
everybody
You
is disgusting
absolute
scum.
douchebag.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah, why don't
enjoy.
you throw the N word out? Why don't you throw the N word out? You care so
That's
much
not.
about
It's
people,
not the.
don't you?
Sorry, guys. This one from Early Bird 2248 says, like chess, once you accept the goal, checkmate, some moves are objectively better. In morality, if we value well-being, certain actions are objectively better too. I think this is the second or third time I've read it. He thinks that I didn't read it, but go ahead if you want to respond.
Yeah. Do you? Well, just real quick, Mark. Do you understand? I have a different culture than you. In my culture, saying that word doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's only in your
Okay.
culture that you get offended. I don't give a.
Okay, we got it. You got it. You've made your point. But we do for this guy, he's gonna have an aneurysm because I've read it. This is the fourth time. He says, like chess, once you accept the goal, parentheses checkmate, some moves are objectively better. In morality, if we value well-being, certain actions are objectively better too.
They're not objectively better. This is the thing, right? You could say that objectively these moves could end in a better result. Better is a different term than that. Better is a different term than result. It's a different term. Is it better to win the game or is it better to lose the game? That's what better would get into, not whether or not objectively you would win with X move. That has nothing to do with better.
This one coming in from Rachel Wilson says, Mark, you gruesome son of a bitch. I made that part up. She said, Mark, you are the one who said Australia has a less of sorry, brother. I like you guys.
No, I didn't make that out. I said Australia was what now?
He said, Mark, you are the one who said that Australia has a less tyrannical government now than they did in the past. LOL.
Yeah.
You got cooked, bro.
Yeah, do you know, like, we still have laws where you have to go for, practice on here, and you had to do, conscription on military and things like that. Vietnam War, there was conscription. Yeah. Do we have a way less tyrannical government? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what is more tyrannical than taking your population against their will, handing them a gun, and then sending them away to fight in one of America's wars. Yeah, that's great. Well done. Well done.
This one from
Does that count?
Goat Hub said,
Idiot.
James Big Guns won. Thank you. Bless your heart. Lord Sneak says Australian immigration is way more strict than the U.S. In fact, you send people to an offshore prison, Mark.
Yeah, and I absolutely am against that. I think that the detention centers are absolutely terrible, and I have tried to fight against them all I can. And that is for immigration, and I don't think it should be done. If you're going to detain people while you check their background, I think you should at least do it in your own country and not somewhere else. That is absolutely terrible. I agree. But that's the thing. Do you agree with everything your government does? No, you don't, and neither do I. But,
that's why we have guns, Mark.
You can't shut the fuck up, can you? You got to interrupt. This is his tactic. He just interrupts. So yeah, I don't support some of the things.
Well, you never
my
shut up.
does,
That's your tactic.
So
I have to interrupt.
I don't.
This one from Shabby McScabby says, "Hey Mark, America here. Clean my jock strap." Okay, never mind. This one from let's see. Mark, I know. I'm sorry, brother.
Look, I don't hate Americans. I like a lot of Americans. I think they're great. It's just your government has done some fucked up shit, like seriously, and you know this.
I meant.
Yeah, but I mean, if we wanted to do something about it, Mark, we could. You can't. You can only go in there and be like, now, please don't hurt us with your guns.
Is that what
fucking
you do,
pathetic?
Mark?
Fucking pathetic, Mark. You can't do shit. That's conducive to human flourishing. You can't even own a gun.
Sure we can.
Oh yeah, if you go through every rigmarole on the planet, you can only then get a single shot. It's ridiculous. You could never in a million years take on your own government. You're a bunch of fucking slaves and serfs. You can't do shit, Mark.
And you don't know shit. Unions are very strong here, and when we decide to stop working, it is usually all of the population. Do you think you can run?
They can force you to work, Mark. They can force you to work.
Can they?
Yeah, with guns. Yeah.
Yeah. What if we still don't work?
Well, does that work in North Korea? Does it work in North Korea when they come out with their AK-47s? They say, "Get the fucking work." Do they go? And we say, we're not going to work.
No, we say fucking no.
Yeah,
you don't understand a damn
except you
thing
don't say
about
fucking no. What you do is you give them your guns and your rights because you're
Australians are being renowned for
being
a
bunch of pussies, and you bowed your head and you gave it all up, Mark.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're a bunch of pussies.
What are you talking about?
You gave them all your rights.
Let's go to the next question. This one.
You don't know anything. You're talking out of your ass.
What part of you can't own gun? I can own what I want. Are you not understanding?
I can own a gun.
Yeah, what kind? What's the best gun you can own?
Probably a handgun.
Yeah, it's going to be a semi-automatic.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, you can own a semi-automatic handgun?
I've never looked at owning a gun. I don't.
Yeah. You don't even fucking know. You don't even know what you can own in your own country.
Christopher Scott.
Yeah, I've never looked at owning.
Sorry to do this. Christopher Scott says you don't need armed ICE agents because you live in an S-hole penal colony that no one wants to immigrate to. I would guess you disagree, Mark.
Well, I don't know. Our immigration rates are actually high. A lot of people want to move here, and it's funny. No one wants to go to America at the moment. I wonder why. It's because of assholes like Andrew Wilson. Congratulations, you're the laughing stock of the world.
Look at him there, self-satisfied little grin. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need guns. Imagine living without that fear.
You got to go to the next one.
You just don't have the fear.
Techno Zero says, Andrew, ask him about the unvaxxed concentration camps in Australia. Noir. What does that mean?
That's how we say no. We go nah, mate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there wasn't any concentration camps. There wasn't. It's just that, hey, if you didn't have a vaccination, yeah, no, there's no. This is some of the crap that they peddled around. We didn't have concentration camps. There was lockdowns, absolutely. I wouldn't lie. Yeah, there was. If you basically we had what's called a bonehead law, that if you wanted to be a bonehead and put other people at risk, then you would be charged. It was against the law. You would be forced to get a vaccination.
How would you put them at risk? By not getting vaccinated?
Do we really want to have this conversation?
I just want to know how you would put them at risk.
Well, by spreading a disease.
So by not being vaccinated?
Well, you didn't let me finish because you're a douchebag.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. So if you didn't get the vaccination, there would be some public events that you couldn't go for, but it wouldn't basically mean that they were in concentration camps. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously, this is some of the stupidity that we hear from these idiots. Like, oh, it's a concentration. No, that's where you gather a group of people like they are doing for the Latino people in America and put them in one place under lock and key. When you're in your own home, it's not a concentration camp. Come on now.
Did they put anybody who was unvaccinated and did they intern them against their will, Mark?
Did they?
Because they were unvaccinated.
I don't think so. I mean, with the lockdowns, they basically couldn't, you had to go only for essentials like food and water and things like that. But no.
So against their will?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So then the government, what you're really advocating for is that the government can impose against your will, being able to force something in your body that you don't want and that you don't even have the ability to fight back. Boy, I love this secular humanism, Mark. Let's get more of that.
You weren't forced.
Yeah, what happens if you violated it?
You may have restrictions placed upon you.
And what if you didn't obey those restrictions?
You'd be arrested.
Then force.
That's not force.
That is force.
That's your choice.
Oh, so wait a second. Okay, Mark, that's fine. I'll surround your house with a bunch of guys and say you can't leave your house, but it's your choice.
What do you mean surround your house with a bunch of guys?
If I surround your house with a bunch of guys with guns,
live in?
If I surround your house with a bunch of guys with guns and say you can't leave your house, and if you do, this will happen, and you leave, and that happens,
I don't know
that was your choice, right?
Dystopian cuckoo land you come from, this conspiracy cuckoo land, but like surround your house? Like, what kind of dystopian future bullshit
What
do
kind of
you come
dystopian
from?
future is take this or else we'll fucking arrest you if you don't comply?
Yeah, just while there was a pandemic and now it's over and
Yeah.
everyone can go do whatever
That
they
sounds
want.
like a fucking dystopian future, Mark.
Well, it's not a future because it's over, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, so it already happened. So the future came and went. Your own dystopia, you couldn't even defend yourself because you're unarmed weaklings.
No, it's because the majority, the overwhelming majority, wanted exactly that to
Oh.
happen, you fucking idiot.
Tyranny of the majority. If the overwhelming majority wanted slavery there, would that be okay, Mark?
No, no.
Oh, no. Okay, so I guess the majority isn't the arbiter of morality, is it, stupid?
Let's go to the next question. Miro409 says, don't.
Like I said, it's fine as long as you're harming others. If you want to go out and make other people sick and potentially kill them, then you're a fucking monster and you don't get to do that. The
You don't
time
get
of
to
religion
determine
saying,
what a
hey,
monster is.
you get to do all of those things because, hey, I've got a God, that's over. You don't get that anymore. We will
This
base
one-
it upon whether it is good for people or bad for people, and you can sit in the corner and cry that you don't
This one
have your
from-
church and your God and your son and
This
your
one
I don't have to.
bullshit
We
of
can
your
have guns,
imaginary
Tony.
friend.
You gotta
Your
move
We can have
imaginary
guns.
friend that you
We can
think
have guns,
is
Mark.
immoral.
Forgive me. Airborne Animal says, did Mark actually argue that the lockdowns actually save lives? That is not what the science says. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All his insults and cope couldn't make his arguments coherent again. Mark?
Yeah, they did save lives. Absolutely. We had a very, very low death rate per capita in comparison to other countries. And my state, which actually blocked off all travel in and out in the state, had an incredibly low rate. So, and this, I worry about your platform, James, because what they're doing is spreading medical misinformation around the place. They're basically lying about the medical things. And, I'd love them to look up how many people died in America, but, they can't accept it because they're morons.
I think to be fair, they might be referring to, there was like a study, I don't know if it was including Australian cities, but there was at least one city from like a highly reputable university that I think said that like lockdowns didn't seem to save any lives. I think it was in American cities. I don't know if it was
Right.
only American cities. So YouTube might say that we're like breaking the rules, but I can't remember what university, but there was like a highly reputable one that said that it didn't save lives. But it might be the case that it was only like American cities. So it might not be generalizable to Australian ones. John?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this study.
But this one from Mason Miller says, to clarify, if the elderly in South Korea had a birth rate of 2.0 and was counted towards the 0.7, then the real birth rate is even more catastrophic. Extrapolate to every country with the problem.
Why?
I just want to point out he just threatened your platform, James. He just said, with all this medical misinformation, I worry about your platform, James, with all this medical misinformation.
Yeah.
That's a signal. That's a signal to report your platform. That's
No,
what you're
it
doing.
isn't.
It is, you fucking liar. You fucking lying sack of shit. It's exactly what it is. You just signal people to go report James. Don't fucking lie to me, cocksucker.
No,
Yar. That's exactly what it was.
Hey, no, absolutely not. I'm
Yar.
worried. I've said this on other atheist channels, so is that a signal as well?
No, what you said on other atheist channels.
No, it isn't.
What you said on other atheist channels was that they were spreading misinformation. Did you say on other atheist channels they were spreading misinformation?
Yes, I've said.
So that was a signal then to report them. Yes.
I'm worried about.
You're not worried. You're giving a signal. You're giving a dog whistle. You're dog whistling. You're just dog whistling. You're dog whistling to tell your audience to mass report. You think we don't know leftist tactics?
I didn't even want to talk about
it's a
it.
dog
You're
whistle.
The one bringing it up, you
dog
absolute
whistle.
moron.
It was a dog whistle.
Did you have to bring it up? No, it wasn't. You
yes,
absolute moronic,
yes, it was.
Stupid, unintelligent,
you just asked him to flag him.
Placid fucking
I'm
moron.
really worried about your platform that people will get you for spreading misinformation, but don't do that, my audience. Shut up. Shut up, bro. We know. We know.
So you're not spreading medical misinformation?
No.
So what have you said that is true and is medically supported?
That you can't own guns.
No, but you said, do you think people should, like, I don't.
Stupid.
You're basically saying people shouldn't be vaccinated. That's
never
basically
said
what
it.
You're saying.
When did I say it? Never. You just made it up. And then you threatened this guy's channel over nothing.
said-
I never even made a
I
claim.
didn't threaten
you
his fucking
stupid fucking
channel. I
idiot.
didn't even want to talk about it. You brought this up. It's your fucking
I
fault,
brought up
you
guns,
moron.
not the vaccines. Dumb.
Don't worry, everything's fine. We're going to go to the next question. This one coming in from Scabby says, holy cow. Okay, just make fun of Mark. Gavin Free Nunn says, once you start calling people racist over a word, you've lost. Well, you lost like 2 hours ago, but it was the nail in the coffin. My guess, Mark, is that you would disagree with that. Mark. But, you know,
Yeah, I think that the same reason why he won't say the N-word. He's just fine if it's not his country. Well, I think that's a cop-out and a weak, flaccid position to have, because you're basically saying, hey, I can be racist to other people on the planet, just not the people in my country. What a flaccid response. Like, how weak and
we'll go to
petty and pathetic.
Made by Jim Bob says, Mark, is it consistent with secular ethics to establish a secular nation and not permit Christians to enter? If yes or no, why?
No, because we don't enforce, I've said this again and again, we don't enforce it on others. Basically, all religions are treated the same. We base what we think is right and wrong on independent of religion, not the assertion of authority that these guys have. So no, I don't think I would, like, I don't get to choose people's beliefs.
Just literally all based around authority. He wants the authority to take your guns away. He wants the authority for you to get vaccinated.
You are really hung up on this, aren't you? The whole gun thing. Are you triggered or something?
I didn't interrupt
you.
What's
wrong with you?
Can I?
No, it's just you're going.
No,
you're not even talking about the subject.
Yeah, I'm
You're
talking
not even
about
talking
the
about the subject.
So
oh,
anyway,
it's bad when I do it, is it,
authority.
Andrew? It's bad when I do it, but you can be a racist piece of shit, interrupt me constantly, and that's just fine.
So
what
anyway,
a fucking hypocrite.
when it comes
what
to authority,
hypocrite.
when it comes to authority, you love authority.
Hypocrite.
You love authority.
Hypocrite.
That's hypocrisy. You love authority while
no,
at the same time
you
saying
are
you don't.
an absolute hypocrite. No,
you don't
what
even know
I'm
what that
saying
word
is
means, Mark.
Yeah,
Stop
you
lying.
don't even fucking know anything about the country, you ignorant piece of shit.
Well, I don't even know where it is. I don't even think it exists. Where is Australia?
We basically have a good idea of social responsibility. We have an idea of, hey, we have our freedoms, but we also have a responsibility to care for the rest of the people in our country. Something that Andrew doesn't understand, will never understand, and is a monster because he just does not want to take care of anybody else
with authority,
but
not authority.
His own church. Oh, it's fine for you to interrupt me now, is it?
Yeah. Well, it was
fine?
I was the one who was talking. What do you mean?
You finished, you idiot. What are you talking about?
No, I never got even a chance to respond. So the thing is, the question was question was for me. And so here's the response.
And you have interrupted me every time the question is on me when you weren't muted.
So anyway, very simple. So very simple.
Hypocrite.
Even if it is the case that I'm a hypocrite, who cares? It's my stance. Independent reason is nothing. I could be a hypocrite if I want. And not only that, Mark, here's the thing. You can't say, I hate authority, while at the same time saying, I love it when the state comes in, takes all our guns, and makes us get vaccines, and does whatever the state needs to do to enforce Mark's worldview with fucking guns. Fuck you, Mark. You're the hypocrite. You're a fucking tyrannical fuck. And the guys, you're a sheep, or a literal wolf in the guise of a sheep. Literally, that's Mark. Mark's, I hate authority, unless it's doing what I want. And then if Andrew says, I love authority, when it's doing what I want, Mark says that's bad. Fuck you, Mark. It's all bullshit. And what you did here on this channel, that was the most bullshit. When you're like, James, I'm really worried about your channel. Shut up, Mark. We saw right through that shit. Took us 5 seconds. I've seen you progressives do it 100 times. You just want to get the guy banned. Stop lying, Mark.
I don't want James back. Why I appear on James's channel all the time.
Then what was the medical misinformation?
I let you speak, but of course, can we mute this fucking idiot, seriously?
This next question, pseudonym says USA, USA, USA. Airborne Animal says, insult the U.S. all you want, but we never lost a war against a bird. In parentheses, the Emu War. Andrew Sheelar says, can Mark please defend mandatory voting in Australia?
Yeah, like I said, people have a social responsibility, and one of the responsibilities we have is to contribute to the democracy, and that is mandatory voting. You can choose not to vote. You'll just cop a fine. It's your obligation to vote. That's just one of the obligations that we have. You guys have obligations, like you have travel at the speed limit. We have the same. You have obligations to do all kinds of things. Voting, I think, is the least you can do to contribute to your country. I think it's the bare minimum that you can do. And I don't know really anybody that's against mandatory voting at all.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Christopher Scott says, you guys are pussies. You lost a war to emus.
Yeah, yeah. And it's funny because the side that lost the war had the guns and the emus didn't. Is that hilarious or what?
No,
Like, that's awesome.
It's because a bunch of animal rights activists, liberals, stopped them from finishing the job.
No, they ran out of ammo. You don't know what talking about.
Oh, they ran out of ammo?
Mm-hmm.
So they shot so many emus that they were just out of ammo. That's why it stopped?
No. They're Bren gun. They basically, you don't know anything about it. I don't
Tell
know
me
what
all about the emu war. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, so they took out a machine gun trying to cull the emus, and the emus were a lot more agile and tougher than they expected. They couldn't actually take out as many as they expected. They had some, an incredible amount of rounds, but the emus, basically, there were so many of them. And other actions were taken because it was not.
What other actions?
What do you mean?
Was there a bunch of animal rights activists who went fucking ballistic, Mark?
What, in the 50s?
Yes. In the 50s.
No.
No?
No.
Are you sure? I just wanted that on record.
What are you talking about?
Was there a bunch of crazy animal rights activists?
No.
No,
well,
I just want to make sure.
No.
Okay.
They went with things like building fences and things like that
because
it was
totally
actually more cost effective than unloading a whole bunch of animals, ammo on animals that weren't actually getting cut. Like, seriously, dude. Yeah, I think you're reading too much into this. What the hell is your... Wow, what a crazy weirdo.
So it didn't spark a massive debate about animal rights, and it didn't have a massive backlash from animal rights activists.
That was the kangaroo culling, you.
No, that was the emu war in 1932 military campaign by Australia to control the emu populations, damaging crops. Dummy.
Yeah.
You don't know your own fucking history. I do.
Why did they stop shooting the emus?
What?
Why did they stop shooting the emus?
Tell me why.
Okay,
no, you know so much about it. You tell me. I don't know.
It had nothing. It had nothing to do with animal rights activists. It had to do with
them. Here we go. Sorry to do this, guys. Red Fox says, Mark, what if some action individually gives you happiness, but in mass systematically harms society? How do you ensure your system consistently applies a standard and determines what should we do? Erotica, hookup culture, universal basic income, etc.
Yeah, so I think there has to be a balance. And like I was saying, there's certain things like bodily autonomy, certain things like bodily integrity, certain things that we can't go, okay, well, that's good for the society on whole. We've got to, oppress and treat people horribly. So part of the secular humanism, maintaining human dignity. So that's sort of something that we don't kind of violate. We don't like, it's not like, don't believe Andrew, it's not people with guns coming up to round up people and stuff. That isn't fucking happening. That's just bullshit that he's spewing like a fucking idiot. So no, it's not stuff like that. It is just, we have to have a balance between what our personal wants are and what responsibility to society is. And I think that that's a balance we can certainly find with a certain categorization of, we're not going to deprive people of food because it's good for the society. No, there's certain rights that we have that we won't accede to the government, but which is essentially where rights come from.
Okay, we're going to go to the next question. This one, we do appreciate your question as well. Arcade Outpost says, Mark, do you know Randbot? He is a way cooler Australian.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
All right. Rachel Wilson says, hey, Mark, the country with the most people seeking to immigrate to it is the U.S. Google search it, you soy boy. I added the soy boy part.
Yeah, fair call. Yeah, okay. I know that immigrants aren't being treated particularly well. Is there any legal way to immigrate into the US? Probably not. They seem to have closed that down completely. But the whole idea that we're oppressed in some way, ridiculous. Like, please, if you haven't got any idea of what's going into a country, please.
Yeah, like you didn't when it came to the U.S. and immigration. So the thing is so interesting here is like, why would all these immigrants want to come into this war-torn, battle-torn country where they got to worry about their kids going to school with bulletproof backpacks? It's almost like, well, they flee countries where they took their guns and oppressed them, like in Cuba, for instance, and in all these other fucking places. They literally are fleeing countries like Venezuela where they did this as well. They're fleeing nations where they put the lockdown on their very ability to fight back against an oppressive nation, like what's happened in your country, Mark. And under secular humanism, your form of humanism, this is fine. It's fine. You trust people so much and they're so inherently moral that you're going to take their fucking guns from them. What a joke. What a joke.
I think you're scared. You're
I am scared that
Yeah.
totalitarians will take our guns. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a scared little boy. What can I say?
This
Yeah.
one,
Yeah, you're so scared you don't even trust your fellow countrymen with a rifle, with a bolt action rifle.
Do you trust all of your countrymen with a bolt action
Did I say
rifle?
all? But I trust most of them,
here we
yeah.
go. This
Most
one
of them.
from
Okay.
Cole Morrison says
Sure.
Christian charities only give to other Christians, quote unquote. They're quoting you, Mark. They say the largest Christian charity is World Vision. That's for disaster relief. They help other religions.
Yeah, I didn't say only. I said that, like, in a study, we found that atheists gave more per capita to, like, in a percentage, proportional wise, to out groups than Christians do. Okay, so that's what I was saying. I never said, oh, all they do is give to Christians and that's the only thing they do. No, I'm aware that there are Christian charities that do good. Look, and I wouldn't take that away from them. Absolutely, there are. But, you know, when you make the claim, hey, Christians do more, I want to point out that, hey, atheists don't have a more tendency not to take in religion into account.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's so funny is like, who cares? If it's the case that you're giving to the church in huge demand, the church is dispensing that charity. That's what that fund is for. They call it a benevolence fund. Most churches call it a benevolence fund.
People that stole like $4 million from their church. Like
oh, gee,
no secularist. Were they?
Oh, gee, no secularist charity has ever embezzled.
Oh, no, I'm sure that went to the poor. Well, to the big.
Oh, I'm sure that the secularist charities which embezzled it went to the poor, Mark. Stupid ass criticism, Mark.
This one from Rachel Wilson says, Mark, democide, or in other words, government killing its own people, was the leading cause of death worldwide after disease in the 20th century.
It's true.
262 million deaths, and you'd think it's a conspiracy theory? Log off.
No, I just know that it's not happening in Australia. Like, people aren't being killed in Australia for that cause. Like, this is the thing. You've got to understand that just because you're so scared that a government's going to rise up and take account from you and take all your stuff doesn't mean that everybody in the world feels that way. That doesn't mean that you have to, like, just because your culture came from Britain, which is basically, oppressed the people and was really authoritarian under the monarchy, doesn't mean that every country is under that experience, right? Like, that's not the case.
Mark, do you think that the Jews in Germany would have done better with or without guns?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't think that if the Jews in Germany had guns, like the pockets of resistance, Jewish resistance that fought Germans, literally in the forests around Germany and literally fought back with firearms. Do you think that the Jews in Germany would have done better with or without?
Yeah, but we don't have fucking Nazis and fascists like these people in our country. We tell them to shut the fuck up, sit down, and you are not getting any kind of influence over our country.
So all the Jews should have done is shake their finger, right?
Well, this isn't Germany. You're trying to compare apples and oranges. And I don't know. Maybe they would have, if they had guns, they would have just all been shot instantly. And wouldn't that have fueled into the Germans doing worse to them? Like, I don't know. There's no counterfactual. You're basically going, oh, it would have been fantastic.
No, there are counterfactuals because we know Jewish resistance. We saw Jewish resistance. We saw Jewish resistance. Do you think they use foul language or guns, Mark?
Well, probably guns.
Yeah, probably guns.
This one, we'll go to the next one. Scabby.
Yeah, so give every fucking moron like you a gun and see how that turns out.
I have tons, Mark. Who have I shot with them? Who have I shot with them?
Scabby.
Oh, yeah, so people with guns never shoot anybody. You fucking idiot.
Did I say that or did I say me?
Let's go to Scabby. Says, James, if you don't read my comments, I'm going to quit donating to your channel. You used to read everything. What happened to you? Come on, my guy. I've read most of yours. Most of them are just insulting Mark's appearance. So basically, I didn't take this one. Says Dalamar says Mark is the kind of guy that would call the police over jokes on Facebook. Do you plan on enforcing speech codes and speech laws, aka hate speech, Mark?
Yeah, so there's some speech, absolutely, that is designed to instill a hatred in the population of certain demographics. And that's why Andrew won't say the N-word. He's very aware that these words exist and that, hey, he's a piece of shit if he uses them. And he did use one. He's a piece of shit.
I'm not going to use it because it's on YouTube. If you asked me in a bubble to say the N-word, I'd say it. I don't give a shit.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't think, by the way, I don't even think that offends black people as much as you seem to think it does.
Really?
Yeah, if you,
Well,
if,
so you,
so,
so,
yeah,
so
so
why
if a
won't you
black
say
person,
it? Why
if a
won't you
black
say
person
it?
said to
Why
me,
won't you say it then? If it's
because
so
I'm not
fine,
going to nuke my French
no,
channel.
because you are
Because I'm not going to nuke my French channel.
Oh, you won't say it because you know it is a horrible word.
Because I know it'll nuke my French channel. I don't give a shit about the
And
word.
that's the
I
only
don't
reason you
give
won't
a
use it.
fuck about the word. It's never bothered me. It's never
So
bothered
you'd say
ever.
it to black people. You don't give a
Depending on
crap.
context, perhaps.
What do you mean by context?
Like if it was really fucking funny, sure.
Oh, just funny for you.
No, just like funny in general. Like how black comedians say it because it's funny.
Wow. So you're
Yeah.
just a
This one.
racist then? Yeah.
That's
Right,
not
you're just a
racism.
racist.
That's not. How's that
Oh,
racism?
saying the N word is not racist.
Yeah,
This is what
in
we
all
heard
context,
now.
it's not racist. I'm sorry.
Wow. Wow.
The,
I know
Do you-
the
hang on.
context you mean.
Hang on.
Wow.
So whoever told you that word and said it to you, are they a racist?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Leon.
Well,
Leon
I'm trying to
Gray.
remember where I heard the word first. I think I heard.
So
Can
if
I
somebody
explain?
says, if you say, "What is this word?" and they say, "Oh, that says this," and it's the hard R, they're a racist, Mark. You're a fucking genius, Mark.
No. The first time I heard it was from an uncle when I was young, I think. I mean, you're talking about a word that's existed and been used in an offensive way for a very long time.
Go to the
Like,
next one.
wow,
I hate
this
to do this.
racist piece of crap.
This one from
Racist
Leon,
piece of crap.
Leon Gray says, as
Yeah.
an Australian, and they actually, it's in Australian currencies. They're not just saying it. They say, as an Australian, the ABOs have a terrible drug problem in the communities, and they sometimes, and they say, uh, sometimes I think that because they're black, they get away with things because people don't want to appear racist if they call them out on something. So they said, you're probably a Labor voter, Mark.
Actually, I voted independent in my last election. Fun fact, we can vote independent and get independents in.
This one coming in from Average Redhead says, was it good to force the Australian population to take AstraZeneca, which was later recalled due to its side effects?
AstraZeneca. Yeah, good for human well-being, yes. But I don't think it was recalled from here. I don't think that was here. I think that was in America.
Mark, should we ever
got the Pfizer one in Australia?
Should we ever force people to do what's good for them?
Well, you're not forced. You have a choice.
Yeah, no, but that's not my question.
There are consequences to that choice. Well, I'm answering your question the way I feel fit. If you have a choice
So
to
just
do
not answer the
this or
question.
that, like if you have a choice to be late to your job, you're not saying how you're forced to be on your job.
Yeah, is it
on
ever
time. You have a
correct to
choice,
force people to do
But the
things?
consequences of that may be you're late, you're fired from your job.
Yeah, but Mark,
don't talk about
is it
this like
ever
you're
okay
physically
to force
forced do
people
so.
to do things that they don't want to do?
Is it ever okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're harming somebody else, sure. Like I said, if you're attacking somebody, which
How is owning a gun harming somebody else?
Because of the social fallout caused by the amount of guns in society that cause incredible amounts of death and destruction throughout society.
That doesn't demonstrate how an individual owning a gun actually harms anybody else.
Yeah, I'll just point again that we don't have Kevlar backpacks.
Individuals owning guns means you have to have Kevlar backpacks.
Oh, so if you don't harm anybody while speeding, does that mean you get to speed?
Well, you see, the interesting thing here, Mark.
No, answer my question. If
I'll
I can drive
concede it.
full tilt, twice the amount of the speed limit, and I never actually crash, should everybody be allowed to drive?
The thing is you can never know what's behind the corner. If you have a gun in your house and it's unloaded, it's never going to hurt anybody.
Oh, unless it's stolen.
Okay, wait a second. So then if it's stolen, they break the speed limit, then nobody should have cars?
No, we have restrictions on who gets to drive, licenses.
Exactly, we have restrictions on
stuff.
So you can't say a crime perpetrated against me means gun bad.
What?
Yeah, you heard what I said. Somebody steals my guns. That doesn't mean I did a bad thing. They're doing a bad thing, just like if they stole my car. I can't tell what's behind every corner. That's why speeding laws are there. I can always tell what I'm shooting at, and I can always tell where my guns are. And individually, Mark, how does me owning a gun hurt fucking anybody anywhere? Ever.
So what we make sure is that people have their guns locked up and have a certain minimum safety standard, so this kind of crap doesn't happen.
Who cares if
so
my guns
your
aren't
gun
locked
isn't
up?
stolen or taken away to be used against some frigging 4-year-old or something, which is happening way too often in your country.
Oh,
and
no, it's not.
the gun rights people. Oh,
No.
really?
Yeah. What's happening is in minority communities, they use handguns and they kill little kids most of the time. But with rifles, again, you're more likely to die with your hands and feet. Hands
I didn't
and
say
feet.
rifles.
Rifles.
This one.
I didn't say rifles. I said
Yeah.
guns.
So, okay. So fine. Eliminate handguns. I get to keep AK-47 though, right, Mark?
Wow.
Right?
This one coming
Right,
in
Mark?
Not in Australia. Not in Australia.
Not in Australia. No, you don't trust your people there with guns because the guns are going to get up and hurt people.
You're insane. You are literally insane.
Yeah, whatever. That's not an argument, Mark. It's not an argument.
You're insane. No, the guns don't hurt people. The people with.
I hate to do this. OGPI says Mark is toxic masculinity's mascot. I don't understand. I thought they would have called you a soy boy, Mark. So I don't understand this insult. But Chad, no, not that you are a soy boy. Chad McDonald says for Mark.
Well, I think the person calling people pansy and all of this kind of stuff, that's really the toxic masculinity. I think that just simply being confident in your beliefs is not toxic masculinity.
Chad McDonald
nice
says for Mark, do you think it goes in your favor when you get really emotional and look like a giant baby having a tantrum?
No, I mean, yeah, and you know, Wilson's getting emotional and calling me stuff as well. Yeah, I'm passionate about what I believe, but so is everybody. And Wilson, you know, it's kind of it's funny that you'll hold me to a standard you won't hold your own guys to. So that's hilarious. But you know, the funny thing is, my debates are usually very peaceful, very interesting. You know, I talk back and forward. Every single debate by this cretin is a dumpster fire. He doesn't know any way else to behave. He is a child. He has the mentality of a child.
That's
he
really
just
weird.
Tantrums, screams,
almost no debate is.
And just
almost no debate.
Yeah,
almost every debate I have is cordial. What do you mean?
I think
I've seen your
why
debates.
are you lying
terrible.
again? Why are you lying again, bro?
You interrupt people every debate.
Okay. I think a lot of these are just they're like trying to needle you, Mark. And I hope you forgive me for like giggling at some of them because it's just like they're trying to like, you know, like some of these I think are like siblings trying to like, you know, like needle each other to get a rise out of them. But you're handling it well. I wish if I were you, I'd just be like, I'm not even going to respond to that. It's so stupid. But that's okay. Dan Vicious says, very noble of Mark not wanting to trans all the kids. Is that social responsibility? He should also check out let's see. Very noble of Mark not wanting to trans all the kids. So Mark, you only want to trans some?
Oh, look, it's less than 1% of the population. It's a tiny amount. They're just blowing it out of proportion because, well, they're religious fundamentalists who can't stand this kind of stuff. So, you know, what we have doctors that tell us all about it, but they're sort of no better because I don't know. But yeah, no, I don't know what that's about. Look, I'm okay. I'm a little frustrated, but yeah, that's their tactic. It is to make people frustrated and be absolutely cretinous pieces of shit in order to get a reaction out of them. If that's the way you debate, fine. But you know, if you're a Christian, this is the guy representing you. Congratulations.
You don't even have a standard for why being a Christian is wrong, except you just don't prefer it. Who cares? Like, who cares? All you've done this entire debate is freak out, and it's been easy to make you do it, Mark. I barely even pushed, and you just freaked the fuck out.
You freaked out about the guns. You freaked the hell out. You're so like,
Mark,
oh,
calm down, Mark.
My democracy. How's this going fine?
Your democracy?
You know, seriously.
I don't care about democracy. I'm just pointing out that you know,
yeah,
for a guy who thinks that human beings are inherently moral, you sure seem to want to restrict them from basically every activity moral. In which they could be dangerous.
I didn't say inherently moral.
Here's what from Mike 3
Mark,
says,
Mark, that was in your opening, literally in your opening. It's part of the manifesto which you draw. It says that human beings are inherently moral, and that is why we base everything on rationality. It's inherent.
Well, we have inherently empathy and reciprocity. I mean, I don't expect you to understand.
So
those. Those are
morality?
multiple syllable words, but
Except me?
well, that forms the foundation of morality. Yeah. So
Except
inherently, we
me.
have the tools.
Except me, I don't have that. I'm just an exception to the
Well, I'm
human
kind
race.
of. Well, I don't know. I suspect you have no empathy for people because you don't seem to give a
Then
shit.
I must
about
be an
them.
exception to humanity, Mark.
No, that's called a psychopath.
So there's so then it's not inherent. So morality is not inherent to humans then?
Well, no, a psychopath is somebody who has no firing of the mirror.
Okay, so forgive me for doing that. I just have to. There are so many questions. People are very engaged with this debate. Chad McDonald says for Mark, do you think it goes in your favor when you get really? We got that. Dan Vicious says, we got that. Mike 3 says, I'm not an authoritarian, quote unquote. Can you mute my opponent and forcibly prevent them from speaking? I think they're saying that, like, Mark, just.
Yeah, no, I get what he's saying, but if you're not willing to give the other person an opportunity to speak, I don't see why you should be allowed to speak by pure dickishness, basically. Usually a debate, you have a back and forward, you basically let the other side speak, but some of these
That's it. It's all interesting.
fundamentalists.
That's it. I think I like that's why I rolled my eyes at the question, because it's like, well, yeah, like, but if Mark is like feeling like he's not getting to say his say,
Correct.
then obviously he's going to tell someone to mute someone so that he can actually be heard, because that's why he was invited.
Yeah, so if you're doing nothing wrong, then fine. I'm not going to insist that we restrict you. If you're doing something horribly wrong, like Andrew has been all debate, then yeah, I'm going to insist that some restrictions be taken so you let other people have a chance. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
But what do you do about this, Mark? What do you do if you ask a person a question and then they answer the question you didn't ask? And so you cut in to say, no, that's not what I asked. And then they freak out and say, I'm answering the question that you didn't fucking ask. What would you do, Mark?
That is not something that has been happening.
Yeah, that's the whole debate, Mark.
What would I do? I would probably let them finish and then point out, hey, you didn't answer the question. This was the question.
So you just waste time, the whole debate, let them filibuster? Okay, Mark.
Otis Driftwood says, my AI said this. F you bald F Mark. Okay. Dan Vicious.
Nice argument.
Very enlightened super chat there.
Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely.
Dan Vicious says, come on, man, don't skip me. He was like waiting for his to be read and just dying for it. Rachel Wilson says, Mark is dreadfully wrong again. Over 2 million people are projected to legally immigrate to the U.S. this year, which is only a slight decline from 2.5 million in 2022. Like you said, don't talk about it if you don't know.
Okay, well, how many people are going to go into detention camps? Like 3,000 a day? They're trying to get?
Yeah, which would be, which even if we granted it, would be basically a statistical nothing in comparison to how many are coming in. Right? It would be a statistical nothing. Right, Mark?
What, 3,000 a day?
Even if it was 3,000 a day, yeah.
Well, I don't think it's for the people that are legally coming into the country.
Oh, right. So it's the people who aren't supposed to be here. They're getting sent literally to holding areas so that they can be shipped out. Oh, what a bunch of ruthless bastards.
Why would people legally entering your country through immigration not supposed to be there? Explain that for me.
They overstay their visas.
Dumbass.
They overstay their visas, dumbass.
Oh, yeah, like they cancel their visas on one day and then inter them in the next. Yeah, that's great.
No,
that's
they really overstay their visas, dummy.
No, they're being arrested at courthouses when they go there. They're dismissing the cases and then they're arresting them.
No, that's not what's happening at all. Most people who are here illegally are overstaying visas. They overstay them. Then they get collected and they get sent back. We also have a massive amount of immigrants who come up from south of the border. And those fucking people, they're not supposed to be here. They are on no visa. They also get rounded up. They get sent to a minor holding center for a few days and then bust back to their country. What do you want them to have 5-star Ritz? You want them to have the 5-star Ritz?
Oh, yeah. And what about the American citizens that have been sent back as well?
Yeah, all what, 6 of them?
Oh, yeah, they don't matter. American citizens
I mean, oops,
in
an administrative manner, stuff like that's going to happen occasionally.
Yeah. And so let's send them to a prison farm in El Salvador. Yeah,
I'm sorry. We should never enforce our borders because sometimes we might get it wrong. Genius argument, Mark.
This one from
Oh yeah, no, you don't care about, you know, a literal concentration
Yeah, you don't
camp
care
in El
about
Salvador.
millions of
As long
people
as
here
it's not
illegally, Mark.
happening to Christians, you don't give a shit.
What do you? It's mostly happening to Christians. What do you mean? Do you think
So you
most
don't
of the
care
people who
about
come up from fucking Mexico are atheist, dummy, or are they Catholic?
Oh, are you getting all angry? What are you angry
Answer the
for?
question, Mark.
I think they're probably mostly Catholic. Yeah.
Then what are you talking about? You only care if they're Christians.
Oh, so you don't care if they've got a different skin color? They can be Christians just as long as they're not, you know.
What does their skin color have to do
N-word
with it?
people.
I don't care if you send white people who aren't supposed to be here and overstay their H-1B back to their country. I don't give a shit.
To El Salvador, to a concentration camp.
They're not
All right,
going
gotta
to
go to the next
concentration
one.
camps in El Salvador, dummy. What are you talking about?
We must go to the next one. Folks, mods in the chat, please be mindful, unless it violates YouTube TOS, please don't bring the hammer down on anybody in the chat. If it does violate YouTube TOS, then give them a warning. I would say folks in chat, if you could refrain from using the word abo, because I don't like, this is a brand new word for me. So if Mark says it is,
I can't believe you just said that most racist word in the world. Mark, why aren't you coming down on James for saying that out loud?
If Mark says it's a slang or if it's a slur, then
horrible.
If Mark says it's a slur in Australia, then my guess is YouTube will treat it
Did
as
James
a slur
just do a racism
in our context too. So
yes.
Yes. See. So James
used
is
a racist term, but James doesn't want to use the term. That's the thing. He doesn't want to use it. You do.
He's just trolling you, Mark. He's just trying to mess you.
I know.
So this one from the Kitsune said, study that stated that the shutdowns caused more spread than what they stopped, co-signed by the WHO, mind you.
Okay, let's have a look for it. I'm not aware of this study. I'm not a doctor or anything. I don't think that's the case. I really don't.
Let's give Mark a chance to look it up. What I'll do is
I think that even if it was, we basically did what reasonable people would do to try and alleviate the problem under that circumstance. You know, find me the study that says, hey, if we didn't vaccinate the way we did, there would have been better. Find me that study, because this is ridiculous.
I do want to remind folks first, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. We're at 646. If we get to 700, Mark will be sending bottled bath water from his most recent bath to anybody who wants it. You just have to let us know your address.
I hate to disappoint you. I'm a shower guy. I hate to disappoint. Yeah, look, I can do shower water. Go on.
They thought that you were a fan of OnlyFans, but you are a creator on OnlyFans. They didn't know that.
No, only feet. Only feet. That's what I'm into. Yeah, sure.
This one from Dalamar says, Mark, Australia is still under the British monarchy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it's a constitutional monarchy, just like you have a constitutional republic. The monarch doesn't even have any power at all. They basically sign laws. They're a figurehead. They don't have any real power. They're more used for greeting outside, like the governor greets outsiders, and they're more a symbolic thing. Just like, you know, the royals in England, they do have a bit of power, but they have none over here whatsoever.
Okay. We're going to get through this. There's Zachary Gelpy says, wait, Mark, if JEWS had guns, they would have been worse off than if they didn't. You mean 6 million of them unalive? It could have been worse?
Well, I don't know. There's no counterfactual. And it seems like that, yeah, you could say, hey, yeah, they would have fought back. Sure. But, you know, they could have been lined up, because if they did fight, and don't get me wrong, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe they would have, but Germany in World War II and Australia are completely different places. Like this is stupid to sort of go, okay, well, you know, Australia is not taking one segment of their population and turning everybody on it. That is not what's happening over there. It's not the same situation, and trying to do so is just ridiculous.
Mark, if you were Jewish and in Germany at that time, would you have preferred to have had a gun?
I would leave.
Yeah, but if you couldn't leave, would you prefer to have a
Yeah.
gun?
So if a country is putting in a sort of, fascist, right-wing, extremist, nationalist government, I would leave instantly.
Yeah, but
I
if you
wouldn't be
couldn't
there.
leave, though, would
Why?
you
Why couldn't I
prefer that you
leave?
have a gun? Because they
Why
don't
couldn't
let
I
you
leave?
leave, like they didn't then. Would you prefer that you have had a gun?
Um, I don't know. I'm not
You don't
sure. I
know?
don't think so.
Is Trump a fascist?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think he's got there's certain elements of him that are
Fascist?
totalitarian, authoritarian.
So shouldn't I have
Well,
guns to protect myself from these fascists?
fascist has a very specific meaning.
I
Okay,
agree.
it's with ultra nationalist, usually compared with extreme right sort of religious beliefs. It is sort of authoritarian, but there's a difference between an authoritarian and a fascist.
But
A
if Trump
fascist,
is a totalitarian, shouldn't the people here have guns to protect themselves from him?
I don't think that's necessarily a good idea.
Oh, okay.
Well, this one coming in from Mason Miller says secular humanist, it is the epitome of evil to demand that the children of those who have them are forced through taxation to take care of the atheists who refuse to have children. Couldn't send chats to you on Rumble, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is sort of a lack of social responsibility. Okay, well that may work in your thing. We take care of one another. We believe in sort of, or a lot of people do, and you might differ, sure, but Australia has this idea of, hey, we're all mates. You're Australian, I'm Australian, that other person's Australian. We should take care of each other. So we have a really good healthcare system. We have a really good, system of government. It's not like we're just suffering over here. It's
Well,
not
I mean, that's
happening.
fantastic that the religious get
Mhm.
to carry the burden of the unreligious who refuse to have children. Awesome.
I don't know
This
what you know that like non-religious people still do have children.
At a way lesser rate, Mark.
So what?
Like what?
Oh, so you see it's a burden now of carrying people, is that it?
Well, if it is the
So
case that
so
it's
do you
good.
think you should force us to have children then? Do you think you should do that?
No.
Then what the fuck is your problem?
Do you think that I should force people to take care of you when you're old, though?
I think that you should contribute to society like everybody
Yeah,
in
right.
society.
So here's the thing. Here's the difference between us. I would not force you to have children. I just would not also force anybody to care for you when you're fucking old. That's the distinction between us. Mark, you're a totalitarian lunatic, and I'm not.
Yeah,
this
you're just
one.
a racist piece of crap.
Yeah,
That's
there's
This
what you
nothing
one.
are. But I
racist
don't
about
force
anything I've
people to
said or
take
done.
care of me. It's just like I
So a
don't
hospital
force
can
people
deny
to
you
have
care?
children. You basically are saying, hey,
So a
a
hospital can deny
hospital.
you care?
If you're violent and stuff, they do.
Yeah, but if you're
They
not
try their
violent,
best.
can they deny you care?
Well, I don't think that's ethical for the hospital.
Yeah, right. So what ends up happening is that you're going to get subsidized by the people who are having children. Take care of your fucking ass at the expense of those children, the taxpayer. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, it's funny because like when there's something bad happens, it's like, oh, these aren't Christians, these are different Christians, those not are with us, they're not with us. Every time you need it to work in your favor, you're like, oh, well, we're all Christians, we're all taking care, we're all doing this, we're all doing that. You have the most flip-flop idea of who is a Christian based upon your needs at the time. That is absolutely incredible. Like it's absolutely incredible.
Well, gee, Mark, it's amazing to me that at the same time you group every single atrocity that's ever happened to all Christians, but then when I use that to my advantage to point out all the good things Christians do, you say no, they need to be compartmentalized. It's actually your hypocrisy, Mark, not mine.
I acknowledge that Christians do good things, so you're just lying.
No, you
Because you're
just
a
won't
liar.
acknowledge that
No,
they're
you're
compartmentalized in
100%
different
a liar. I
factions.
acknowledge that, so you are
What
a
does that
liar.
have to
You
do with the
lying,
argument that I just made?
racist piece
What
of
does it
shit.
have to do with the argument I just made, Baldy?
You are a lying piece of shit with
What does
all
that
the
have to do
oil
with the
and some.
argument I just
You
made,
look like
Goofus?
you absolute munted looking gerbil bogan. What are you doing?
You absolute jowl flapping Uncle Fester looking
Oh,
chomo. Answer my fucking question. What does that have to
you
do with the thing I
you
just asked you?
fucking despondent piece of a hippo's ass flapping on your fucking
Oh, you
oily
almost got the
shithouse
adjectives
hair.
right.
Why
Okay.
don't you go and
We
fuck
must.
your kookaburra, you cunt?
Oh, you
All right. We
cheek
must.
loving fucking
You guys are
man
sick.
fucking
All right.
lunatic.
You
Answer
guys,
my
we have to
fucking
go to the next
question.
one. I hate to do this. You guys, we have to go. This reminds me of in the movie Hook when Peter Pan and Rufio get in the argument over dinner, and then he calls him a paramecium. We're gonna go to the next question. Dalamar says, if you were going to put speech codes in under hate speech, quote unquote, can we not then put in codes to prevent you from saying, quote unquote, hateful things about Christians, Mark?
I'm not sure what hateful things about Christians. I've pointed out Christians have done atrocities, but I'm not saying that all Christians are X or Y or using some kind of slur for them. If you could point out what slur I've used for Christians, then please do so.
Anita Borshan says, hey, black guy here. I don't care if Andrew says it. After all, he's one of the brothers, isn't he, Mark? Tell me why I'm wrong, Mark.
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
this is the racist stuff. This, like, I want to talk to the
What if
Christians out there.
he
This
is
is
the
the
black
guy
person?
representing you. Racist, like,
Wait.
this is the person who is stepping into to represent Christianity. It's not a wonder why people are leaving churches in droves. It's not a wonder.
The super chatter put that, not Andrew.
Yeah, and this is the Christians in his channel. This is good Christian morals. Be racist and say horrible things and do all this horrible stuff. Yeah, no, it's good Christian morals here. Fantastic.
But to be fair, we really actually don't. Like, if it really was a black person,
I know. I don't think all Christians are like Andrew. That's why Christians don't like him as well, because they say he doesn't represent how we behave in public. But I'm just saying, this is the guy representing you. It's insane.
But the super chatter, I don't know that they're not actually black. Because if they're black, then we'd be kind of dismissive when we don't know if they are.
Yeah, well, we consider, if we don't know, we just, would assume don't use that because we don't know how to judge it. A lot of people who are racist go and pretend they are, of a different race in order to be incredibly racist on chat. We all know that happens.
Anyway, Rachel Wilson says, Mark is wrong again. Australia is currently experiencing record levels of violence in schools. Link to data in chat.
Oh yeah, it's bullying. That's the whole point. Like, yeah, there's sort of physical violence, and I think there always has been. There definitely has been. I'm not saying it's perfect, but what I'm saying is that when someone gets bullied or something, they're upset and that's obviously wrong, but they're not getting shot. So can you please understand, what are you even talking about? Like, oh yeah, because there's a bit of violence in the school as kids do, then we should be able to carry guns and have our children being shot. Yeah, great argument. Fantastic. Well done. What's
causing the record violence?
In America?
No, in Australia. What's causing the record violence in schools right now?
Right-wing influence with these sort of macho man groups sort of influencing sort of fighting among kids, and it's really terrible.
It sounds like totalitarianism. Don't you want to be able to protect yourself from that?
Oh, so you like kids being beaten up? Is that what you're saying?
Wouldn't that be the opposite of what I'm saying?
So you think we should give guns to children to defend themselves?
No, I think that if it is the case that right-wing groups have infiltrated your schools to the point where they're influencing them to the point where they're beating everybody up, don't you think that people ought to have a right to defend themselves, as that will spiral out, right?
Yes, I think people have a right to defend themselves, sure.
But just not with guns?
Well, are people like, what the hell are you talking about? These are people getting into fights, like fist fights, not taking guns into.
Yeah, if somebody punches me in the face, I'm going to shoot them. Did you know that?
Okay, so if you punch someone in the face and then you shoot them and you miss, why shouldn't they take out a gun and shoot you?
No. That's not what I said. I said if somebody
punches
me in the face.
Why not? Why can't I shoot you after that point? Why not?
Because you would be the initiator of the violence, dummy.
Oh, well, that's an escalation of violence, isn't it?
Yeah, escalating. No. It's not an escalation of violence.
So why don't we just escalate the violence in schools so it includes shooting?
That wouldn't be an escalation. If somebody attacks me and I kill them, that's not escalating violence. That's ending it. Yeah?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm fucking serious.
Escalation and violence. That when
that's not escalation.
You shoot them.
That's not escalation. Somebody attacks you and you shoot them. That's not escalation. That's de-escalation.
So what should the child do when another child in school hits them?
Well, in that particular case, if you're talking, it depends on the age of the child.
But what would you do?
16, 17, 18? Something like that? Or are we talking about like people who are
talking about school.
17
is max in school.
Yeah. So what about if a 17-year-old's attacking an adult in the school? like a woman.
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
she
she should
allowed
be
to
able to
defend
defend
herself with a
herself.
gun?
No.
No. So if a man, full grown man size 17-year-old's beating up a fucking female teacher, she can't do
Okay.
that?
This is the stupidity of
I can't
Andrew
wait to
Wilson.
hear how
He's
that's
basically
stupid.
saying if a 17-year-old student, like
Mm-hmm.
in some way, physically attacks a teacher,
A
they
female
should have
teacher.
a gun. Hey, shut up. They should have a gun, pull out the gun, and
Yes.
shoot the child.
Yes. That's right. If
You are insane. You are fucking insane.
We'll go to the next question. This one is
I don't know what he's saying. He's just carrying on like a pork chop. I don't know
they
what he's
say
doing.
Mark is wrong again. Oh, no, that's a different. We read that. Mike 3 says Mark is such a delusional man child that he thinks his government cannot become more oppressive or tyrannical than it already is. Quote, because it's Australia, unquote. Trust me, bro, this time it's different.
Yeah, I don't trust you and I don't really listen to anything you say. No, I'm not delusional. Andrew's the delusional one. He already conceded it during the debate, and I don't see why we should listen to him in any way, shape, or form.
Christopher,
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying, hey, we work towards that not happening, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to let it stress me. I'm not going to, but my government does this. No, we change our government to be the government that we want, not like just sit back, relax, and go, oh, well, you do whatever, and then we'll do something afterwards. You have to work at it, and that's why everybody votes. That's the whole point. Everybody contributes that thing to stop things like that.
Christopher Scott says, fine, I'll be toxically masculine instead of whining about someone calling me a name and complaining that it's, quote, toxic masculinity. What a
I mean, I
soy
don't
boy.
know. Well, I mean, it's just trying to co-opt the idea of toxic masculinity, this idea of extreme masculinity, and this oh, I don't feel nothing and I don't say nothing. It's just it's pathetic. It's really just insecurity about who you are, just manifesting as extreme manhood. It's quite frankly pretty pathetic in my eyes. So yeah, but if
Yeah,
you want to try and
Christopher.
co-opt it, whatever. That's up to you,
Gabby
idiot.
says, Mark is the type of guy to practice painting his nails with the excuse that maybe his daughter will want to spend time with him between her OnlyFans videos.
No, I've never painted my nails. I think I had a girlfriend paint my nails once, but no, I don't. But this is the kind of stupidity you get from morons with no actual arguments, and instead they have to try and pick on you because they're morons.
Electric Ninja says you don't need a gum until you do. We should probably not use the GUN word too. YouTube is just
Okay,
they say until you do, Mark. But you kind of already said, like, I'm not saying it's impossible that the government would become
right.
tyrannical and violent. I just think it's highly improbable. Uh, Jordan Thomas says, Mark, would the world be better if all humans tomorrow became true atheists or true Christians?
I don't know what a true Christian is. That sounds like a no true Scotsman fallacy to me, to be honest with you. But I don't know what that is, and I'm in no position to judge. And at the same time, there's some horrible atheists out there. Just because you're an atheist doesn't mean I agree with you. There's some horrible people that are atheists, and I don't agree with them at anything at all. It's just it's kind of a nonsensical question, because if they became sort of nihilists or some kind of totalitarian atheists, then no, it wouldn't be a better world. But what are true Christians? You're going to have to define that, because that is the claim of every single Christian in the world. They are the true Christians. So I don't know what that is.
When you tell Andrew, like, wow, you're such a great Christian, like, is that indicative of what you think a true Christian is?
No, it's sarcasm. I don't think
Oh.
he's a good Christian, or like what most Christians would consider to be a good Christian. I think that they would say, hey, he's belligerent, he's not kind, he's not gentle, he's not Christ-like, and that's what I hear a lot. But at the same time, he says that is true Christianity. So, who am I to judge? I don't know what true Christianity is, because I don't think any of it is true. So you judge yourself. What is true Christianity? Is it being Christ-like, or is it being obnoxious? That's up to you. I don't define that.
imagine Mark saying, I'm not a true Christian, and then going on to say, how great Christians are, and that's why I'm not one of them, while at the same time saying that he should be the arbiter of what happens in society, while saying how great Christians are, especially for society, if I were to follow what he perceived as being Christian virtues. It's the ultimate irony of the person who's been spurging and freaking out the entire night, muting me, saying he's going to take away all your rights, saying that he wants to do all the horrible things he accuses me of. He got so offended by a word. Mark, you got so offended by a word. You haven't been able to stop freaking out about it for the last 40 minutes. How does that happen? How do you get that freaked out about a fucking word? Yeah, 40 minutes.
Last 40 minutes. No, I'm more angry that a platform can let a racist piece of shit onto it.
It's all about deplatforming, James.
Yeah,
I knew it.
No, you're a racist piece of shit. I'm not angry at James or his platform. I'm angry at you because you are a racist, a transphobe, a bigot, a disgusting character who lives in the toilet of his own existence. You are horrible. But at the same time,
man bad.
I didn't say that all Christians were bad or all Christians are this or all Christians are that. And I acknowledge that Christians have done good things, which you haven't acknowledged that atheists have done good things because
that's because they don't have a concept of good.
You're a heinous idiot that can't acknowledge anything. But here's the thing. I can say, hey, Christians, can be good, but that doesn't mean Christianity is good. Like I said, there's theistic humanists, and we generally agree on almost everything. So
if I embodied
all
of those virtues that you thought made a Christian good, would I be good?
What, humility, Christ-like
whatever, whatever those things are that you believed a Christian should embody. If I embodied those things, would I be good?
I don't think you'd necessarily be good. I think that
then who cares
there
then,
can
Mark?
be somebody
Who cares if I don't live up to your ideals of Christianity,
sort of kind and gentle, and still not be that good for society.
Then
I mean, as
who
I've heard,
cares if I live up to your ideals of Christianity? I would still be bad.
Some serial killers have been kind and gentle and really quiet people, really humble. Doesn't mean they're good people. And I must add, serial killers have also been Christians. So, there's
perfect.
That too.
So then me living up to the ideals of Christianity still wouldn't make me good. So who gives a shit, Mark?
Right.
So who cares? Why would I care what your standard for what a real Christian is? I still wouldn't be good even if I lived up to it.
Like I said, if you want to live in a world with happy and healthy people, then secular humanism works towards that. Like, I don't say that you have to want that.
Just take all your guns, force vaccinations on you, lock your fucking ass down, make sure that your kids can be mutilated. Yeah, great fucking society, Mark. I can't wait to live there.
Yeah, persecute people, be bigoted, use racist language, vilify people.
Oh my God, you used a word. You used a word. I wouldn't take I wouldn't take guns from black people, though.
You were just racist.
Would you take guns from black people? Would you take guns from black people?
I wouldn't do anything.
No, would you enable the state to take guns from black people?
Did they forcefully take the guns?
In Australia, yes. If you didn't comply, by turning them in, they arrested your ass. Yes.
But it was mostly a buyback scheme, right?
It doesn't matter. They did indeed force you to take them because if you didn't, you got arrested.
Guns. I bet you cuddle up.
That's not an argument. You're obsessed. I'm obsessed with arguments. I'm sorry.
And sniff it. I bet you spend more time with your gun than with anybody else. I bet you.
Oh, were you about to say my wife? You were about to say my wife, weren't you, Mark? You can't help it, can you, Mark? Can you? You can't help it.
Well, with anybody. I think you absolutely adore guns.
That's true. I absolutely do. Yeah. But the thing is like, that's not an argument. Would you take black people or would you take guns away from black people, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. We got to go.
And white people.
But I'm the racist. But I'm the racist.
Oh, yeah, because I treat black and white people the same, I'm a racist. You fucking moron.
That's right.
Okay, I hate to do this, but we have to go to the next one. Techno Zero says Mark lied. Howard Springs facility with mobile homes and chain link fencing and armed guards was a real quote unquote quarantine site. Also, coercion is force.
Have you actually looked at the pictures of that?
Okay.
So that was for only people entering the country who needed to do a mandatory thing. It wasn't like grabbing people in the country and forcing them in there. It was people flying into the country from places that had high rates of infection that we put into quarantine temporarily until we could be sure they weren't infected. I mean, you're completely mischaracterizing what it is. And they weren't kept in there. They're still not in there. It was simply people coming into the country. That's all. Oh, but you know, let's just let them go out and affect everybody. Yeah, why not? That sounds bright and incredibly smart.
This one coming in from Techno, that Kitsune says, Mark, nobody wants to go to the US except illegals. And then they say also, Mark, why is your debate tactic whataboutism? You probably don't agree
Really,
that
my
it is.
debate tactic. Yeah, no, I don't
You
agree
don't
with
have
that,
to,
and I think
yeah.
that whataboutism has been done by Andrew at an incredible rate.
Crucible
What about the
says,
guns? What about the guns? Yeah, yeah.
says Smoky Man asking logical questions. Q-tip head, nar, nar, nar. Okay. Zachary Gelpy says, P1, Mark, your answer to my question shows your lack of knowledge of history. Same happened in Germany in the 40s. Could happen literally anywhere.
Okay, well, I'm not worried in the slightest.
Delamar
The
says
only
50.
the only reason why there'd be an authoritarian government is that pricks like Wilson got authoritarians into there and started making people worship their religion and do exactly what they want. This is the thing. The thing you're afraid of is the very thing that you're promoting.
You
And
guys,
secularists are completely incapable of that, right, Mark?
I didn't say that.
Well, then what are you talking about, Mark?
Did I say secularists?
Yeah, you just said the only thing you need to worry about is if a bunch of crazy religious people, authoritarians, take over power. Secularists are completely capable of doing that, right, Mark?
Yeah, and who's turning the government authoritarian in the US at the moment?
I don't think the government is authoritarian, more authoritarian right now in the US.
You don't think they're violating the Constitution? They're locking people away. They're taking citizens off the streets.
No, I think they're finally enforcing the Constitution, how it was intended to be. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Great argument.
Yeah. So
great argument. Wow.
No, go suck up to your felon in chief, the PDF file that's currently like locking citizens up because he thinks they're the wrong color. Yeah, enjoy that.
Yeah, except that's not happening. Who's he locked up because they're the wrong color?
There was that security guard outside that was detained for 4 days, and he was a citizen.
And Donald Trump locked him up.
And a veteran who did nothing wrong.
Trump locked him up.
No, the buck never stops with him. He just created the ICE squads, armed them, sent them into places without checking ID properly, sent them away to the wrong country, even though they had a court order not to go. But that isn't his fault. That's nothing to do with him, right? It must be some other PDF file doing that, right?
Wait, so I get this right. Donald Trump unilaterally decided to lock up people because they're brown.
He is the one that directed them to do racial profiling. So, and
who's being racially profiled?
His Department of Homeland basically said that, but why they can use physical appearance to judge if somebody is an illegal immigrant.
Oh, geez. You mean to say that if it is the case that the majority of the illegals who are here without H-1Bs are Hispanic, that we couldn't use our eyeballs to make a determination that that would be the demographic to go after? That's bad, Mark?
Yeah, that's racial profiling.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? If you know the race that's that's going to be, why wouldn't you use racial profiling?
You would like to be detained for no reason other than you're a white person. Maybe, you've got messy hair, you look a bit scruffy, you're a bit of an idiot. Like, let's lock you up until, not give you any rights, just lock you up and then detain you against all of that.
That's not what's going on, Mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's reasonable suspicion that various people are illegal immigrants instead of being stopped under suspicion.
An ex-veteran security guard with citizenship is reasonable suspicion.
Yes, you could have reasonable suspicion for that, of course.
What's the reasonable suspicion?
Well, in this case, they had reasonable suspicion that he was here illegally. And so they detained him under that reasonable suspicion.
That isn't a reason. That's just saying there's reason. What is the reasonable suspicion?
Under that particular case, tell me what it was. I don't know it off the top of my head. What was it? What was the reasonable suspicion?
I don't think there was reasonable.
Then demonstrate it. Demonstrate there was no reasonable suspicion. I'll believe you.
You want me to demonstrate the absence of something?
You think you can't do that? It's not raining in my house right now. It's not raining in my house right now. I just demonstrate the absence of something. Do you think you can't prove a negative? But by the way, I'm not even asking you to prove a negative, just your claim. I don't think that there was any reasonable suspicion based on
the fact that he was a security guard in the facility. He was attempting to get home and had no other basis for arresting him other than he was there and was
demonstrate it. Demonstrate that that's true.
George Reid, 25. Yeah, and that's not how the law works. What do you think articulable suspicion means?
Well, that you have some reason to detain a person based on the fact that you think that they're in the commission of some sort of crime,
Yes.
like being here illegally.
Yes.
And so if
And
they
what?
suspected that he was here illegally, that would be reasonable suspicion. He was committing a crime.
Why did they suspect he was here illegally?
I don't. I'm
Or there
asking
illegally?
you on the details of this case. Did they give a reason?
No.
Okay, so I'm just
No.
going to make sure.
ICE basically.
What's his
It was
name?
George Retes, Retes, who was 25. He identified himself as a US citizen. They broke his window, dragged him out of his car, and arrested him.
Okay, let's see if there was no reasonable suspicion or if you're lying again.
We'll go to the next question.
Okay. Oh, geez. All right. Okay. Let's just make sure that we got this right. So I just want to make sure that your official position is that they gave no reason at all for this, right, Mark?
What was the reason?
No, I just want to make sure I got your position first.
Okay. Well, I mean,
They
it's not
gave no
articulable.
reasonable.
What is the suspicion? What is the suspicion? What is it?
Bro, can you just
Oh,
answer the
don't
question?
spurg out, dude. Just answer the question. What's
You
the suspicion
first.
then if you're so
You
great?
first. I just want to make sure that I got you on record saying that they didn't have one.
They did not have a reason, correct?
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Okay. Except that they claim that they did. They claimed that they had they claimed that they had viable, reasonable reasons to believe that he was here illegally based on the connections that he had with illegals who were in his family. And so what they did was they did a routine detention. They could not verify his identification and then made a mistake, which happens all the time, including in your own prison system, Mark.
Oh, wow. No, the government couldn't have made that up. What a load of shit. He's
That's
a security
not, no,
guard.
Bro, you just said they had none.
Hang on.
No.
No. He was a security guard working there. What is wrong with you?
So what?
And then he was detained for 3 days without a lawyer, without.
Oh, he was a fruit picker working somewhere. So what? What does that have to do with where he was working?
He wasn't a fruit picker. He
yeah,
was
but if he was, why would that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? He was a security guard somewhere.
All right.
You can't work here if you're illegal.
Authoritarian. We just think you can grab a citizen off the street with no real articulable suspicion of why you're grabbing them. There was articulable suspicion. You lied. 3 days.
I hate to do this, guys. We have been spending too much time on this one. This one coming in from Zachary Galpy. We got that one. He says, it didn't just happen to the JEWS. The first thing the Turks did was take away the guns from the Armenians. And then a similar thing happened there, Mark.
Yeah, look, I got no reason why I think that is the case. This has been shouted out by right-wing people for ages now, ever since we did it, and everything's going fine. So just look after yourself. If you want to have mass shootings and stuff, it's up to you. Leave us to do our thing. I don't see what the problem is. Why you have to, try and control everybody's country. It's crazy.
Jalamar said 50 million illegal aliens in the U.S. understand the difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal alien. Between a legal immigrant and an illegal alien. We need to be deporting 30,000 a day, 365 days a year to make a real dent, and we're just ramping up. I think they're saying, how do you like them apples, Mark?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're also putting, an insane amount more money. And hey, that's your choice. That's your country. Don't let me, that's up to you what you do with your immigration policy. That's whatever. It's just, okay, like your economy's going downhill because there's no fruit pickers and, it's just a disaster. I mean, what can I say?
This one from Shaw XD says, question for Mark. Where does your head end and your body begin? Having a hard time making it out. Okay.
Yeah, I would expect some of Andrew's audience not to understand anatomy because they don't understand, well, anything really. But yeah, it's called a neck. See that?
Kyle says, as a person who is half black, Andrew has the pass. You don't, Mark.
Yeah, what a troll.
Anita says, hi, I'm actually black. Okay, so I will prove it on my camera. So again, Mark, tell me why I'm wrong, Mark. Me,
Yeah, I'm
please.
just going to ignore that person. Seriously. What a
Wait, but they
clown.
might be black, Mark. As they say, tell me,
Yeah,
please,
there's
Mark.
no way to tell because they're just, that's fine. Whatever. But, I mean, if Andrew's allowed to go up and say that to you, well, I mean, some
They're
people don't
just
like it.
T-Rev T says this. Can we say cuck? Is that still against? Is that still bad?
I have no idea, mate.
They say is doesn't represent the rest of us here in Australia whatsoever. Okay, we know you're not
Yeah,
a
that's
cuck.
why I said that's why I said overwhelming majority and not absolutely everybody. The words actually have meanings. Maybe learn a few of them. Oh my
I'm
God, he's still
sorry.
talking.
Huh?
It's sad.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry. It's late, so I'm just like laughing uncontrollably. It said if Mark puts a light bulb in his mouth, would it light up? You don't look
I
like Uncle Fester.
You know what? I
Um,
have taken a fair amount of voltage in my life, so maybe that's true. Who knows?
you don't look like Uncle Fester. It's only funny because I like recognized it was referring to Uncle
Yeah,
Fester.
yeah, yeah. No, I got you. I got you.
Dan Vicious says, without an objective, it would be too, if you actually looked like the person, it'd be too mean for me to say it, and I wouldn't want to say it. So, without an objective moral foundation, Mark leads us to mob rule and the drug company government propaganda that has been harming people for years.
Yeah. Weird thing is that we have, this is sort of stupid. Like just because I, will sort of support government on certain things doesn't mean I support everything. And I think there's way too much corporate influence on government. So you're just basically straw manning, ascribing beliefs to me that I don't have. But interestingly enough, because of the Australian system, we pay way less than you. I think you guys get ripped off. It's absolutely criminal what those pharmaceutical companies are charging and doing out there. So I think it's pretty horrible, pretty horrible.
And those top scientists who work for those pharmaceutical companies and the CEOs, you think they're Christians or secularists?
I don't know. I mean, probably
If you had to
mostly.
guess.
Well, if you could let me finish, probably mostly secularists, but there's probably some Christians in there too. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Damn secularists ripping us off, fucking bastards.
Well, it's also
Oh,
the CEOs and stuff. I mean, they don't decide. The scientists don't decide the prices on the drugs and set up the healthcare system, right?
Yeah, but so they're just party to the people who are immoral?
Well, they're just doing a job.
Oh, yeah. So that's what the Germans said, wasn't it?
What the hell? What is wrong with you?
They were just following orders, right?
Oh, so we should not have any medicine. Is that what you're saying?
Medicine, what do you mean? I'm asking about
The
participating in an
drug
immoral
companies.
system that you know is immoral. Why
The
would
the drug
secularists do
the
that?
drug companies.
Yeah. Why would secularists involve themselves in an immoral structure, sir?
Because they're probably not secular humanists.
Oh.
And they still have
Oh.
to work for a living and provide for themselves. That's
Oh.
probably why. And they
Oh.
may not know that what they're doing is so bad. And it is a systemic thing that no one person has control over. And I wish were different. But instead of like, what should they do? Just not produce medicine and drugs?
Well, they should just not focus on allopathic medicine specifically. Yeah.
Allopathic medicine.
Yeah.
Like what?
Do you know what allopathic means, dummy? Just
I
say
think that was
no.
a little
Just say
uncalled for. No.
just say no.
Oh, do you mean like pseudoscience stuff? Like you get
Allopathic is
what is it?
pseudoscience? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, and
I
you're sort
know.
of
You
being a
should
dick.
just say that next time.
I did. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. You said I was uncalled for. I can't believe that you would say such a thing. Yeah, I think that one of the big problems is that there's a hyper focus on allopathic medicine
Okay.
only.
So allopathic medicine, key features of allopathic medicine, drug-based approach relies heavily on pharmaceutical drugs to combat disease.
Uh-huh.
Symptom management. So
Uh-huh.
we shouldn't produce drugs, but we
Didn't
should
say that.
rely on.
Did I say that? Or did I say we shouldn't focus
So where do these
primarily on
drugs come
allopathic
from,
medicine?
dummy? Where do they come from?
Well, they usually come from pharmaceutical companies who see a profit drive to either treat, cure, or in some way incapacitate a disease or give some sort of longevity to a person or have some sort of effect on a person that they desire.
So allopathic medicine, which a key feature is using a drug-based approach, we're not going to produce the drugs through any kind of drug company, and we're going to do allopathic medicine.
Yeah, do you know what a preventative? There's preventative approaches, and preventative approaches are not allopathic, are they?
No.
Okay, so then when I say we shouldn't just focus on allopathic medicine, which is what secularists drove us to, we should focus on things like preventative medicine as well. You don't even disagree, do you, dummy?
Well, I mean, if you really believed that, then you wouldn't be smoking carcinogenics, would you?
What? Even if I was completely guilty, if everything that I preached was true, it wouldn't make me fucking wrong, would it?
Well, I think there's a problem. Like, that doesn't mean that we can do.
Oh my God, this fucking guy. Should we focus on preventative medicine?
No, not all things can be treated with preventative medicine. You're thinking that everything can be treated with preventative medicine. How are you going to treat bowel cancer with preventative medicine? Listen to this jerk. He won't let anybody talk. How are you going to treat bowel cancer with preventative medicine? Why don't you answer the question, Andrew? Why don't you answer the question, Andrew? Why don't you answer the question? How are you going to treat bowel cancer with preventative medicine?
Oh, well, that's great. That's actually a great question. So, there's all sorts of things which could lead to bowel cancer.
Like what?
Like plastic, for instance.
So you're going to eliminate plastic from the world?
No, you wouldn't eliminate it, but you could definitely assist.
Oh, so people will still get cancer, will they?
No, well, you could greatly reduce it.
So if you do preventative treatment, no one's going to get cancer, is that right?
No, but you could reduce it, right?
Oh, so dummy, we're still going to need drugs, you idiot, aren't we?
Did I say we? Did I say we?
Absolute moron.
Did I say we wouldn't need drugs, or did I say we shouldn't only focus on allopathic medicine?
Let's stop companies from making drugs. Can we just prevent it through wishful thinking and God beliefs?
Did anybody ever say that?
See how that turns out for you, you fucking idiot.
So
seriously.
So just to get this right, when I say, hang on, when I say,
I think we should move on.
I think before we move on, I get a chance to respond.
He's not a doctor.
Right?
You've already had your say. I've had my say. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'm not moving on.
5 hours going on.
How about no?
No, you're moving on. Fuck you.
No, I'm not moving on. Fuck you.
No, you won't listen to me.
No,
I won't listen to you. That's how it works.
I'm not moving on until I get my point in.
No, you don't get to speak over.
No matter what happens, no matter what happens, we're going to go right back to this point. No matter what happens, we're going to go back to this point.
You think that you can prevent everything? How are you going to prevent all disease?
Yeah. So anyway,
Andrew's got the answer. He's going to prevent all disease.
If you ever shut up, So anyway,
how's that?
So the thing is nobody ever said that you had to get rid of allopathic medicine. Who said that?
Just the drugs that are used for allopathic medicine.
Did anybody ever say that you have to get rid of drugs?
Good one, dummy.
Did anybody ever say that?
Who's going to produce them?
Did anybody ever say that nobody should produce drugs, dummy?
Dummy, who's going to produce them?
Did anybody ever say people shouldn't produce them?
Why won't you answer the question?
Pharmaceutical companies.
Are you going to do it in your backyard,
Pharmaceutical companies, of course.
And how are they going to charge for those?
Probably the same way that they charge now.
Exactly the fucking same way. You absolutely.
So wait a second.
What a numpty.
So just to
and
make
then
sure
they're going to raise prices because there's less demand. What a numpty.
They're going to
what an absolute idiot.
They're going to raise prices because there's less demand, so we should make people more sick so prices go down. You fucking idiot. Not only that, let's just point this out. How fucking
you do know that people try to prevent disease already, don't you?
No, preventative disease, any type of preventative disease maintenance actually is not allopathic medicine. And no, doctors are often trained by pharmaceutical companies and not for preventative measures in disease control.
So the fucking moron that says we should prevent disease sits there sucking on a cigarette.
So?
What a fucking idiot. Seriously.
The guy who says you shouldn't do heroin does heroin, so he's wrong, right?
I hate to do this. All right, we're going to go to the next question. Let's see. We have a number of them here. No more those like little $2 ones. I'm sorry. I'm just too tired to read those. Dan Otis Driftwood says Catholic here. Andrew destroyed. Shave your arms. They want you to shave your arms in some sort of ritualistic enactment, Mark. Jordan Thomas says, would the world be a better place if tomorrow every human on earth became a true atheist or true Christian for both? Okay, well, we've already heard Mark answer it like twice. So, Andrew, what do you have?
Well, can you repeat the question?
Would the world be a better place tomorrow if every human on Earth became a true atheist or a true Christian?
Oh, well, I think the world would be a better place if more people were sick, so drug prices went down. Right, Mark?
Okay. Zachary Galpy says, Mark, you don't even know why the increase in volume, increase in violence in your country is happening, which is very sad. I'll give you a chance to respond, Mark. I just asked you. There you go.
Yeah, I do know why it's happening. Yes, and it wasn't specifically about violence in general. It was about violence in schools. But thank you for your, incorrection.
Zachary Galpy also said, if it has to do with massive influx of Islamists in your country, just like what just happened in Melbourne with that stabbing.
Yeah, imagine if you had a gun.
This one
That would
from
be, yeah, that would be awesome if you had a gun. What do you mean?
The perpetrator had a gun.
No, if you, the defender, had a gun, that would be great.
Technician, the 12th, says,
Idiot.
Mark, if America wasn't an ally and the superpower of the world protecting your freedoms, would you be more concerned not having firearms, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we have less allies, but we still have a military. We still have a very effective military. Obviously, America is huge, but we're also part of the Commonwealth as well, which is England, Canada, all of the ex-British nations. So we still have allies around the world, even without America. And big deal. We've gone to war for you guys before as well.
As well, you should, peasant.
What is
Wow,
Dalamar?
treat your allies well. That's good. See how that turns out for you.
It's turned out pretty well so far. You do whatever we say.
Yeah.
You're kind of our bitch. You're kind of our bitch.
I'm sorry.
Right,
Would
Mark?
Canada defend you right now?
Yeah.
Goat Hub.
Oh, you think so?
Goat
Yeah.
Hub. All right, good. Goat Hub says, thank you so much for getting King Neptune on. Good debate. Who's King Neptune?
I have no idea.
This one from Dalamar says, this guy is UN, one world citizen propagandized beyond hope, and should never comment on the illegal alien situation in America again. He is a Euro neo socialist atheist. Europe and the UK are having so much fun with this type.
It's always hilarious how little Americans know about geography, that like Australia isn't in Europe, but well done. Good try.
It's not. Wait, it's not?
Texas Red says,
wait, it's not in Europe?
There's the guy that says he's smart. Yeah.
What the fuck? I didn't know that shit. It's not actually in Europe. I didn't even think it existed. But at least if it existed, I thought it would be in Europe.
It's funny because some people don't think it exists.
I'm one of them.
Religious guys don't think it exists.
I literally don't think it exists.
And the government made it up to try and, it's hilarious. They actually believe that.
I don't think that exists.
You really believe that? You're a fucking moron. Like,
no, I do believe that. I think there's no way you can explain. There's no way you can explain kangaroos.
As stupid as you are, I don't think you're that stupid.
There's no way that there's no way
I don't think you are.
Wait, what was it that you guys are saying you don't believe exists? What was it, Andrew?
Oh, Australia. It's not a real country. It's fake.
Oh. Okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
You can prove me wrong right now. Right this second. If you can reach in your back pocket and pull out Australian currency, go ahead and try it.
No, I can't. I do everything.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have a fake ass fucking country. That's why.
Here is an Australian coin that I've got from my wallet.
Oh yeah, anybody can have something like that. Why don't you have actual currency, sir?
See that? It's got one of the native Australians on it.
Whatever. Yeah. Show me the currency. Show me the currency.
It's got native Australian on it with the Southern Cross and $2. And on the back,
sure,
it's got a picture of Queen Victoria, which is when it was minted. So that is Australian currency.
And this is a representation of the flat Earth. You can see right here that this was made in Look, it had to be.
I don't believe you because, like, I think you're stupid. I don't think you're that stupid. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not a fucking, like,
There's
a
no way
complete
Australia exists. Come
moron.
on. There's no way.
We're gonna go
No,
to the
you're just
next one.
trolling. You're just trolling.
He's totally trolling. Okay. Airborne Animal says there are many atheists that hate that there is anything that can associate them with you, Mark. Andrew is a light in the
Cool.
darkness that you are an active part of, Mark. May you one
Hey,
day
they're
see the
entitled
light.
to their opinion. They're entitled to their opinion.
This one from Texas
And their
Red
opinion is also correct.
says, Mark, how
No,
would you how would
I don't
you
think
have
so.
Your camera's blurry, by the way, Mark. Back up a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
They say
It's because I
Mark.
shoved the coin up, it refocused, which you probably
Yeah, that's why I say back up and it'll autofocus.
This
Literally,
one
just
says,
back up and move in. A little more. No, back up a little more. Like this. And then move in.
Yeah, that did not work.
Actually, it is working. I think you got to back up a little more, but okay. I'm not even being a dick. I'm just telling you for autofocus. I'm pretty good with cameras.
Give me
That's
one
all.
sec. Yeah, give me one sec. I'll just have to do this.
Andrew is admittedly actually pretty good at tech stuff.
I'm better.
This one from Jelly says, Mark, you cannot take anything. You are so sensitive. You have probably never had one bad experience ever in your life. I bet you room kids in VR chat. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, if you can take 6 hours of somebody being a child and insulting you, you go right ahead. I'm not sure that you can. I think that you would probably be frustrated as well because that's the intention. And that's why these aren't debates. They're Wilson being a child. They're a childcare for Andrew Wilson.
I would have done a time debate. I've done them before many times. It's up to you how you wanted to debate, Mark. Remember how you called me a coward on your stream, said I wouldn't show up? Bet you wish I would have slept in today.
No, not really. I think it's wonderful that you've just shown your character. I think it's awesome. You're a racist, you're obstinate, you're horrible.
You're
Yeah,
adjectives,
fantastic.
but I still won the debate, Mark.
Keep thinking that, sure.
All of you watching.
You wouldn't even defend your position. You're terrible. You're absolutely terrible.
What was my position? That Christianity was better for society?
You had no foundation.
Why do I need a foundation to prove it's better for society? Why? Why is that a necessity,
because
dummy?
You can't justify it's better for society at all.
Oh, well, then neither can you. I just took your position, Mark.
That is a tu quo que. That is and you
That's
also. That's the whataboutism that we've seen. Yes, it is.
Oh, my God. A tu quo que is what about you? I'm not saying what about you. I'm saying I am you. I'm saying I am you. I am you with all your ethics.
It translates more accurately to and you also.
So what about you? Same thing?
What about
literally
me?
The same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And you
so
also.
when you basically when you
do
a parody of what I believe and you basically do that is called a straw man. You weren't representing my beliefs, you were representing some other set of beliefs that weren't mine. So you absolutely did nothing except show how foolish you are because you won't even like support your own position. So you basically failed completely, said, hey, I'm delusional. I've got no idea what I'm doing, strawmanned my position, and then said, well, then it's better for everything. You're a failure.
But Mark, if it is the case that I have no stance independent ought, you can't even tell me why any of that's wrong.
Well, which is better for society? I leave that up to the audience. Would a society where a delusional madman who cuddles his gun at night be better, or would a society where people take care of each other are better?
Well, I would think
you can decide.
I would think that as
I'm not asking you. I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm asking the audience for them
I'm
to
not
decide.
I'm not allowed to say anything back.
Well, that's the point of a debate. They decide. I present how I get to what is better, and you are hateful, bigoted, obnoxious, racist, and then you go, "Oh, well, it'd be better if we were all."
You
want
to take our guns, have autonomy and authority over everybody's life. Make sure that you trans all the kids. Yeah, great, Mark.
I don't have autonomy over
great,
people's
Mark.
lives. When
great,
did
Mark.
That come in? No, straw man. Well done. Stuff that
straw.
Stuff that straw.
Keep
on stuffing
guns?
that straw. Oh,
That's
we shouldn't have speed limits because it's totalitarianism.
Oh, we shouldn't have guns because you also have speed limits.
Oh, no, it's all totalitarianism. Yeah, you were wrong on everything.
We should be able to get rid of illegal immigrants because we also have speed limits.
Everything about Australia, and you still think you know better about what's happening over
I do
here.
know what's better than you about everything, Mark, on planet
about
Earth.
Everything. Yeah, well done. Well done, mate.
There's
well done, mate. Keep saying
you know
that.
what?
Keep
In
saying
fact,
that,
Mark,
mate.
I'd be so willing to say
everything.
Everything.
Hey?
Yes.
Everything,
Yes,
yeah.
everything.
So what is the protocol for Wi-Fi?
What does that mean?
Oh, I thought you knew better than me.
I
thought you knew
do.
better. So you know networking and integrated circuit systems connections better than me? Is that what you're
Probably,
saying?
yeah, probably. I do actually.
Okay, so what is the protocol for Wi-Fi?
What does that mean though?
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
It
You're an
means you're a
absolute
fucking
idiot.
idiot.
That's a technical question on
Gotta go to the next
communications.
one,
The
Exactly the
guys.
subject I
the
This
just
is
said.
protocol
from
for
Jelly.
Wi-Fi is a technical question.
This is
Correct.
from Jelly. They say, Mark,
Oh,
how
I
does
didn't know that.
Christianity affect you?
How does Christianity affect me?
Yes,
It puts in
one
place a
sentence.
number of, one sentence. It puts in place a number of laws and restrictions that are based upon people's appeal to a divinity they cannot show and cannot prove
This one from
or
As
demonstrate.
opposed to my feelings, which I cannot show and cannot prove.
this one's from FK Button. They
At
say
least I get
good
agreement
news.
from others.
They say good news is if we had 20 times the moss shooting you claim we do, only another 1,000 years and we start to get close to the amount offed by secularists. I think they probably mean like Mao and Pol Pot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, Mao and Stalin and stuff. I mean, most of the people they killed, and they absolutely did horrible things. Don't get me wrong. It's just most of the people was from sheer incompetence and starvation and things. Absolutely terrible behavior,
Along with
but they're
gulags and mass murder.
But they're secularists and they're not secular humanists. So unless you've got a debate against secularism in general, then you're shit out of luck. Sorry.
Oh,
This
that's
one's from
fair.
Jelly.
Did secular humanists derive many of their worldviews from Enlightenment principles?
Yes.
And would you say that Enlightenment principles were the same views that, like, the French Revolution were under, where they were beheading everybody, and that communism also adapted when they were citing these types of principles, especially continental philosophy for Marxism, things like this? Would you say that those were the same influences as secular humanism?
They are influenced by same things, but would you say that the cults that have arisen in, these Jesus cults that kill people as well as your own church came from the same origin as well?
Well, I would definitely say that they were influenced by Christianity in some way.
Sure. Yeah.
And so you would say the same thing, right?
Right.
But if it's the case, then that if we're just talking about influences, then we would have to make denominational specific allocations for these atrocities the same way that we would with secularists, right?
Cool.
Then why didn't you do that? Instead, you try to place Christianity at the, like, for instance, the Inquisition, which was specifically Spaniards for the most part and Catholics. You lay that at the feet of all Christianity. Why do you do that when you know you're supposed to make it denominational specific by your own logic that you just gave us,
Go to the
sir?
next one.
No, really, let him answer. If you know we're supposed to make it denominational specific, why do you lay the Inquisition at the feet of all Christians? Like you did in your opening.
Because the title of the debate is specific to secular humanism and not secularism, but the title of the debate also says Christianity and not one specific sect or denomination.
Yeah, but if all Christianity
if you wanted
is not
a different
the same,
debate, ask for a different debate topic. You're in this one, so tough shit.
So just to make sure that I got this right, all Christianity
is it Christianity or is it a denomination of Christianity?
Is Christianity all the same?
No, answer me that question. Is it in the title? Is it Christianity or is it a denomination of Christianity? Because I can't read it at the moment.
Yeah, so it's Christianity, but you never told us what
Christianity.
That was.
Thank you.
Well, what is Christianity? What is it? What is it? You never told us what it is.
Thank you. The next one.
You never told us what it is, doofus. Ever. You never told us what Christianity is.
Thank you. The title of the debate is Christianity.
What is Christianity? Can you even tell us?
Fuck off. I'm not.
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even fucking know, dummy.
No, people that follow the teachings of Jesus Christ is Christianity.
Secular humanists are anybody who follows anything which is relational to the ethics of secular humanism as put in their manifesto, which would include communists. It would include what happened in the French Revolution.
Secular humanists.
Oh, do you want me to give you in your secular humanist manifesto almost damn near word for word what you can find by Karl Marx? Would that be enough for you to then concede
that
it's close enough?
Are you saying that communism in Russia, I presume that you're referring to, was secular humanist in nature?
The difference between you and I
Oh, no,
is
no,
that
you're not.
I'm
So,
willing
yeah,
to make
whatever.
me being
Yeah,
good
yeah.
faith.
No, you
Okay,
can't,
you know
you
what
can't
then?
say it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's the same. Yes.
It's
By
the
your
same.
logic, it's exactly the same. Correct.
Yeah. So this is the lies we get. Like just corners.
Yeah,
He just
I
lies.
can make
He's
a
supposed to
distinction
defend
and you
all of
can't.
Christianity. He's supposed to defend all of Christianity. He wants to shift
I'm supposed to
the
defend
goalpost
all of
Hey, there was
Christianity.
a great church over here, and I know I'm a douchebag, but I want to be associated with this good church. I'm going to just appeal to them. You know, even though I'm supposed to be defending all of Christianity.
You know what's funny?
That is a complete dodge.
I'm actually
moving
still,
the goalposts.
you know what? I'm actually even still willing to grant this and say that society under the Catholic Inquisition is better than fucking anything you have given us tonight for why secular humanism was better than that.
So instead of my
question.
worldview, you would rather torture people. Can you just confirm that?
Some people, maybe. You would be willing to
Okay, there you
torture some
go.
people too.
Your Christian representative,
And
everybody.
he would also be willing to torture some people. What do you mean?
I would be.
Yeah. Secular humanists
Why?
would be. Well, like,
Why would I do that? You know, you said I would. Why would I do that?
Well, when I said you, it's a euphemism for secular humanists.
You think secular humanists would torture people?
Sure. Like
Are
terrorists.
you high?
Yeah, terrorists.
Is there weed in that pipe?
Hey, I'll prove it. Terrorist has nuclear launch codes. Nuke's going to go off in 5 hours. You have him in custody. Would you torture him for the codes?
No, torture doesn't work.
What if you knew that in this case torture would work? Would you torture him?
Oh, the hypothetical. Let's change reality. So the reasons why torture doesn't
Torture
work.
does work in some cases. You can't even deny that.
No, the experts say, hey, they will tell
experts
you anything.
do not say anywhere, you fucking liar, that torture never works. No expert will ever tell you torture doesn't they'll never tell you torture never works. No expert anywhere
and
ever.
If somebody is fundamentally like that serious about it, are they going to tell you?
Yes, they could. Yes. And torture does often work. What the experts say is this. What they actually say is there are times where you will torture a person where you feel like you're not getting the answers as the torturer. And so they'll give you false answers. That's true. But that's not to say torture never works. You'll never show me a study on planet Earth that torture doesn't work to get confessions out of people for information. Ever.
So let's compare the scenarios here. Let's compare the scenarios.
Okay, let's compare.
Wilson would torture and torture people.
A terrorist,
because he doesn't want another person like me to have any power in the thing. He said, instead of having a system
I would torture a terrorist.
I would torture people.
I would torture terrorists.
No, you said you would torture people. And I said, really? And you said, some people, yeah.
Yeah, some people.
Would I gave you the example.
What is the example of the some people I gave, like a terrorist? You said you wouldn't. I said I would. That's the difference.
Instead of having my system as being any kind of representative in your country, you would rather torture some people and do that. And then when I say I wouldn't torture someone, you basically go, shift those
that's
goalposts.
stupid. That's literally stupid.
You're doing more goalpost shifting than FIFA International.
This is what I said. This was literally my position.
It's incredible.
You said,
you would.
You said, would you be willing to torture people? I said some people, and then gave you what example?
Yeah, and then you're like, oh.
And you said, I would never, because torture doesn't work. Because I'm bald and dumb. Or torture never works because I'm bald and dumb. That's what your official position is. I'm bald and stupid, and torture doesn't work. Ever. Because I'm a secular human. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Bro, torture does work. Just because you're dumb doesn't mean torture doesn't work.
So you just torture people instead of having a system of government, while you have to make up this ridiculous example of
torture and a system of government
in order to actually get something. Like, you are insane. You are insane.
The great argument. I'm insane.
Yeah.
I'm insane.
Because, like, you would go, I'll torture someone instead of having a system like yours. There was no nuke in there. Then you want to shift the goalpost and say, well, only if you have a system and there's a person with a nuclear bomb. No, that's not what you said. And you are so dishonest for pretending it is what you said. You are an absolute
That is exactly what I said.
And you are just moving the goalpost because you've been caught out saying, hey, I would torture people. What do you think is best for society? Some guy who will torture people at the top of the hat? Or somebody that will never want to torture people? This guy is so
what does the word
aggressive,
sometimes
violent, horrible.
What does the word sometimes mean?
No, go torture people. I'm sure you torture your audience all the time. I mean, I would be watching.
Yeah, I torture them with great entertainment.
You torture them by racism and bigotry. Yeah, well done.
Oh,
you're a class act. A class act.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go to the next
let's
question.
get some more of that into society.
You're the only one spurting it out, bro.
You're a disgrace.
I know, I'm terrible. I'm awful.
Yeah.
This one, they say, rabble or rabble, rabble, rabble. Finally, a response to Mark in its native language. I think they're making fun of your language. I don't know if they mean like your Australian accent.
Yeah, no, it's just the American education system doesn't teach English properly, so I have to forgive that. I mean, Andrew's been mispronouncing stuff all night, but whatever.
Dan Vicious says, "Good work tonight, James." Thank you, Dan. Huge, you guys, folks. The debaters make this happen. They are linked in the description. Even if you disagree with them, go and don't harass them at their channel. But
no, I'm getting tons of people in from Andrews. I don't think he's serious in stopping people. I think that's a dog whistle, isn't it? It's a dog whistle. It's you saying, "Hey, don't do this," and that's signaling to people to do it. This is Andrew logic. He's signaling to people to do it. Isn't that right, Andrew? Isn't that right? Yep.
Okay, good to know.
Dog whistle.
Okay,
dog whistle.
Andrew wants to respond, I think. Go ahead. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, tell me their names, and if they're in my chat right now, I'll ban them. Go ahead. And tell me what they're saying, which is actual harassment. Tell me what they're saying that's actual harassment. I'll ban them from my chat right now. Go ahead.
I'll get mods to make a list. How about that?
No, I want to know a single person right now who's harassing you from my chat. What's their name?
I will just
go and what is the thing they're saying that you consider harassment to be? It better not be I disagree with you or they think you're dumb. It better be actual fucking harassment.
Are they making fun of your appearance, Mark?
Yeah, I'm going up. I mean, he wants to know it. Mark argues like a woman.
That's not harassment.
It sure is.
No, it isn't. You argue like a woman? That is not harassment, dude. Give me a fucking break. Mark's a stupid fuck. Oh, it's harassment. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I don't go into your chat and do that, do I?
You don't have a chat to do it with. But even if you did, I wouldn't
that makes it right. Yeah, that makes it right.
I still wouldn't consider it harassment, Mark.
You monster.
I still
I'm just going up now. There's been tons of it.
Ooh, chatter say mean thing. That's not harassment, dude. That's not what harassment means. Would you like me to tell you what harassment is?
An extended series of unwanted interactions that are insulting and demeaning.
So why aren't you banning them from your chat?
Oh, we are.
Okay, well then here's the thing. If they harass you past them getting banned, like they're contacting you on other platforms, things like that, that would be harassment.
I see. Now it's goal shift again. Oh, the goals just moved. How incredible!
No, I don't consider it that harassment.
The goals moved. It just moved.
Don't consider it harassment.
No, you didn't add that, did you? No, you just added it.
I just did.
A dishonest fuck. You are such a dishonest fuck.
So
you are the biggest dishonest fuck on the entire internet.
That would be harassment.
Absolute
everyone's terrible.
Greasy ape.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's crazy.
Ape. You're an absolute greasy ape.
I know.
You are the greasiest racist ape in the world.
Everyone's crazy, Mark. I know. Someone said
you are terrible.
This one from Lazul. Fascists were socialists and atheists. COVID vaccine was COVID serum. In fact, we'll just call it the Rovid serum. Was not a serum. Did not prevent SORED or infections. I'll give you a chance if you want to respond to that, Mark, because I want to be fair and give you a response.
No, I pass, because if I respond to it, I'm signaling and stuff like that. So Andrew's crazy. I'll call it charitably logic that if you say we shouldn't talk about that because this will have seriously, what the fuck am I supposed to do? So wow, James, this has been going on for ages, mate. Can we wrap it up? Because I'm really sort of getting burnt out on this one.
Yes, Dad knows best. Actually, put in the last super chat. Actually, there's one last one other after this. Forgive me. So James, stop taking super chats. This is now going on 6 hours. Mark, you were arguing.
Okay,
with
so
those.
another one came in. Murray said, "Stop being a fucking baby, Mark." So that's the kind of stuff that you love your followers doing. Sure.
But
Is that an interaction you would approve of, Andrew, or is that something that isn't harassment of them coming into my chat and doing that? Is this moral for you? Is that what it is? Moral?
he wants to
Christian
talk.
morals.
I don't know, dude. I keep getting muted, so I can't actually respond to any of this. But here's the thing. I'll just make this abundantly clear. What did the guy say?
Stop being a fucking baby, Mark.
So why don't you stop doing that? How's that harassment?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're sending your audience over to insult me?
I didn't send anybody
that is
over
what
to.
harassment is.
That's not. That is not harassment. That you're in a live debate.
So I don't think you
and people
understand
go
what
over to your
harassment
chat
is.
to say things. That's not harassment.
You don't know what harassment.
Sorry about this. Okay, let's go to the next. We've got just like 2 or 3 more questions here. Folks, no more questions, please. Dad knows best, says James, stop taking chats. Mark, you're arguing with a rhetorician with an entourage. Then Arma Apologetic says, when a soy boy who screams like a, a wimp when his finger gets scratched by a mosquito tells you torture doesn't work. Do either of you even know what the hell this is talking about? This one coming in from, why do they want you to shave your arms for them, Mark? Is this some sort of sexual ritual? The Jabroni says we say way worse stuff directly to Andrew on his chat. And then that Kitsune says, I'm in Andrew's chat. There's definitely harassers, quote unquote. And then I think that might be it. Let me just double check. I think we got them. But I want to say, folks, oh yeah, what's up, Mark?
Yeah, so I just want to point out they're also coming in and saying the A word, which is like the N word in Australia. So yeah, this is definitely going on. I don't think Andrew's serious at all. I think he's encouraging people to do it because he's a fuckwit. So I really think that if he's promoting racist behaviour and gaslighting and dog whistling for this to happen, well, maybe there should be some repercussions if you are violating YouTube's terms of service. What do you think, Andrew? Some violations of YouTube's terms of service?
Oh yeah, Andrew wants to respond.
Yeah, I'd love to hear him respond.
You're right. Go mass report this fucking idiot's channel for violating the terms of service if he wants to do it that way. Go mass report this fucking idiot's channel if that's the way he wants to play.
I didn't say that.
Then stop that shit.
But you're the one doing it.
Listen,
you're the
I don't
one
report
encouraging
anybody.
You're the one doing
ever.
it. It's you.
Don't.
You gaslight people and saying,
"Oh no,
I don't
you
do
want
this."
to play? You want to play that there needs to be
people.
repercussions? Watch the repercussions. Fuck. Watch. You want to fucking play that game, or do you want to backtrack and say this is a debate? It got a little lively. That's okay. We don't do mass reporting here. We're definitely not going to fucking go after somebody's channel. Can we both agree that that's true?
No, I'm basically saying, hey, you're dog whistling for this to happen.
Bro,
so fuck
don't
off.
do this. I'm telling you, it's going to end badly for you. Just back off.
All right.
Just back off. We'll both back off, right? Nobody's trying to fucking mass report your channel, yeah?
Guys, just
Can we at least agree?
relax.
Can we at least agree? Because here's the problem, Mark. When you have a chat as large as mine, I'm just going to be totally straight with you. You are going to get fucking Looney Tunes who will do shit like that. I'm actually trying to back that off. Don't push that. There's no reason to. Nobody's allowed to go fucking mass report this guy's channel. Nobody. I'm just simply using a rhetorical. Hang on, Mark. I'm just simply
because I'm not doing that shit,
bro. The YouTube doesn't care. Why don't you get this? YouTube doesn't give a shit. YouTube's going to just look at fucking their AI is going to pick it up. They'll strike the channel. Just stop with that. That doesn't even need to be what happens here. Everybody needs to back off and cool off here. This is a debate. I don't have anything personal against this guy. Don't flag his channel, right? Don't do any shit like that. There's nothing personal here. I don't take any of this shit personally, and I never will.
And maybe stop being a cunt.
Shut up, dude. Shut your fucking ass up. I'm trying to save your ass. Shut up.
Oh, you're saving me. Yeah, no, I'll take my chances and get help from
well,
fucking
good luck.
you
Good luck,
prick.
Mark. I tried, Mark.
Okay.
Okay.
Racist piece of shit.
So we'll probably just try to finish these questions. So Dalamar says America better than being cucked by a wannabe European Australian country. I know that these seem like I don't know.
Oh, Andrew, sorry, James. This has got to end, man. This is going on what, 8 frigging almost 7 hours. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. Like seriously, mate, this has got to end.
I'll let you out. So what we'll do is, folks, uh, check out just to learn. There is a value in hearing people's positions straight from them, rather than hearing what people say that they say. You can hear it straight from them. So there's a value in going to their channel. They are linked in the description box. I do want to say the debaters are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them being here. Andrew and Mark, it's been a pleasure to have you guys on tonight. It has been truly like one of the most engaged streams that we've ever had. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much, James. It was very kind of you to have me on.
Yeah.
I'm willing to still stay through every super chat. I don't care. This is work. This is what work is.
We'll let you go, Mark.
The incredible amount of racism, horrible stuff. I'll just sum up and sort of say this is absolutely atrocious. This wasn't a debate. This was a travesty. Wow.
Words hurt, Mark. Words hurt. Secular humanists can't take words.
We'll let you go, Mark. I know you have to go. Have a good day. What we're going to do, folks, is try to get through any last super chats that have come in that weren't read. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. Okay. Let me just reload. In terms of upcoming stuff, I'll also share about that in just a minute, folks. We do have a ton of upcoming events, including with Andrew. August 8th, that'll be in Chicago. If you would like to debate Andrew, this is your opportunity. We will be in Chicago, very central location, by the way. So if you're kind of like, hey, I live on the East Coast or the West Coast, it's like, well, this is probably not too far of a trip then, because Chicago's right dab in the middle. The Jabroni says, let's see. That Katsune says, I'm in Andrew's chat. There's definitely harassers. Do you shave your arms, Mark? When a soy boy seems like a bit. Let's see. America. I think we've gotten it. Oh, we did miss this. Early Bird 2448. This is for you, Andrew, I think. By most metrics like education, quality of life, life expectancy, secular countries are better off than most religious countries, Andrew. Oh, are you on mute? Sorry about that. There it is. Okay.
What? Yeah, which ones? Like, for instance, infant mortality in the United States. Infant mortality in the United States is one of the highest in the entirety of the first world. You also have problems with mass migration, cultural cohesion. You have all sorts of other issues. Even if it was the case that life expectancy slightly went up, it could also be the case that the quality of life goes down. The thing that's really interesting here is like I'm willing to adopt the secularist worldview in order to see, in order to just stress test what the social ramifications are, the distinction between Christian societies and secular societies. I always find secular societies to come up wanting. This guy was so pissed off because he wanted to have a foundational debate about whether or not God is real. Atheists always do this. They don't want to talk about the effects of their policies. Like they can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, right? They never want to talk about the effects. I want to actually discuss the effects. If it's really true that secular humanism is better for humanity, show us the effects. And they can't, because all effects that they show is just, we're going to take your guns, we're going to take your freedom, we're going to be just as totalitarian as the people who we think are totalitarians. Ridiculous.
This one from Red Fox says, Andrew, how's your back feeling after carrying that debate? Looks like you have a fan. Oh, wait.
Well, actually James carried it. So James was here for many, many hours. That was a very spirited back and forth. This guy that I'm debating, you guys have to understand, he's probably never had a serious blood sport debate like that before. I'm always in it for the long haul. He probably doesn't understand. We have internet codes, no snitching, none of that. Like you don't ever do that. Those are the rules. You know what I mean? Because of that, he probably came in with a very different expectation. He thought for some reason that I was supposed to sit there and just shut up and do whatever he said. That's not ever going to happen. Now, if he had asked for a different institution of rules, like 2 minute back and forth openings, we at this point it's cross examination. This point isn't. There are people who have requested that. I've done many of those debates. I'm happy to do those too. But this fucking guy was like, this person's too much of a sissy to debate me. And it's like, well, here I am. He's not here. Where's he? Oh, he couldn't go the duration, huh?
This one from yes, this definitely was like a Worski Live feeling, old blood sports, true slobber knocker. And
I like
I don't
those
know.
sometimes, James. I like them sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do.
I don't, frankly, I don't mind them. At some point I'm like, okay, guys, but at the same time, I don't know. This one from Jake Smith says, Jakey, I'm Australian from the Narunga people from South Australia. And they said, Abo is not offensive. It's not the same as the N word. Andrew has Narunga backing. Okay. I don't know. I haven't like looked into these terms.
It's
So
not. No, listen. He's a progressive. He has a progressive Australian mindset. He's always going to say these words are taboo or banned or this or that. They're not banned, and it doesn't have the same type of thing that the N word does in the US. It's all bullshit. It's all nonsense. You can talk to people from Australia, they'll tell you the same thing.
let me
From his
show you
view, I'm
though.
sure it's like it. I mean, from his view, I'm sure it's terrible, but that doesn't mean objectively it is.
It was a lively debate. What I do want to show people is, folks, I'm going to crop the screen here. Andrew Wilson will be in Chicago August 8th. I will be there. Sean Simanko from Uncensored America will be there. You don't want to miss it. If you would like to debate Andrew, this is your opportunity. Highly encourage you. Come check it out. The reason
James, is there an audience going to be there or no? Because if
it's
there's an
not
audience, I can
impossible.
probably fill that audience if you guys would like. This is why I'm asking the question. I will be there. I will be doing a debate. James called me. He requested it. I'm happy to accommodate. I know there's going to be some skilled debaters that show up. I'm looking forward to the engagement. If James is, if he wants to do a live audience, I'm not averse to that either, James. I think we could do something with that if you wanted to.
Yes, that I'm open to that. So what we can do is, we haven't decided on the venue yet. I'm very confident we'll find a venue on a Tuesday in Chicago. It's possible there might be like seating for people to watch it. Let's see, live, but I'll update you depending on what venues I find tomorrow, because I'll be looking tomorrow. I know I found a studio that could work. We might be able to find a hotel like meeting room that would fit. Let me just get back to you on that. So definitely Chicago, though, folks. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, in Chicago, debate Andrew August 8th. Email moderndaydebate@gmail.com. If you are like, well, I don't personally, like, I can't personally do it, but maybe you have a friend who is maybe like left leaning, progressive, atheist, whatever it is, please let them know, because this would be awesome. Is Early Bird 2448 says, are you guys from Eagle River, Wisconsin? I was just at Andy's Pontoon Saloon last week. No way, you serious? There's no way you're serious. That's my cousin. That's why I'm wearing this t-shirt. That's like bizarre. I can't believe you're in Eagle River because it's tiny. But yeah, I grew up in Wisconsin. So born in Michigan. Very cold Friday morning. I was born, but the point is
Fucking
this.
cheesehead.
Yes, big time. Is
Wait,
that
that's racist. That's racist. I'm sorry. I called you a cheesehead. It's over now. I said cheesehead.
but basically, Andrew and his racist cheese language will not be allowed at our recording. But folks, if you have any friends who are like left leaning, please do let them know about this and just say, hey, moderndaydebate at gmail.com if you want to go, because we are looking to find at least 5 good debaters. So people that have got basically, I just have to screenshot this because I'm
Tell
just so
tell Parker and Dean to come out to Chicago.
I can ask.
Here, let's just clip it. Parker and Dean. It'll be me versus 5 in a Jubilee like. So you guys can come in. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. You guys been ducking. I wrecked Parker. I wrecked him on Tucker Carlson. Wrecked him other times. Dean, same thing. He agreed to multiple debates and then backed out. It's your time to shine. Come on.
That'd be based, as the young people say. But yes, folks, for real, we are excited about this. And then also DebateCon, we're let me put that really quick on screen. But yes, folks, if you are near Eagle River, Wisconsin, go to Andy's Pontoon Saloon. Tell him James sent you. That's my cousin. He's my boy. Um, he'd be pumped to meet you. Let me pull this post up. So basically, DebateCon is going to be Saturday, November 15th and Sunday, November 16th in Nashville, Tennessee. We are currently working on getting Andrew set up for a debate with Richard Carrier, as well as potentially we're hoping for rationality rules. That's the goal. Neither of those have like said yes. In fact, I haven't even pitched it to either yet. So that's the goal, though. We want to get big debates. So
Richard Carrier has agreed to do a debate on a different platform. So the thing is like this debate notwithstanding, I'm always happy if you want, certain rules implemented. I'm fine with that, right? I'm totally fine with that. But Richard Carrier actually agreed to do the same debate with this exact topic. In fact, so I don't see why he wouldn't do it on MDD.
would it
Happy
be
to accommodate.
this topic that was debated tonight?
Literally the exact same topic he
Wow.
agreed to.
Perfect. But yeah, so that's definitely like high probability we can get him to come out for that. Filthy Centrist, thanks for your super chat. Says Andrew, Mark probably Vosh voice parentheses had a degree in sociology.
I have a
Juicy.
degree in sociology.
But yes, basically, we're very excited about this conference. It's in Nashville. Tickets will be on sale soon. Like I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks we have like a basically the whole card filled out. And usually takes like 1 or 2 debates. Always take like a little bit longer than the rest of them to confirm. But I think that's it. Oh wait, let me just show some of these other things really quick since we've got folks. Do want to let you know. So as I had mentioned earlier, as you can see on screen on the bottom right now, David Wood and Daniel Haqiqatjou, they'll be debating the Islamic dilemma among other topics. That'll be in Youngstown, Ohio, August 3rd. Tickets are linked below. They are free. If you were in Ohio or anywhere near, come out to Youngstown on Sunday, August 3rd. There are going to be 2 debates. It's going to be huge. Then, uh, folks, if you'd be so inclined, we'd love to have you there at the Outnumbered Destiny edition. Uh, Andrew's twin brother, Destiny, will be in Los Angeles on August 5th, and we'll be doing an Outnumbered recording with him against 5 objectors or participants. So it'll be a 5-on-1, just like you've seen with Andrew. And then, oh, yes, that's right. I'd mentioned earlier, right before the stream started, this coming Friday, Eastern Orthodox versus Catholic. I was wrong on the thumbnail. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, this Friday on whether or not premarital sex is wrong, Grace Thorpe, Andrew's old pal, will be debating Emmett, who is Eastern Orthodox. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to be a juicy debate this coming Friday. And last but not least, this is our Lens fundraiser. At the bottom right of the screen, you can see we are 84% of the way toward our goal. So I'm going to put that link one last time in the live chat, folks. This is for the purpose of these in-person debates that we're doing with Andrew, such as the one in Chicago, the 5 versus 1, as well as DebateCon, where Andrew will be, Lord willing, everything works out, and we host that event and get the people that we want for those 2 big main events that I mentioned. That link for that GoFundMe is pinned at the top of the chat. We do appreciate it. Please do support that, as for real, it does make a massive difference as we are so close to our goal. We are 84% of the way. So it's real, it's happening, and your help means a lot. So with that, we will let you go. Folks, thanks for watching. Hit the like button on your way out. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. It was a tremendous debate. Take care. So we will see you next time, folks. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. And where is this? Thanks, everybody.